தட்டிக்கும் ஒத்திகட்டம் தம் நீ உன்னை கை பிடிச்சா இந்த நாடு பண்டிகை தேதியில் சேருமே அசஞ்சா வந்து திரட்டெடுக்கும் சித்தன்ன கோயில் சித்திரமே பாந்து பெரும் பெரு கொண்டு நடத்தினவே வாழ செழித்த வாக்கு பறித்த பாம்பு சந்தன வாக்கு பழித்த கேட்டு கிழிக்க கூட்ட குதிக்க நெஞ்சம் ரெண்டும் பட்டு நோட்டிக்க கால நீ என்னை வாழ்த்துகிறாயே ஒரு வைக்கும் கவிதை விழிகளில் நீ பாட பாட ஒரு வைத்த டென்ஷன் தலைக்கிறது என்னை வாழ்த்துகிறாயே ஒரு வைக்கும் கவிதை விழிகளில் நீ பாட பாட ஒரு வைத்த டென்ஷன் தலைக்கிறது உனக்கு அலர்ஜியா அவளை பார்த்த உனக்குள்ளே எனர்ஜியா என்னை ஏதோ செய்து விட்டாள் போல் பொய்து விட்டாள் நெஞ்சை போல் பொய்து விட்டாள் அறவே இல்லை உறவு அதற்கும் இல்லை இமைகள் ஒன்றாக எப்போதும் சேராமல் இடையில் நின்றாய் இது நியாயமா நிஜக்காக போல ஒரு யுத்தம் அடி அந்த ராத்திரி சம்மமாகிறேன் எது நின்று தாக்கவே தீ காற்றும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்ததோ உன்னை நீ என்னை சுட்டு மாட்டி விட்டது இந்த முட்டியில் கவிதை பிழைகளே நான் பாட பாட உன்னை பற்றி தலைகிறதே நான் பாட சொல்லி சொல்லி என்னையே நான் மறந்தேன் உன்னிந்த பாதையில் என் உயிர் நான் நோய்த்தேன் உன்னையே சொல்லி சொல்லி என்னையே நான் மறந்தேன் உன்னிந்த பாதையில் என் உயிர் நான் நோய்த்தேன் உந்தன் பெயர்தான் உடலில் உந்தன் உயிர்தான் நிலத்தில் நின்றாலும் நீ சென்றாலும் நான் உன்னை தொடர்கின்ற நிழலல்லவா காதல் கட்டி ஏறி பரப்பட்ட அவளை சேர்க்கும் போல நீ சுத்த உன்னை கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாய் துண்டம் துண்டமாய் கொன்று போட்டது என்ன பொடி விண்ண காட்டிய தேகம் யாவும் என்ன போலவே மின்னல் நான் என்னை என்னிடம் இல்லை என்றுதான் பெண்ணை உன்னிடம் வந்தேன் தேட என்னை வாழ்த்துகிறாயே ஒரு நைக்கும் கவிதை விழிகளில் நீ தான் பாட ஒரு அவளை பார்த்த என்னை ஏதோ செய்து விட்டாள் நெஞ்சைக்கு போல் பொய்து விட்டாள் நெஞ்சைக்கு போல் பொய்து விட்டாள்.
Lip on 1, 2, 3, 4. Lazy to 1, lip. Sorry. Lip 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Spare lip 1, 2, 3, 4. Spare lip.
Okay.
Lovely balanced out from the southpaw. Inside edge, first blood.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Faruqi has 3.
And it kind of falls perfectly into his hands. That is brilliant from Afghanistan. Brilliant bowling for Ghazenfar. This is a big innings for Vietnam that he's had.
He's bowled in, doesn't miss it.
Brilliant by Faruqi.
Oh, he's bowled in. He's given away his wicket. Afghanistan has defeated South Africa for the very first time in cricket.
Hello and welcome to Sharjah Cricket Stadium, where we're getting ready for the second match in the Etisalat Cup, powered by Super Cola, Afghanistan versus South Africa.
Lovely balanced out from the southpaw.
Sorry, Ralph. No, because you sent it to me earlier, so sorry. In the first one-day international of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balanced out from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Faruqi and
Inside edge.
Sorry.
It's the slow.
Sorry. In the first one-day international of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balanced out from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Faruqi and Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar in the power play.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Faruqi has three.
And it kind of falls.
In the first one-day international of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balanced out from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Faruqi and AM Ghazanfar in the power play.
Inside edge. First blood.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Faruqi has three.
And it kind of falls perfectly into his hands. That is brilliant from Afghanistan. Brilliant bowling for Ghazanfar.
After their worst start in ODIs with 36 for 7 after 10 overs, Vian Mulder steadied the ship and scored a resolute half-century.
Brilliant by Faruqi.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's given away his wicket. Afghanistan has defeated South Africa for the very first time in cricket.
तो चलिए तो
फजल हक फारूकी दे तेरे लोबे प्लेयर
उनको बोला मैंने मैं आपको बोलूंगी
कि तो चलिए
Don't say it. I'll tell you when to start. Vidai, no, he can't hear you. Tell me. I can hear them. In Pashto.
एनी लैंग्वेज मैनू पंजाबी भी आंदी है
Again, Helen.
ask Rahul if you want English we can do it in English.
ना आई एम मोर कंफर्टेबल विद द पश्तो
Okay,
I'll look
okay,
more
stand by.
white.
It's all right. I know what I'm
yeah?
doing.
Okay.
बस क्यों दे दे फिर
देखो फ्रेम में हूँ
You will translate in and come back to the studio. Say something
अच्छा
like that?
आखिर में कहना है कि वापस स्टूडियो जाते हैं
Yeah.
ओके
You want him to say that we are going back to the studio, Rahul?
ये हाथ तो नहीं है मेरे फ्रेम में
Yeah, Rahul, I'm waiting for you.
चश्मे बैद रावड़ेगा
Okay, check.
So go back to the studio or not?
Question answers, then you translate. Then you translate at the end.
No,
Then-
I also do in the middle. I told Rahul.
Okay, fine. Then you have to go back to the studio.
We go back to the
Stick-
studio.
Yeah. Then
Okay.
we go live to the
Okay, give me the cue.
studio. Okay, Abhi.
दो पख्ता नहीं दी बस लैंड
Okay, don't say go back to the studio. Just say thank you.
Okay.
Don't say go to the studio. I'll cue you. All right, we are good to go now.
फजल हक फारूकी पावर लोबه کې سویلي افریقا ته ممات ورکړ یو بل ټیسټ پلینګ نشن ممات ک تاسو پاول یو ول ستوګونه کې 14 منډي ورکړي انګل مو بدل ک پاور پلی کې مو 3 وکټي واخیستلې او څلور وکټ سره د لوبه غوړه لوبغاړي شو څنګه وو
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم لکه څنګه چې تا ویلې نو اولم چې کله موږ وارم اپ کوم وخت چې ما بالینګ کوو نو ماته لا هغه ټیم سي اندازه کېده چې دومره به بال سوینګ کیږي نه تاویږي به نه خو بیا هم ز بولر اول باید خپل هغه اور د وکټ چې ورته وایي اخوانه بالینګ کوي تا اندازه وکړي چې په دې وکټ کې بال سره کم راځي نو له هغه طرف نه چې ما بالینګ وکړ یو څو بالونه مې سوینګ لپاره بیا هم خپل کوشش وکړو خو هغومره سوینګ شی سپورټ نه و په وکټ کې نو بس ما ځان سره ما سره همیشه دوم پلان وي نو کپتان او راشد ته مې ورته چې اوس د راوند د وکټ نه راځم او کوشش کوم چې د هارډ لین څومره زه ولم بال به سکیډیم راځي او نیم بلند هم پاتې کېږي نو همغه سیکنډ پلان ته زه لاړم په همغه کې موږ کامیاب سو
کومه وکټ مو د خوښي وکټ ولا ځکه چې تاسو وروسته راغلی د مولډر وکټ هم تاسو واخیستله
لکه څنګه چې وګورې ما لپاره هر یو وکټ سپیشل وي خو بیا څنګه د میچ او د ټیم سره کم ډیمانډ نو هغه حالات کې چې ته وکټ اخلي نو هر یو وکټ سپیشلی نو لکه څنګه چې اول کې هغه د اوپنر بیټسمن سره کم موږ باندې اٹیک کو چې هغه اول ما هغه آوټ کو هغه بهترینه وکټ او ځکه چې هغه وکټ موږ نه اخیستل نو دوی به مومنټم به هغوی خواته روانو نو هغه اوله بریک ترو هغه یې ما لپاره ډېره بهترینه او بیا چې مولډر سره کم بیټینګ کوو نو د میچ یو خوانه ټول د کنټرول کړو نو دواړه وکټ ما ډېر بهترینه وي
So the fact that changing the angle worked for you and you took 3 wickets inside the power play and that too dismantling the stumps of Mulder was one of the favorite wickets as well. Bringing you to the last question, Ratlung ke dwalo betsanga gore.
لکه څنګه چې تاسو ته معلومه ده اوس موږ دومره زیات سوچ نه کوو چې دوه لوبو به سوچ کوو کوم چې را روان می چې موږ اول ټارګټ همدغه یې خپل کوشش کوو چې سره هر رقم حالات یې هر رقم سچویشن یې هر رقم ټیم یې نو موږ له خپل طرف نه خپل 100% کوشش کوو نور رزلټ یې موږ په لاس کې نه هغه هر سره رقم راځي خو ایز ا پلیر باید هر شاپ د موږ کنټرول کې څومره دا خپل کوشش ده نو موږ هغه وساري او اپوزیشن یې خپل 100% کوشش کوو نو طبعا رزلټ به ان شاء الله ښه راځي
ډېره زیاته مننه So with the commitment to put your 100% in the game and looking at one game at a time, Fazal Haq Farooqi thinks that they will give a good tough time to the opposition.
Done?
But I had to say the thank you and then the translation. Now, Pallavi.
In the first ODI of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balance though from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Faruqi and AM Ghazenfar in the power play.
Inside edge, first blood.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Faruqi has 3. After their worst start in ODIs with 36 for 7 after 10 overs, Ian Mulder steadied the ship and scored a resolute half-century.
Brilliant bowling for Ghazenfar.
In the first ODI of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balance though from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Faruqi and AM Ghazenfar in the power play.
Inside edge, first blood.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Faruqi has 3.
And it kind of falls perfectly into his hands. That is brilliant from Afghanistan. Brilliant bowling for Ghazenfar.
After their worst start in ODIs with 36 for 7 after 10 overs, Ian Mulder steadied the ship and scored a resolute
This is a
half-century.
big innings for Ian Mulder he's had.
Before Rashid Khan and Faisal Haq Faruqi bowled them out for a paltry 106.
Doesn't miss it. Brilliant by Faruqi.
In reply, South Africa did stifle Afghanistan with Lungi Ngidi and Beyond Fortain capturing wickets early on.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's given away his wicket.
But the Afghans never failed in a chase to score below 130, and a fifth wicket partnership of 47 runs between Azmatullah Omarzai and Gulbuddin Naib saw them to a massive win with 24 overs to spare.
South Africa for the very first time in cricket.
Thank you. Well, 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 it's absolutely roasting in the middle. 36 degrees and the smallest of breezes. We're on pitch 2, so it's a new pitch, not to be mistaken for the Sheikh Zayed Highway, because it's absolutely rock hard and very, very flat. Match 2 here. Afghanistan won up in the series. And Vernon Philander, the former South African, I'm going to call you an all-rounder, Vern, because you could bat. But what about this surface? Is it looking any different to pitch 1?
Yeah, afternoon, Niall. I think if we look at the surface, there's even less grass on this particular surface. There's a couple of bare patches, which says to me that there will even be less pace on offer for the batters. For me, the word that comes to mind is conditions. As a bowler, you want to use these conditions into your favour. I think for Rookie, in the first ODI, excellent. He was looking for a bit of swing with that new ball. He didn't get any swing and then reverted to conditions, using the conditions into his favour. Again, today I will say, as a seamer, you want to bring those stumps into play. Of course, as a batsman, you want to eliminate those modes of dismissals. Those modes that I'm talking about is LBW bowled, of course. 10 out of the 14 wickets has fallen in that matter. For me, as a previous batter, I'd like to just pick your brain on how you would go about eliminating those modes of dismissal.
Well, I'm talking about facing spin bowling in the main, because the ball's not turning a great deal. We'll call a mystery spin, because Zamfar's got a lovely bit of mystery. For me, as a South African batter, I'm talking about South Africa primarily here, bat on leg stump and let the bowler have your stumps. So then you're going to say, listen, I'm not going to get bowled, I'm not going to get LBW. Or, if you're a dominant leg side player, bat on off stump. If it's straight, work it, work the ball, work the angles. And as soon as it's outside your eye line, it has to be outside the line of off stump. So you bring your sweep shots into play, whether it be on the reverse or a hard slog sweep. Someone like Aidan Markham, a very good player, the slog sweep. But all in all, we reckon pretty flat. I don't think it's going to be any different to match 1. In the power play, might be a little bit tricky, a little bit slow, a little bit low. Watch out for your pads.
One two 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. You can put it on PA. Eh? Now 15. Earlier it was 18. Okay, put it in PA. Yeah, happy.
In the first ODI of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balanced out from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Farooqi and AM Ghazanfar in the power play.
Inside edge, first blood.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Farooqi has three.
And it kind of falls perfectly into his hands. That is brilliant from Afghanistan. Brilliant bowling for Ghazanfar.
After their worst start in ODIs with 36 for 7 after 10 overs, Vian Mulder steadied the ship and scored a resolute
This is
half-century.
a big innings for Vian Mulder he's had.
Before Rashid Khan and Faisal Haq Farooqi bowled them out for a paltry 106.
Doesn't miss it. Brilliant by Farooqi.
In reply, South Africa did stifle Afghanistan with Lungi Ngidi and Beyond Fortain capturing wickets early on.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's given away his wicket.
But the Afghans never failed in a chase to score below 130, and a fifth wicket partnership of 47 runs between Azmatullah Omarzai and Gulbuddin Naib saw them to a massive win with 24 overs to spare.
South Africa for the very first time in cricket.
One.
One change, Gulbadin out.
Ready?
Ikram in.
Ready? Warm welcome to the middle. Match number 2 of this series between Afghanistan and South Africa. The men that matter. One of West Indies' finest, Richie Richardson. What a wonderful cricketer you were. Great to see you looking splendid. Temba Bavuma, you're back, you're fit, you're healthy. Great to see you. And Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain of Afghanistan. Home team, Hashmat, give it a flick.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads.
Yeah, we will bid first.
Hashmat, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim, we want to bid first. And the reason is the wicket looks good. In the daytime, when we play in Sharjah, so ball is coming nicely into the bid. So that's the reason we want to bid first. And hopefully we get more turn in the second innings.
Was there any temptation to bowl first? Because your bowlers did so well a couple of days ago up front.
Sorry, I didn't get.
Was there any temptation to bowl first because Faruqi and Gazanfar bowled so well in the first innings a couple of days ago?
I think I can give credit to their skills, the way they started and the way they bowled in that innings. And if we have a good support in the second innings in the pitch, so I hope that they do it again for me today.
A great victory. What have you said to your side to try and clinch the series?
My say was to let's win it today and take the series today, and hopefully we do that today.
What about your team? Any changes?
We have one change. Gulbadin is not playing. Ikram Ali Khail comes in.
Okay, so another wicket-keeping option if you need. All the best. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Temba, in you come, please. Your thoughts on that decision from Afghanistan? You happy enough?
Not surprised. We would have looked to bat first. Does look like a good wicket. Quite more on the drier side. So obviously probably slow down and probably turn later on. But yeah, we probably would have batted as well.
And you're feeling okay now, thankfully. You're all 100%, are you?
All good, yeah. Don't think I'd be standing here if I wasn't, but all good.
What did you see from looking from the sidelines from that first match? Areas to improve on?
I think the most obvious one would have been our batting. Obviously, I think we came stuck with the mystery spinner. You know, I think we've had conversations, come up with different plans as to how to counter it. That's probably the biggest area that we could improve on.
I thought your bowlers were superb with that new ball. Lungi Ngidi and Nondre Berger. I thought they set the tone in that second innings with the ball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the guys got it to swing, which is always nice in white ball cricket. Look, we didn't get the wickets that we would have wanted, but we were able to
In the first ODI of the three-match series between Afghanistan and South Africa in Sharjah, the Proteas won the toss and chose to bat on a slow and dry surface.
Lovely balance, though, from the southpaw.
But they were stunned by Faisal Haq Faruqi and A.M. Ghazanfar in the power play.
Inside edge, first blood.
It's the slow ball delivery again, the second one of the innings.
And now Faruqi has three.
And it kind of falls perfectly into his hands. That is brilliant from Afghanistan. Brilliant bowling for Ghazanfar.
After their worst start in ODIs with 36 for 7 after 10 overs, Vian Mulder steadied the ship and scored a resolute half-century.
This is a big innings for Vian Mulder. He's had
before Rashid Khan and Faisal Haq Faruqi bowled them out for a paltry 106.
Doesn't miss it.
brilliant by Faruqi.
In reply, South Africa did stifle Afghanistan with Lungi Ngidi and Beyond Fortain capturing wickets early on.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's given away his wicket.
But the Afghans never failed in a chase to score below 130, and a fifth-wicket partnership of 47 runs between Azmatullah Omarzai and Gulbuddin Naib saw them to a massive win with 24 overs to spare.
South Africa for the very first time in cricket.
Yes, it's time for match 2 of the Etisalat Cup, powered by Super Cola. It's the second one-day international between Afghanistan and South Africa, and we are live at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We're slap bang in the middle then of this three-match series, the first bilateral series that these two teams have ever played. Afghanistan winning and winning convincingly in the first game on Wednesday night by 6 wickets. But how will it turn out today? So we're all set to go. It's another hot day here in Sharjah, as you'd expect at this time of the year, and plenty of soul-searching required by South Africa after their defeat a couple of days ago. Bowled out for just 106. Good to see some smiling faces as they get off the bus, because there's the need for positivity today from them. I've got Sean Pollock and Ahmed Fadai alongside me. Sean, what sort of conversations would South Africa have been having, and, well, how will they counter men like that?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, Mergers? Because it's just such a short turnaround. It's less than, 36 hours before they have to be back out there. I'm got a black shirt on. I'm not in vision, but here we go. I've got a black shirt on. That was to do with the batters and their performance in the last game. I mean, that surface, yeah, it might have been tricky, might have been a bit skiddy, might have been difficult to deal with and adjust to, but there's no ways it was 106 all out. So they've got a lot of soul-searching to do. I'm sure Temba Bavuma will hopefully be back with his sickness to strengthen and bolster that batting order. I thought the bowlers were superb. I thought a lot of their first 10 overs were really good, created opportunities. Fontaine was good with his left arm spin, but it was all down to the batters, and there's not too many one-day internationals you're going to win when you post 106. So quick turnaround time, but it's actually time to do some soul searching. You've got one more game. If you don't win the next game, you basically lost the series, and that will be a huge blow for this. What you'd say is obviously an opportunity for second stringers to have a look. I mean, obviously a lot of the main guys are, but you would hope that the depth of South African cricket would be a bit more stronger than what we saw in that first game.
Ahmed Fadai, on the other side of the coin, you have to say it wasn't far off the perfect game for Afghanistan, was it?
Well, absolutely. First off, beating South Africa for the first time is a history for Afghanistan, which would open a lot of other opportunities for Afghanistan. But then looking at their performance with the ball, they were brilliant. And with the bat, I loved the intent from Gulbuddin Naib and Azmatullah Omarzai. Scoring those 47 runs in quick time is why they won the match.
Sean, you have to say South Africa played like a side that haven't played in these conditions very often, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the international schedule these days. You don't really get warm-up games, and, you know, as much as you get in the nets, you can't really adjust. But in saying that, you can't take any away from what Afghanistan did. I thought their bowling was superb. You know, Faruqi up front, he was just unbelievable in the way he targeted the stumps and adjusted his angle and was so effective, picked up the first 3 wickets to 4 and basically put South Africa onto the back foot. And then all the spinners that came on really backed him up. So it was a brilliant performance by them. And then even after they had a bit of a stutter with the bat at the start, they showed and growed and showed a lot of confidence at the back end.
Well, Ahmed's with us now, but a little earlier he was a very busy boy because he spoke to one of the heroes of the day on Wednesday for Afghanistan. That's Faisal Haq Farooqi, who picked up 4 for 35. Let's hear what he had to say.
فضل حق فاروقي پاول لوبه کې سویلي افریقا ته مو ماته ورکړه یو بل ټیسټ پلینګ نشن مو مات ک تاسو پاول یو ول ستوګونو کې 14 منډي ورکړي انګل مو بدل ک پاور پلی کې مو 3 وکټ واخیستلې او 4 وکټ سره د لوبه غوړه لوبغاړي شو څنګه وو
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم لکه څنګه چې تا ویلې نو اولم چې کله موږ وارم اپ کوم وخت چې ما بالینګ کوو نو ماته لا هغه ټیم نه اندازه کېده چې دومره به بال سوینګ کېږي نه تاویږي به نه خو بیا هم ز بولر اول باید خپل هغه اور د وکټ چې ورته وایي اخوانه بالینګ کوي ته اندازه وکړي چې په دې وکټ کې بال سره کم راځي نو له هغه طرف نه چې ما بالینګ وکړ یو څو بالونه مې سوینګ لپاره بیا هم خپل کوشش وکړو خو هغومره سوینګ شی سپورټ نه و په وکټ کې نو بس ما ځان سره ما سره همیشه دوم پلان وي نو کپتان او راشد ته مې ورته چې اوس د راوند د وکټ نه راځم او کوشش کوم چې د هارډ لین څومره زه ولم بال به سکیډیم راځي او نیم بلند هم پاتې کېږي نو همغه سیکنډ پلان ته زه لاړم په همغه کې موږ کامیاب سو
کومه وکټه مو د خوښې وکټه ولا ځکه تاسو وروسته راغلی د مولډر وکټه هم تاسو واخیستله
لکه څنګه چې وګورې ما لپاره هر یو وکټ سپیشل وي خو بیا څنګه د میچ او د ټیم سره کوم ډیمانډ نو هغه حالات کې چې ته وکټ اخلي نو هر یو وکټ سپیشلی نو لکه څنګه چې اول کې هغه د اوپنر بیټسمن سره کوم موږ باندې اٹیک کو چې هغه اول ما هغه آوټ کو هغه هم بهترینه وکټ او ځکه چې هغه وکټ موږ نه اخیستل نو دوی به مومنټم به هغوی خواته روانو نو هغه اوله بریک ترو هغه یې لپاره ډېره بهترینه او بیا چې مولډر سره کوم بیټینګ کوو نو د میچ یو خوانه ټول د کنټرول کړو نو دغه وکټ ما ډېر بهترینه وي
So the fact that changing the angle worked for you and you took 3 wickets inside the power play and that too dismantling the stumps of Mulder was one of the favorite wickets as well. Bringing you to the last question, راتلون کې دوه لوبې څنګه ګورئ
لکه څنګه چې تاسو ته معلومه ده اوس موږ دومره زیات سوچ نه کوو چې دوه لوبو به سوچ کوو کوم چې را روان می چې موږ اول ټارګټ همدغه یې خپل کوشش کوو چې سره هر رقم حالات هر رقم سچویشن هر رقم ټیم نو موږ له خپل طرف نه خپل 100% کوشش کوو نور رزلټ موږ په لاس کې نه سي غار سره کم راځي خو از ا پلیر باید هر شاپ د موږ کنټرول کې څومره د خپل کوشش ده نو موږ هغه وساري او اپوزیشن خپل 100% کوشش کوو نو طبعا رزلټ به ان شاء الله ښه راځي
So 100 international wickets there for Faisal Haq Farooqi during the course of that performance on Wednesday. And Ahmed, he's playing with such confidence at the moment, isn't he?
Well, absolutely. I think what I liked about it was he was not going too far ahead of himself, one game at a time and coming with different plans. Early on, he bowls fuller deliveries to see if there is any swing, and if there isn't, he changes the angle, comes round the wicket and tries and hit the good length, which Sean the other day was talking about, that you need to hit it consistently and bowl wicket to wicket is what gave him the wickets that got him the Man of the Match award.
And Sean, that angle, particularly from round the wicket, that was the thing that really foxed the South African batters, wasn't it?
Yeah, as I'm saying, adaptability was the key. When he started off, he bowled a few full deliveries which were whacked away. But then on the change of the angle, he's not the tallest individual, and these are kind of the perfect surfaces for him. So when he comes wide on the crease, you can have a look out on that angle targeting the stumps. It allowed the batters for South Africa not really to get into the greatest of positions and just skid it on and kind of tuck them up. So it was a where he bowls, maybe the slower ball comes from a touch closer, but on that angle, bit surprised some of the South Africans just didn't waltz across and get outside off stump, because that kind of takes away the stumps and the LBW, and they can look to plan from there. So watch for that. That might be a tactic they use today.
Well, it was outstanding bowling by Faisal Haq Farooqi there, but he's going to have a different pitch to contend with today. It's a new surface, I gather, and well, we'll find out a little bit more now on those 22 yards by going out to the middle and joining Niall O'Brien, and with him is Vernon Philander.
Well, 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 it's absolutely roasting in the middle. 36 degrees and the smallest of breezes. We're on pitch 2, so it's a new pitch. Not to be mistaken for the Sheikh Zayed Highway, because it's absolutely rock hard and very, very flat. Match 2 here. Afghanistan won up in the series. And Vernon Philander, the former South African, I'm going to call you an all-rounder, Vern, because you could bat. But what about this surface? Is it looking any different to pitch 1?
Yeah, afternoon, Niall. I think if we look at the surface, there's even less grass on this particular surface. There's a couple of bare patches, which says to me that there will even be less pace on offer for the batters. For me, the word that comes to mind is conditions. As a bowler, you want to use these conditions into your favour. I think Faruqi in the first ODI, excellent. He was looking for a bit of swing with that new ball. He didn't get any swing and then reverted to conditions, using the conditions into his favour. Again, today I will say, as a seamer, you want to bring those stumps into play. Of course, as a batsman, you want to eliminate those modes of this missiles, those modes that I'm talking about, LBW bold, of course. 10 out of the 14 wickets has fallen in that manner. For me, as a previous batter, I'd like to...
We're talking about facey spin bowling in the main because the ball's not turning a great deal. We'll call a mystery spin because Zamfar's got a lovely bit of mystery. For me, as a South African batter, I'm talking about South Africa primarily here, bat on leg stump and let the bowler have your stumps. So then you're going to say, listen, I'm not going to get bowled, I'm not going to get LBW. Or if you're a dominant leg side player, bat on off stump. If it's straight, work it, work the ball, work the angles. And as soon as it's outside your eye line, it has to be outside the line of off stump. So you bring your sweep shots into play, whether it be on the reverse or a hard slog sweep. Someone like Aidan Markham, a very good player of the slog sweep. But all in all, we reckon pretty flat. I don't think it's going to be any different to match one. In the power play, might be a little bit tricky, a little bit slow, a little bit low. Watch out for your pads.
We'll get ready now to go back out to the middle. Niall O'Brien, a very busy boy himself. He's out there with the two captains. We recorded this a little bit earlier at the toss with the two captains in attendance.
Warm welcome to the middle. Match number 2 of this series between Afghanistan and South Africa. The men that matter. One of West Indies' finest, Richie Richardson. What a wonderful cricketer you were. Great to see you looking splendid. Temba Bavuma, you're back, you're fit, you're healthy. Great to see you. And Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain of Afghanistan. Home team, Hashmat, give it a flick.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads.
Yeah, we will bid first.
Hashmat, you've won the toss. Stay there for a second. What are you going to do and why?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, we want to bat first. And the reason is the wicket looks good. In the daytime, when we play in Sharjah, so ball is coming nicely into the bit. So that's the reason we want to bat first. And hopefully we get more turn in the second innings.
Was there any temptation to bowl first? Because your bowlers did so well a couple of days ago up front.
Sorry, I didn't get.
Was there any temptation to bowl first because Faruqi and Gazanfar bowled so well in the first innings a couple of days ago?
I think I can give credit to their skills, the way they started and the way they bowled in that innings. And if we have a good support in the second innings in the pitch, so I hope that they do it again for me today.
A great victory. What have you said to your side to try and clinch the series?
My say was to let's win it today and take the series today, and hopefully we do that today.
What about your team? Any changes?
We have one change. Gulbadin is not playing. Ikram Ali Khail comes in.
Okay, so another wicket-keeping option if you need. All the best. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Temba, in you come, please. Your thoughts on that decision from Afghanistan? You happy enough?
Not surprised. We would have looked to bat first. Does look like a good wicket. Quite more on the drier side. So obviously probably slow down and probably turn later on. But yeah, you probably would have batted as well.
And you're feeling okay now, thankfully. You're all 100%, are you?
All good, yeah. Don't think I'd be standing here if I wasn't, but all good.
What did you see from looking from the sidelines from that first match? Areas to improve on?
I think the most obvious one would have been our batting. Obviously, I think we came stuck with the mystery spinner. You know, I think we've had conversations, come up with different plans as to how to counter it. That's probably the biggest area that we could improve on.
I thought your bowlers were superb with that new ball. Lungi Ngidi and Nondre Berger. I thought they set the tone in that second innings with the ball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the guys got it to swing, which is always nice in white ball cricket. Look, we didn't get the wickets that we would have wanted, but we were able to keep it nice and calm. They didn't really get away from us in the power play. So I think more of that today. Whether it swings here during the day, we'll have to see. But it's just building on that bowling performance.
You're back. Any other changes?
It's myself as well as Ngaba Peter, debutant, leg spinner in, Andile Peshukwai as well as Jason Smith. They miss out.
All the best. Good to see you, Timber. Good to see you. Okay, news to the middle. Hashmatullah Shahidi wins the toss. No hesitation. Batting first.
So let's have a look at the two teams. Afghanistan deciding to bat first, and Ahmed, just the one change for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, fortifying the batting with 5 specialist batters now, with Ikram Ali Khail in, and the cheeky fielder, Gulbadin Nai, because of, I think, the strain he was having is left out. It looks to be a very balanced side. Ghazanfar and Farooqi doing things with the ball alongside Kharote and Rashid Khan. And top of the order, Gurbaz has to score runs, and Rahmat Shah and Ashmatullah are dependable for sure.
Well, Gurbaz playing as a specialist batter today, and it's Rashid Khan's birthday as well. The birthday boy will be looking to make the most of that particular celebration. But Gurbaz playing as a specialist batter, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it will give him some rest, and Ikram Ali Khail coming in as a wicketkeeper always give an extra time for Gurbaz to be able to relax and concentrate more on his batting. Because sometimes you think that he gets burned out behind the wickets, shouting the entire time, sort of seems to be a little bit short on energy.
Well, that's the Afghanistan side, but what about the South African lineup? A couple of changes here, I think, Sean.
Yeah, Tim Bavuma, good news is the captain is well again, and he gets himself back into the squad. He'll come in at number 3, so Markham will slide down. Jason Smith, who only got his opportunity because of the sickness of Temba, is out of the squad. And then, no surprise, Ngaba Peter is coming into the side. He's an exciting leg spinner. He's played quite a few T20s and I think an odd one international for South Africa so far. So he'll be looking to enjoy himself on the surface. But I'm not too concerned about the bowlers. I think it gives a good balance to the middle overs there with having Ngaba Peter in, because I don't think the likes of your Mulder, your Petliquires and your Jason Smiths were going to be that effective on that kind of pitch. So I think the spinner definitely a better option in the middle. But the top 6 are going to have to rethink about everything. They're going to have to come up with good game plans. And obviously it'll be down to what they have to chase. But I think they've had a relook, and they've got a better understanding about what's required, and I would expect a better performance from them. There you go, King Rashid Khan. Happy birthday.
Well, Rashid Khan's birthday. Let's see if he can celebrate in style. Just wondering, Sean, hearing at the toss there from Temba Bavuma, talking about conversations and plans. Shouldn't those sorts of conversations have been happening before the first game?
You would think so, and you would think with the video analysis that's done these days that everyone would have an understanding. But I suppose it's the nature of the beast is you can watch as many videos and practice as much as you can and think about it. It's until you're in the cauldron of battle and you're actually faced with a dilemma as to how you deal with it. And for example, Jason Smith looked like, hey, hold on, this is definitely something new, maybe a slightly higher level than what I'm used to. But for those experienced guys, I think particularly to Farooqi, they'll be disappointed. And as I said, let's watch for the game plan of maybe shuffling just outside the off stump.
A couple of quick predictions from you. Ahmed, first of all.
Well, I think with fortifying the batting, 270 plus for Afghanistan on the card, hopefully. And then they'll be very confident to come down and try and defend it, because average score is about 230, 225 here on this wicket.
I think Afghanistan have been brilliant as of late. They've got massive confidence. They've put in a brilliant performance. The next step for them, can you back it up day in and day out and go on to win a series? I think South Africa will be much better. I think it's going to be a good game.
Well, that's the thoughts from down here pitch side. Let's now go up to the commentary box and join our first commentators, Niall O'Brien and Vernon Philander.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, game 2 here in Sharjah, the Etisalat Cup, powered by Super Cola. Afghanistan 1 up after that historic victory a couple of when opening up Riaz Hassan early in his career. And Ramul Gurbaz, he's only 22, but it seems like he's been around a long, long time. Good numbers. We spoke a couple of days ago about the conversion rates. 500s, 650s. I thought Lungi Ngidi, Vernon Fernandez alongside me, bowled nicely with that new ball a couple of nights ago. Will it behave the same in the afternoon?
Yeah, afternoon now. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Yeah, he has been impressive in that first spell. He bowled 4 overs, 1 for 6. Those were his numbers in the first ODI. What I really enjoyed about him was the way he sent the tone with good intent. A couple of seconds to go. And we are off. Yes, there we go.
Well, umpires today, Ahmad Shah Pakteen and Ahmad Shah Durrani, 2 Afghans. And the third umpire, Langton Lusere from Zimbabwe. So they are officials today. We The pleasure of chatting to Richie Richardson this afternoon, one of my favourite players. I said to Richie, I was watching you bat today on my laptop. And he said, what? Game test match at the Wacker when he was batting in his wide brim floppy hat and he was just smashing the Aussies all over the Wacker. Anyway, here we go. Gurbazu got a duck against Lungi Ngidi a couple of days ago, caught down a deep third, 2 slips in play. Straight away, inside edge. Straight away, Werner Philander. Gurbaz is down the pitch.
Yeah, and you just get a sense that South Africa would have learned from that first ODI. A couple of nights ago, you'd have seen Lungi Ngidi trying to take the ball away from the right-hander. Straight away, he's trying to nip this back at Gurbaz. Yeah, a couple of seconds for a review from Temba Bavuma. They decided against it. But yeah, just the angle. You can see intensely trying to nip this back. Perhaps just outside the line.
I think a big edge. I think a big inside edge on that as well. We'll have another look at that. I think inside edge. You thought outside the line.
Hey, I'm always going to take the side of the bowler here now. Have another look. Yeah, nothing wrong with your ears.
And my eyes. I tell you what, if I'm missing that, watching on the monitor, might as well hang them up. Good start here from Ngidi. Good length. I thought Gurbaz was a little reckless in the first game. A couple of dot balls and there was a bit of a rash shot, caught deep third. He's up and about already today, Gurbaz.
Yeah, there's a little... statistician said that when Gurbaz is in the field first time round and having to bat second innings, he's not that successful with bat in hand. So perhaps the reason why Afghanistan also decided to bat first, because they want to afford that man the bulk of the time at the wicket. See, his concentration very hard today. You want to give himself a chance of getting in. He's an explosive player. He's an exciting player to watch. You want to give yourself just an opportunity.
It's a good point you make, Vern, because in the first ODI, South Africa had a shocker. 36 for 7, and Afghanistan were 22 for 2. This is our umpire today, Ahmad Shah Pakteen, 39th ODI, experienced, been around a long time now. Ahmad Shah Pakteen was officiating when I was playing, and Ahmad Shah Durrani at square leg. Langton Useri is up in the hot seat, third umpire. Oh, the great man, Richie Richardson. One of my favourites. I hope you're listening. Got the volume down. Don't blame him.
Yeah, and what an exciting era when he was playing. Great West Indies team. Just over in the West Indies a couple of weeks ago, bumping into the great Brian Lara. Tell you what, they used to set the world scene alight.
Did you go to his house for a party? Normally quite lively.
Nope.
Riaz Hassan opening up. He's more watchful, generally more cautious a batter. First ODI, Lungi Ngidi only bowled 4 overs, but I thought he bowled nicely. Operated at decent pace and got shape on the ball.
Yeah, what really impressed me is the line. You can see those lines of deliveries. There has been a natural bit of assistance in the surface. He has really been impressive with that new ball in hand. Bowled with good pace as well.
Sliding down leg. Kyle Verreynne does well. Tidies up. Be a leg by, I think. A bit of exercise for umpire Pakteen. First over, done and dusted. Afghanistan 2 without loss. couple of changes for South Africa. Temba Bavuma, who's back, he was ill, missed the first game, and Naba Peter, the leg spinner, very excited commentary box to watch this youngster. Ikram Ali Keel is going to keep wicket for Afghanistan. Gulbuddin Naib is out. That's a loss. He's an excellent cricketer. Gulbuddin was there 2 days ago. Hit the winning runs. Nondre Berger. Aggressive, got good pace. Mentioned Vern the power play a couple of days ago. 36 for 7 South Africa. Shocker. Absolutely, you know. Rip up the paperwork. Afghanistan were 22 for 2. I'll take you back to a series between Afghanistan and Ireland in March. Afghanistan 37 without loss and 61 without loss. Ireland 34 for 2 and 36 for 1. So that to me says, apart from the 61 without loss, maybe the power play is not the easiest time to bat, and you must just show a little bit more respect against the new ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think also you have to take conditions into, or factor in conditions. It's not the easiest surface to start out on. Yeah, you want the ball to be pitched up to you. And also from a South African point of view, Nondre Berger, I hope he'd have learned a great deal by just watching Faruqi the other night. He was looking for a bit of swing initially, but then changed his angle of attack to bring those stumps into play. But just back to your point on those scores, average scores in the power play, I don't foresee it being really high, just looking at what conditions are offering up here. Perhaps also surprised that South Africa hasn't gone with Bjorn Fortuin, the left-arm spinner. He enjoys bowling with that new ball. It's perhaps a bowler that will bring those LBW bold modes of dismissals into play.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a topic of conversation. Do we go with maybe a finger spin, skidding the ball onto that pad or onto the stumps? Certainly an option. We've got a bit of a delay. I never quite understand why there's delays. We're in the second over of the game. Ground staff and people have been at the stadium probably for 4 or 5 hours, and the screens aren't quite right. That is one of the biggest screens. If that is the issue, seems a little bit OTT for me.
Behind the bowler hand is wide. I don't know what is that.
Shouldn't be looking at it. Shouldn't be looking. Just that little bit of white there, Vern. I think that as a batter, you're battling. If that's putting you off, you're battling.
Yeah, now I think these guys are too focused in the modern day. Tell you, my generation, or perhaps a generation before that, you could have left the whole bulk of white behind there and guys that have got on with business. Oh no, you might need a 5-litre Dulux for that.
You get the paintbrush out. Come on. Umpire packed in. What's your DIY skills like? Well, you work in house renovation, don't you, back in South Africa? You own half of Cape Town. You get down there, mend that.
Yeah, that's the last place you'll find me with a paintbrush. Oh, they've done excellently well there. I think you might have to go a little bit further left. That might just play in his eyeline as well.
Hopefully that satisfies Gurbaz. Never ideal. As a batter, your concentration, your momentum, just broken somewhat. Now Nondre Berger, can you swing one back here and prey on the defence of Gurbaz? Good pace, 141 Ks. Nondre Berger's been around a while now, Vern. He's shot on the scene a couple of years ago, bowled good pace, good aggression, got himself to the IPL. But what do you like about Nondre Berger?
Yeah, I think the one thing that I really enjoy about him is his aggression. I think from time to time he has gone away from that big hooping in swinger and almost gone into that safety zone. You can see all those blue dots, perhaps just missing the stumps. This is a kind of surface that you want to bring those stumps into play. But he always has that aggression about him, and that's something that I really enjoy about him. As we just have another look at this surface, you can see all the grass has been taken off. So I do feel from a seamer's perspective, you have to bring these conditions into play. I think they will be variable bounds from time to time. Just bring those stumps into play. That's what that surface is crying out.
Down the surface. I think it was off the thigh pad. Yes, it was. But once again, noticeable that Ramanullah Gurbaz is down the pitch and actually this time getting outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, what I really enjoy about him is he's trying to set Nandre Berger off his length. When we talk about eliminating modes of dismissal, that is one way of dragging the bowler shorter. Yeah, he's early in line. You can see he's trying to hoop it back at the right-hander. But this is brilliant from Gurbaz.
Hanging deep now. Hanging deep in the crease. Good finish from Berger. 140 kilometres an hour. Dead loss. One change for Afghanistan. Ikram Ali Keel, who's an excellent wicketkeeper. You haven't seen much of him. He's a lovely gloveman. A little bit of shape. Just a little bit there for Lungi Ngidi.
Yeah, he has been brilliant, especially in the first ODI. Just controlling that line in length. You see, right-hander intensely getting across outside the line of off stump. That is also to try and take that LBW mode out of play. Yeah, an excellent single. We're talking about conditions and we're talking about lengths that will make you effective on a particular surface. Now I just want to take you guys through a little bit of what Afghanistan seamers has done on this particular surface. Average seamers length in match one, there you can see it, it's a meter difference. Afghanistan seamers just got the ball up there and brought the stumps into play. We have feel South Africa from time to time is a touch on the short side, and perhaps the ball just going over the top of the stumps.
Down the pitch, taking LBW out of play. But on that graphic, Vern, the bowler type comes into play surely, because Ngidi, Berger, taller than a Faruqi, for example. So how easy or how difficult is it for Berger and Ngidi to bowl that fuller length?
Yeah, I think that's one thing that your more successful bowlers has been able, the ability to try and find that length that will hit the top of the stumps. Just have another look at Lungi Ngidi trying to angle us back in at Gurbaz. He's down the track again. He's just hitting him under the kneecap. That can be a painful spot to be hit from time to time. You can see, yeah, straight away.
Someone like yourself, Vern, it wouldn't be as tall as an Ngidi or a Nandre Berger, just from looking at the three of you guys up close and personal. Easier for you to go fuller, more natural. The issue, I guess, when you're Lungi Ngidi or Berger, if you try and go fuller, you get floaty.
Yeah, that is what you want to try and keep, is the velocity behind the ball in going still full. And that's why I always preach to bowlers to try and, when you do and when you bowl your natural or your natural stock ball, to try and bring those off stumps or the stumps into play just naturally. I think very often in the modern day T20 cricket has almost forced bowlers to go into a safety zone where they take the stumps out of play completely. I'm a big fan, when you have a new ball in hand, if it's swinging, utilize it. You're only going to have the ball swinging for 4 or 5 overs maximum anyway. Yeah, he's had his troubles against Lungi Ngidi, the first ODI. It's the charge again, but on this occasion, Lungi Ngidi trying to take it away from Ramanullah Gurbaz. Thick outside edge. It's flown down to third man. You can see he's trying to upset Lungingidi in terms of his length. Yeah, disappointment. And today, he got one on the pad again, charging.
Well, as a former fast bowler yourself, put your coaching hat on now as well, because you've coached around the world as well. If you see a Lungingidi all of a sudden bowl a little bit fuller, or a Nandra Berger, or any bowler for that matter who's tall and bowls a little bit full, a little bit in inverted commas into cliche floaty, and you get driven, you get pumped. What are you saying as a coach on the sidelines?
Yeah, I'm a massive fan. I'm always going to encourage bowlers to go their touch full, especially with the new ball, but you still want to have that velocity, that intensity that I'm talking about. Of course, if you're going to go up there looking for swing and it's going to become floaty, I will be shouting from the sidelines to, for you to up your intensity. But if you're going to be bowling it at full tilt, full intensity, and you get driven, hey, that's one area that I won't mind you being scored off.
Lungingidi has started nicely again here. Well, we've been on air nearly 20 minutes and they've had 15 balls. Reckless. I called it reckless 2 nights ago, and he's a better player than that. Rahmanullah Gurbaz is better when he's reacting to the ball that comes down, because he has every shot in the book. At the moment, he's looking like he's just being so carefree that he's going to just gift South Africa a wicket.
Yeah, from a South African point of view, you don't mind seeing him playing in this fashion. You almost want him to keep playing in this fashion, because you will offer up an opportunity, like you've just alluded to. Make mention of the fact he is a much better player. Give yourself a bit more time. The new ball is what you want to get through in ODI cricket. Almost get the sense that he's almost in T20 mode. And it's very often the difficulty when players have to make that adjustment from T20 cricket to 50 over. 50 over is still a very, very long time, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I've no issue with the intent from Gurbaz, because he's an attacking player. You don't want him to go out and be in his shell, but scenarios and situations and surfaces must come into your planning and preparation, and then your execution. Not playing on an absolute belting track that's going to slide on beautifully. Followed from Riaz Hassan. Excellent from Ngidi. 3 overs done, 9 without loss. Second ODI brought to you by Firebird Production for the ACB. All the staff doing a wonderful job behind the scenes and up top. It's hot. Great work as always, gents. Tucked leg side, just be a single. Tell you what, it's not easy up there in the heat behind the camera. Birthday boy, Kumar. Yes, how did you celebrate? You look a bit tired. Your eyes look a bit tired. Did you have a late night? Rashid Khan, 2 26-year-olds today. Great work, everyone. Good crowd in. Friday Arvo. Good aggression, don't mind that. The odd short one I don't mind, Vern, then the next one is so important.
Yeah, it's always the follow-up delivery that's important. I'm still surprised to see Nandra Berger operating over the wicket. I'd have expected him to come around the wicket by now. He loves using his aggression, and absolutely nothing wrong with that. Especially when you play on a placid surface where batsmen would look to get onto the front foot early.
deep in the crease. Riaz Hassan that time was hanging back. Quite interesting. Previous ball was a bouncer at 141 kilometres an hour, and that ball stayed deep in his crease. So something for South Africa to keep an eye on.
Yeah, just again, this one angling across the right-hander, but there's width on offer. It's leaving the right-hander. Yes, it has been hit airborne, but I just think from a tactical aspect for South Africa, they want to change it up a bit. You have to go and visit what had worked in ODI 1 and implement it as quickly as possible. You don't want these batters to get set and then you've got another headache at hand.
Well, in 10-day night games before the first ODI, the average was 233. So somehow as a batting unit, yesterday in your team meeting and this morning in your preparation, you have to think, how do we get to 233? How do we get to an average score, especially Afghanistan, even a below average score for Afghanistan batting first with their plethora of spin bowlers and the likes of Fazal Haq Faruqi. A 200 might be a par score for them with their bowling attack. So how do you get to that magical 200, 210, 220 figure? Power play might be, listen guys, damage limitation, 30 without loss as a result. Chance. After himself, Temba Bavuma, who's electric normally. Used to seeing him around that backward point region, but now captaining, positioning himself mid-off, direct hit. Would have been tight.
Yeah, he's the one fielder that you want to try and avoid taking quick singles to. Tell you what, had he hit, I reckon he's been gone. Oh, that is ever so close. He thought he might have been okay.
Great dive. Something that goes unnoticed. The dive from Gurbaz. The desperation to preserve his wicket. And that's what pace does. The foot movement wasn't as precise as it needed to be for Hassan, but he gets a couple through backward point. 4 overs done, 14 without loss.
So far, so good for Afghanistan after they won the toss and decided to bat. It's the one change for them today with Ikram Ali Kale. You can see him there at number 5, coming into the side, replacing Gulbuddin Naib. Sean Pollock alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Sean. And Ramanullah Gurbaz has been happy to use his feet so far.
Yeah, it hasn't been anything reckless from them, but I think he's just trying to adjust and trying to make the faster bowlers of the South African side adjust their lengths. It's a flattish surface. I don't think he's going to be too bothered by a quick short pitch delivery, and saying that we might see one just around the corner, but it is low enough that he's kind of backing on the fact that if it's banged in, it has to really be banged in short, and he's going to try and use his feet to try and create a bit of impetus, try and get something through the infield, and doing it effectively so far. And even better with this one. Wow, this is all the way. This is beautifully struck.
Funny thing is, I'm not convinced he got that off the middle of the bat. Goodness me, it's gone a long way down the ground, and don't they enjoy it?
Yeah, it looked really good. It's one of those elegant shots, and it's gone nicely airborne. It just kind of gets outside the leg stump, almost intimates like he's going to get outside the off stump, look at his leg side, and then gives himself a little bit of room. Bottom of the bat, I think. That's why it didn't maybe go as far, but it's got over the line. It's a maximum.
Let's just read the scorebook. It says 6. course, he's operating with a blank bat today. More shots like that will get the bat manufacturers excited, the sponsors.
Trying to blank out the South African bowling lineup. But surprised South Africa holding onto the second slip. I might see that change in the near future because Lungi's now decided to go for the cutters and the deliveries that nip back. And actually, as I look now, I see that there has been the second slip has been removed and short mid-wicket, and I think that's a good idea. I don't think he's going to be offering up any width. He's not really looking for that outside edge. If it kind of comes, well, that's a bit of a bonus, but I think the line is going to be straighter. I think he's going to try and roll his fingers across it, which he does brilliantly, particularly at the back end of an innings. And I think the South Africans now believe that maybe trying to nick the batters off at this stage of the innings is need to come up with plan B.
Good half stop by Bavuma, but Ramanala Gurbas got so much on that, he really timed it beautifully, that despite a substantial hand there by the captain, it still went for 4.
Yeah, this is quality from Gurbas in this over. One wonderful shot up and over the top, and an exquisite cover drive. Placement was really good. Looks like he wanted to kind of almost come down the wicket to touch it as well. Yeah, but Bavuma did brilliantly to dive and get a hand on it, but could only parry it and continue to send it towards the boundary. Seems like the outfield's a little bit quicker today as well. Yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, so quite a few balls pull up short of the boundary cushion, but looks like it's a sped up a touch.
Very important to be sharp in the ring there. That's exactly what South Africa were on that occasion. Ian Fortuin coming in from point. 4 fielders in the circle on the offside, saving 1. Again, a lack of pace there from Ngidi. Little cutter from him. End of the over, an expensive over, 10 from it. Afghanistan 24 without loss. The 24 without loss, Afghanistan, they won the toss, decided to bat. It's been all seam so far from South Africa. 3 overs for Ngidi and 2 for Berger. Berger to continue now from the Sharjah club end. Slip and a floating slip, a sort of gully in position. Just wonder, Sean, talked about plan B in that last over, whether there was any consideration given to opening the bowling with a spinner, because obviously Afghanistan did it so successfully a couple of days ago.
Yeah, they were brilliant with that tactic, and Fontaine would have been the one that would do it, and they didn't do it in the first game because they want to kind of hold him a little bit for the middle overs. They only had the 1 spinner, but this time around they've got Ngaba Peter in as an extra spinning option, so they've got some more spin options in the middle over, so maybe it might be not long before they introduce him. Maybe the next over. He's very adept at doing it. He does it a lot in T20s and provincially. That's beautifully played. Banged in short. Berger looks at the surface. He wanted to get it nice and short and high up, but nowhere near the height he was after. Just came through just below chest high, and Gurbas was onto it in a flash.
As that ball died in the surface.
This is the surface, is what they used to look like more than, I mean, if you have a look at the surface alongside, it's got a bit more of a grass cover. But this is what I remember from Sharjah when we played. It was almost that white look. There was barely a blade of grass in it. It was very dry. And there's Berger looking and saying, "Ah, really? Are you as dead as a pancake? Is there nothing there for me?"
As that was the face of a bowler who's not very happy. Half stop by Fortain. Oh, that's terrific running. That really is. That's brilliance from these two. The ball only just got outside the 30-yard circle, and in fact, in the end, Fortain's half stop has cost South Africa a run.
It was really initiated by Gurbaz. You can see he's keen. He charges off. That's the misfield. He wasn't really overly convinced, but then ended up listening, and that's often an important thing to do as a person who's running to the non-danger end. Don't overthink it. If your batter who's coming back to the danger end thinks he can get there, then you got to kind of just go with the flow.
Short again, and 4 more. Well, if Andre Berger didn't realise after the first short delivery that he won't get a lot out of the surface by banging it in halfway down like that, he's certainly learned from that second time.
I personally would have given him some protection on the square leg boundary. I very much doubt with the pace of the surface that you're going to get the top edge that goes all the way down to fine leg. You might actually miss out and mistime it and hit it in the air and get caught at square leg or just behind square leg. But he's played that with aplomb again. That was a better length delivery. And as we talk about that, they have actually changed the field. So no slip in place. Started off with a slip in the gully. They're both gone. And square leg is back on the fence. What you can also do is you can kind of set that delivery up. So you don't go for the short pitch delivery. You say to the captain, can we change the field? Can you put square leg back? And then Gurbaz looks there and thinks, oh, okay, what's the plan here? Or is he going to try and shape it in? Or is he going to try and bounce me again? And then you've got him thinking along those lines. Whereas with the field that was set, Gurbaz was thinking, if he does bang it in short, I'm taking it on because I'm going to get it in front of square and I'm going to pick up a boundary.
The only catcher now in position is at short extra cover. Another profitable over for Afghanistan. 11 runs from it, 35 without loss. Last 2 overs have been very profitable ones for Afghanistan. That last over cost 11, the one before that cost 10.
Yeah, the challenge for the faster bowlers is you now have to think out of the box. So as South Africans, you often just rock up to the Wanderers or Durban or Cape Town. And the kind of plan is, if I hit my areas, I can maybe nick him off. I'll keep a slip in place and I'll use the newer ball to my advantage, probably get some swing through the air. It's when you come to these different conditions, you can say, okay, now, what is my plan going to be? Plan A, let me see if I can get some shape. Let me see if I can nick them off. But if it's flat, can I be inventive with my field positions? Can I be inventive with the variations, the different points of attack?
Thinking about a review, are they, South Africa?
I think the problem was Carl Verreynne. They often turn to the wicketkeeper and ask him for his insight. But if you have a look at the replay, he was charging down the leg side. So he would have done well to stop and say, actually, yes, Skip, let's have a look and see.
This is the 251st one-day international here at Sharjah. Previous one brought up that milestone of 250. And this was a ceremony that took place on Wednesday evening with the great and the good of UAE and Sharjah Cricket.
Didn't get my piece of the cake, did you?
No, well, originally the ceremony was going to take place out on the ground, but I think they realised that at this time of the year, basically it would have been liquid cake by the by the time they'd cut it. So quite sensibly, they went to the hospitality room to do it.
I don't think an ice cream cake would have gone down too well either. That might have melted. Got away with 2 deliveries there, hasn't he? I mean, he's offered up a little bit of width. A little bit surprised after that first delivery that Lungi hasn't set a straighter field. But here's the appeal. Have a look at Kyle Verreynne. You can see how quickly he's launching himself down the leg side, and that's why Lungi, when he turned around, didn't get much support. He was like, what do you think? Kyle Verreynne says, no, left hand comes out, going well down the leg side. You're not getting my vote of approval. But I think that's the field he should have. Lungi's very good on that angle. I think he should take the man from short cover, drift him across to short mid-wicket, or even the first slip out, and look to target the stumps. And then if he ties them up for 2 or 3 deliveries, give him protection at square leg, then they might try and run at him. And then Hussain, who's been put under pressure, 6 or 14.
Well, it's almost as though we've been broken records actually here since before the first ball was bowled on Wednesday, but Vernon Philander and Niall O'Brien, when they were out doing the pitch report before that first game, first thing they said was, what you've got to do on this surface, run up and bowl wicket to wicket.
I think you've also got to understand the batting partnership. So Gurbaaz has been using his feet. He's been the one to be looking to be aggressive. Now that you've got Hussain on strike, you want to make sure you give him nothing. Really just try and squeeze him and see if you can lure him into something inventive or aggressive. And maybe that's how you can get your first wicket in the breakthrough. Maybe talk about the fact that he's putting pressure on the Gurbaaz. And is he going to play a shot or 2 or play his part?
That's superbly fielded by Fortain at backward point. Goodness me, he saved 4 there.
Yeah, that was brilliant by Fortain. We've seen in this over, there was 2 deliveries that went straight to him, were really nasty timed by Hussain, but he didn't pick up anything forward. This one was heading through and just a fingertip. And Stubbs almost got it onto the stumps quickly enough to execute a run out there. So that's quality from the South Africans. Definitely another thing as a fast bowler in these conditions, you're hoping, all hopes that your fielders pull off a few of those kind of saves, as it can be a difficult day. Change of field. They have got that slip out to Gurbaaz, and I would expect the line to be very straight here from Lungi.
Takes the pace off as well. Good cricket from Gurbaaz. Picking up the single, he'll keep the strike. 37 without loss. End of the week here in the UAE, and the Afghanistan fans arriving in good numbers. Well, we were wondering when this was going to happen, and it's happening now. The 8th over, and beyond 14, who bowled beautifully actually in Wednesday's match. He was one of the few plus points for South Africa when he picked up a couple of wickets. He's into the attack from the Sharjah club end.
South Africa's just been given their first warning for taking too much time to start the over. And that can often happen, you know, you're talking about changing the game plan. So the spinner comes on, he wants 2 or 3 deliveries just to get his fingers loose and get himself fired up and underway. And the umpire says, no, that's the first warning. You've taken too long, you need to be quicker between the overs. So the field, you'll see, you can see where the pitch is situated. We just one strip from the end So with the two right-handers at the crease, Fortain is going to operate with the bigger boundary to the leg side. They're obviously going to try and bowl nice and straight, and if they want to hit him to the big side, they're going to say, be my guest.
Good work from Peter coming in. That short mid-wicket there. And when he'll be into the attack, the young leg spinner.
I think with the relative inexperience that he's got, that maybe given the protection of the field change after the power play.
He's beaten on this occasion. No, that's a nicely timed shot out towards mid-wicket. Noticing there's quite a bit of tape on Peter's fingers there. Dean Jones was batting. I'm sure he'd be insisting on the bowler taking that tape off as and when he comes into the attack.
He's got to also understand as a leg spinner which fingers you use. I think on his right hand, it looks like the tape's on his little pinky finger, so you'll probably get away with that. In fact, he's got it. Got on a couple, but he's maybe just got one of those sleeves that you kind of slide on and then you can take off while you're bowling for your 6 deliveries.
Oh, yes.
Terrific over that from Fortain. 39 without loss.
Afghanistan off to a solid start, winning the toss and batting first. The running within the wicket has been good. Nicely stroked. A delightful stroke from the blade of Riaz Hassan. In the commentary box, and Devinder with me is Farid Fidai.
The crowd adds another buzz to the game on a Friday here in UAE, Sharjah. The crowd is storming in, and what a classic shot that was on the back foot punch. Riaz Hassan usually takes his time, and once he sets in, he always eyes a half century. This has already been a very good partnership. 43 now inside 9 overs.
Nicely worked through the onside for a single. He's a solid batter. Gurbaz has been outstanding today once again, coming with a bit of intent, good shot selection as well, some attacking strokes to put the pressure back on the bowlers. These are different conditions from what they experienced in the first game.
Yeah, they are playing on a different wicket today. Rahmanullah Gurbaz in particular, he's actually scored runs off the balls that he's got into his slot, and that's the reason why you see 27 to his name. He's still out in the middle. He scored runs off the scoreable ball. See, that's what the coaches tell you. You get a ball into your arc. If that is the first ball you're facing, if that is the 10th ball you're facing, no matter what, you go for runs. And the other highlight of their batting's been, particularly for Rahmanullah Gurbaz, running between the wicket and then cashing out every time he got a ball into his arc. So this has really, really been turning out to be a good partnership for Afghanistan.
The success of Afghanistan cricket has been built around driving it down the ground, deflection of the stumps at the non-striker end. Should be back for 2. Bit of hesitation between the two batters. Throw towards the keeper's end. 2 runs taken eventually. Bat so well in the first innings. Historically, Gurbaz.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gurbaz is not only going to push for quick runs and two, but then also looking at the first and the second innings. When he comes to bat first, he usually scores more freely. Averages above 50, and he's got 500s with the best of 151, which dramatically changes when he comes to bat second.
Looking to attack the stumps, looking to create the angle. This has been a terrific start for Afghanistan, winning the first game quite convincingly. Bit of relief for the coaches as well when the players start executing their game plans well, especially when it comes to running between the wicket. That's the area, that's where Afghanistan improved drastically in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's spot on. And talking about winning the first game for the first time, beating South Africa, yet another test playing nation. Slow one. Saw him coming down the track. Good bowling. Berger's been bowling brilliantly. Even in the first match, he bowled really well. We'll come back to that. End of the over number 9, 46 without loss.
Afghanistan captain Hasmatullah Shahidi winning the toss and deciding to bat first, 46 without loss after 9 overs. They've been able to assess the conditions well and have found the right tempo to score on this wicket so far from the opening combination of Afghanistan. Gurbaz is on to 29 of 36. Riaz Hassan has taken 18 deliveries. Nicely bowled. Good pace as well, 90 km/h.
Yeah, and I'll just bring back to my point, Devinder. We talked about Afghanistan winning the first match against South Africa. Now that has given them the confidence. With the skill and confidence, it's unconquered army. Nothing can stop you. You see the intent here. They've really come to mean business and win this match to seal the series.
Coming into this tournament, the major concern was the opening combination in the absence of Ibrahim, who is out injured because of the ankle sprain. This is Afghanistan's highest opening partnership versus South Africa in one-day internationals. Missing out Ibrahim, a solid batter. He has been terrific for Afghanistan in the last couple of years, and he's been the main linchpin when it comes to turning the fortunes for the Afghanistan cricket team in combination with Gurbaz at the top of the order.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's good to see the fact that Riaz Hassan is clicking alongside Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Rahmat Shah Zurmati will be coming down to bat at number 3. Another solid batter for Afghanistan. Afghanistan today have fortified their batting with bringing in 5 specialist batters, with Ikram Ali Khail in there. Put Afghanistan to have 5 specialist batters and then all-rounders batting very deep all the way to number 9. Spare a thought for 14. I mean, he's been bowling brilliantly. Once again, he's been economical, he's been bowling wicket to wicket. And that's what I was thinking, why South Africa did not bring the spinners early on, seeing the fact 7 overs being bowled by the pacers. Had to wait long before bringing in the spinners.
Goes down the track, wants a run, sent back, and rightly so. That marks the end of the power play. The first power play, 47 without loss, Afghanistan. Afghanistan 47 without loss. It's an electric atmosphere here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Ahmed Shafaqtin signalling this, the beginning of the second power play. Captain will have the luxury of having more fieldsmen on the boundary. Deep square in position. Also change in length as well. From Berger.
Well, it's been a good power play for Afghanistan, scoring their highest runs in the opening partnership against South Africa. Started off nicely by Rahmanullah Gurbaz, played beautiful shots all around. And these pull shots against Nandre Berger's been one to watch. Couple of boundaries in that over. And that a beautiful cover drive from Riyaz Hassan. 47 without loss inside the power play.
Nicely driven. Gorgeous stroke. Should be back for 2. Sense of confidence into stroke making from Riyaz Hassan.
Well, his cover drives seriously have been attracting my attention. Couple of beautiful shots, a back foot punch earlier on, and then this beautiful cover drive. Waiting for it, and then playing it confidently, opening the face of the bat and dissecting the field inside the circle.
Nicely bowled. Good comeback from Berger into his 5th over, none for 26. Has bowled at different lengths today, much shorter on a pitch where there is a bit more help for the batters, you should say. Much better surface, and that's reflected in the scorecard as well. 22 for 2 in 10 overs the other day. Afghanistan and South Africa 36 for 7. It's a Friday, fantastic Friday here at Sharjah, a holiday. Short ball and pulled away. They got the fieldsman on the boundary, but it's gone to the boundary. Fieldsman in place. Slower bouncer.
Yeah, substitute fielder Jason Smith putting a nice dive, and for a second, South African, you gotta think they have to be great fielders. God, John T. Rhodes always come to my mind. South Africa have given some really brilliant fielders, and it'll be interesting to see the effort. Look at that. Yeah, given a full-fledged try. He was just standing inside a few yards the ground, and this is a maximum. Riyaz Hassan with a maximum brings up the 50 for Afghanistan. Might just think, why was I not standing on the boundary rope, and that will have been right into my hands. Let's have a look.
Had he been on the boundary ropes, things could have been different. 59 meters to 6. Slower delivery. He's taking the pace of the ball. That should be the modus operandi moving forward, you reckon?
Look, on this track, and I've heard Sean Pollock talking during the invasion the first day and also today, you got to bowl wicket to wicket. So if you are taking pace off, it's fine. You can fox the batters, but you got to also keep it wicket to wicket. Ball earlier that Nandre Berger bowled was down to the leg side. It was a freebie and a gift that he gave away to Riyaz Hassan.
2 men on the onside, on the boundary ropes. Pitches up. Change in his length. That marks the end of the 11th over. 55 without loss, Afghanistan. Afghanistan 55 without loss after 11 overs. Gurbaz on to 29 of 37. Riyaz Hassan 21 of 29, picking up his tempo in the batting department. Great atmosphere here at Sharjah. A lot of Afghans live around the stadium. It's a holiday today in United Arab Emirates. And Rashid Khan is celebrating his birthday as well.
I mean, I want to bring you back to this. Jason Smith was there, but he was well inside the circle, inside the ground. It's just that it's a game of small margins, and you never know. With Afghanistan making runs like this, you gotta have to break the partnership. And already the second warning has been issued. Remember, there are 2 warnings issued for the slow over rate, and then there will start runs coming to the opposition. I think it is 5 run given extra to Afghanistan. I don't think Timba Bavuma, you will want that.
Well, South Africa has always been a dominant force across formats. Particularly, they've been able to dominate Afghanistan. This is for the first time. This is the highest partnership for any wicket versus South Africa in ODI for Afghanistan. That tells us something about the bowling potential, the might of South African cricket team. On his debut, Peter. He splits 7 List A matches. Nicely worked through the onside. A lot of experience of playing in Sharjah Cricket League or first-class cricket as well. List A cricket for both the batters. And a lot of spin. The best bowling attack is from Afghanistan, so quite used to handling different types of spinners.
Well, that is, but we saw how effective the spinners were in the first match, both for Afghanistan and for South Africa. We saw how beautifully 410 bowled, and that's the reason why South Africa into the second match have brought in Naba Peter. And I asked Philander first day as to who to watch out for looking at the young prospect in the South African side, and he particularly identified Naba Peter, a great leg spinner, a great prospect for South Africa. So they'll be certainly looking at him to give him the breakthrough.
Nicely bowled, looking to attack the stumps. Not much of turn perches available on this pitch.
And when you don't have turn much of a purchase, you got to play with the mind of the batter.
That's where legendary spinner Shane Warne used to say it's about just setting up, creating the atmosphere around the batter. They feel a little uncomfortable about what's coming out. Sometimes it's about psychological ploys rather than what's happening off the surface, trying to create something. Powerfully struck and well fielded on the follow through. That marks the end of the 12th over. Afghanistan 59 without loss.
Change, left arm round.
This has been solid, stable start for Afghanistan with bat in hand. Gurbaz and Riaz, the opening combination for Afghanistan. Content with taking singles and twos in this innings, particularly against the spin bowlers.
Yeah, and the skipper's been changing tactics. Earlier on had a leg slip for him. This time around has put a slip fielder, Ida Markram, for 410. He's bowled brilliantly in the first match. 22 runs in. How brilliantly he bowled. Oh, that's a good shot. Back foot punch. Gurbaz, you don't want to give Gurbaz that room of staying out in the middle, and then once he finds his rhythm, and he already looks to be in good touch today, oh, he can be very destructive. You look at 410 in the first match. He's bowled those good length area and kept it wicket to wicket. And that is the key on this surface.
Slightly different pitch this. Hence the areas would be different. but he's been quite accurate. Dropping it short. Easy single on offer once again. No real threat for the batters.
Yeah, unless you get yourself out, 4-10 in that first match. First got Rahmat Shah Zurmati out, and then Riaz Hassan with the arm ball, didn't read it, came down the track and gave away his wicket. So South Africa are desperate for breakthrough. It's a shout. They're asking the question if there was bat or gloves, or if it was onto the pad. Yeah, you can hear that maybe it is too close. Yeah, and you can tell from the stop mics, the wicketkeeper, usually they get a better idea, saying, no, I don't think we need to waste our review on that. Well, it'll be interesting to see what transpired.
Once again, lovely tossed up delivery way down the leg side.
That's a good call.
Slow through the air. The end of the 13th over, 62 without loss, Afghanistan.
They haven't won the toss first, 62 without loss after 13. Afghanistan will be pretty happy with proceedings. However, Peter will continue. Just sliding down the leg side. It's kind of built into his action. He almost gets over the perpendicular, so a lot of the balls come in on an angle, and if he does get it to grip, he can be mightily effective. Just the judge to have come off the pad.
Yeah, just that angle created again, like you say, Polly. Natural angle back into the right-hander. It'd just be good for him to get one or two to grip off the surface. Bring that element of doubt into the batter's mind as to whether to play for the turn or not. He's a young, exciting prospect in South Africa. One of the most difficult arts to perfect. Left arm. Pardon me, leg spin that is. Oh, I tell you what.
Him down the leg side as well. He's going to have to work out the pace of his deliveries and what's going to be effective on these kind of surfaces. Wouldn't have had that much experience outside of South African country, but settled in okay. Just got 4 runs for him. Probably a good surface to bowl. Quite flat on. Nicely backed up in the field as well. So this is good from Gaiba Peter.
Yeah, and I was about to say, good experience for him, of course, in South Africa. Tough place for spinners to be operating. Yeah, there is a bit of purchase for him, something to work with. This will put his career in good stead, the confidence that he'll take out of this.
See the speeds here, 92, he's hovering around that at 93, but then the one delivery he went to 86.4, and that's nice to see from a young man who's prepared just to vary things up. Better option, I think, this for South Africa in the middle overs in particular. I didn't feel that Jason Smith and Delaire and Bjorn Mulder were going to be as effective as Peter will be, I would presume. That's nasty played. On the angle, he was looking for something too straight, and from the early outset he could work out it was going to miss that leg stump comfortably. Gubaz down on the knee, just helps it on its way. 69 without loss.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player. You can see a little simmy to the leg side. Now Peter following him, and the experience of Gulbaz, who just sift back inside the line of the ball with no sort fine leg in play. That's a risk-free shot. Good improvisation here from Ramadullah Gulbaz.
Gives that one some air. That's one of the slower deliveries we've seen from him, which was also nice. Just 80 kilometers per hour, that one. It's Also the change-up, he used a couple of times to great effect in the last match.
Yeah, an excellent phase of play here for Afghanistan, but also we often talk about the intensity with ball in hand. They've been brilliant in transferring that pressure from the get-go onto the South African bowlers, not allowing any bowler to settle in on the line and length. From time to time, both these batters taking a little simmy down the track, forcing the bowler shorter.
It's a sweep. He's trying to get it to go square, but it's a top edge and make its way down towards that boundary cushion. Just the 2 runs. I think there's full-out intent here from Gurbaz. He's looking for everything. Anytime he realizes it's going to go down that leg side, his eyes lit up and he tries to get that sweep shot out.
Yeah, they're just real busy, not allowing any bowler to settle, taking those quick singles. Often allude to the fact of building momentum into a partnership. This one is off to a great start here for Afghanistan so far.
Mentioned at the pre-match that no doubt that Afghanistan side are a quality side now. They've grown in confidence. No doubt they've got ability and they've got some wonderful players with skills. But the key for them, wasn't a surprise that they ended up beating South Africa. I mean, they've got that ability now. But the key for them now is to be able to back it up with consistency. And to, after winning one game, to be able to win another one, or back-to-back victories and win series. Oh boy, have they started this second match off fantastically. 10 wickets in hand, 74 on the board, nearly the 15th completed. Plenty of firepower to come. So South Africa with all the questions to answer. Change of field. Markram goes really straight at like a short mid-on. Still manages to find a little gap, does Gabaz, between the two of them. 75 without loss. Peter will continue. Africa hold a slip in place. They'll be hoping that Peter can get the odd one to purchase nicely. Just need that one delivery to bounce and turn. Creates a little bit of a different dimension for the batters and gives them something to think about. Seen that as yet, so South Africa are hoping for.
Yeah, to the stage of the game where South Africa perhaps just need a little bit of spark, perhaps a bit of brilliance in the field from one of the fielders. You look at the body language, one is almost just expecting something to happen. Time to time you need to make it happen.
That's nicely played. That is the big area from wide mid-wicket over mid-on. And that's the area where you can't put that extra fielder out with the fielding regulations, having to have 5 in the circle. And you get the feeling that the batters are just waiting. Is there that delivery? It's sliding on, it's not really gripping and turning. Is there that delivery is over pitched, it's sort of coming into leg stump? This is exactly it. Whack over the top it goes. Oh, this could be no. He gets back, he does turn. Gurbaz wasn't communicating, there was no call from him. He just presumed it was going to get past Fontaine and was brilliantly quick onto that. There he just goes, and then they had to communicate. But it all ended up okay. And sliding down. short and punched away, and will make it 80 without loss, and there'll be a time for South Africa to regroup as it's the drinks break, maybe come out with a different plan. Afghanistan, they'll appreciate the refreshment, but probably wouldn't want to alter the momentum. The 80 without loss, it's the highest partnership by any Afghanistan batting unit. Partnership against South Africa, so they're going to be going from strength to strength. Hopefully they can get to 3 figures. It's been good. They were a little bit watchful to start, and you can understand that. They wanted to see what the ball was going to do and what the surface was going to offer, and then it was Gurbaz who was the aggressor. He was the one who managed to get quite a few boundaries away. And once he had set stall, Hussain kind of joined in the party, started to play some good shots as well. South Africa have thrown the different options at them, the quick bowlers, spinners, different angles of attack around the wicket, over the wicket. That was probably the closest that South Africa came to picking up a wicket. It's been Afghanistan who've been in full control. After 16, 80 without loss, and where will this innings go? If South Africa had time to regroup and rethink. Severe to start by Fontaine.
And I suppose the big talking point at the break could have been tactics from a South African point of view. They need to get a wicket. Often seen how detrimental these breaks can be, so Afghanistan don't want to start again. It's excellent. You want to make sure that you save the one when you bowl that kind of delivery. South Africa again, I just feel perhaps a little bit on their heels.
Purchase on this one. I like that line too. And just see how Hussain had to open himself up and then kind of angle it to the offside. They've got some good protection. I like the little fielder stuck in there at short mid-on. I think if they attack that leg stump line, it could be an effective process for Fontaine.
Catch!
And saying that, it gets too straight and beautifully swept. The key was the placement. Could he get it between those two fielders, and does it superbly. Brings up a 50 for Gurbaz. His 6th ODI 50. We go with 600s. And boy, boy, has he played nicely today.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The fans applauding an excellent innings here from Ramanullah Gulbaz, as he's done so often for Afghanistan at the top of the order. 650s to goes with his 6 centuries. 56 deliveries at a healthy strike rate.
Field that South Africa have, you can't have that man at deep mid wicket because you have to have the 5 fielders in. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to have a man in front of square, and you can see if he does beat the umpire to the right hand side, it's easily going to work its way to the fence. So that was exquisitively played. Also what he's doing, Vern, is he's giving himself room and almost saying, come on, follow me, bowl into my pads, because I know it's a free hit down to fine leg. .17 completed, 87 without loss.
So long off.
Of 87. There's been the 7 4s and 2 maximums, and it's time for South Africa to try and ring the changes here. I think outside the box. Ideally, what they'd probably want is Markham to operate into a left-hander, but none at the crease at the moment. It's almost out of desperation to try and get a breakthrough. They're going to try something different. Field, it's a strong leg side field. The man on the cover has been brought into the inner ring. We'll be hoping that as many deliveries get knocked into that short mid-wicket area where Temba Voom is so quick, and make sure that there's no singles compiled.
Yeah, what I enjoy about this innings is on the Afghan opening pair is they're almost forcing the hand of the South African captain here. By smart batsmanship. We often talk about batsmanship. This surface cries out for batsmanship. It's the ability to rotate strike, yet while you're still being positive, looking for the boundary option.
That could be close. That could be close. Given. So just 3 deliveries into his spell, Aiden Markham has got exactly what South Africa wanted. They've got the breakthrough. I think, yep, they're going to send it upstairs.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front one, please. Front one coming up. Ball is close to the bat there. Let's get outer edge to confirm if there's any bat involved. Outer edge coming up. Line as the ball goes past the bat. No bat involved. Let's get ball tracking when ready, please. Puppy standing by for ball tracking. Just waiting for ball tracking, Durrani.
Only concern for the South Africans, is it too high? I don't think so. Not the biggest pads. Saying is concerned.
Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off stump, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Stay with your original out decision. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Hussain just trying to get across and work it to the leg side to pick up a single, but unfortunately misses it. That breaks a wonderful partnership of 88. Afghanistan lose their first, and it's Aiden Markham Who's the man who does the damage? Hussain must go for 29. That's Aidan Markham. He was the captain of the first match with Temba Bavuma missing. And he has been introduced by the captain tonight and done a wonderful job. Right. Shah will be next to the crease. These Afghan batters are coming out with no stickers on their bats tonight. They're looking for a bit of a sponsorship somewhere. There's his facts and figures. Decent average, just under 36. 500s to his name. Using his feet straight away. Full of confidence.
Yeah, and a much needed wicket for South Africa. And Markram, we know he's a real fighter. From the get-go, he's just looking to play this 2 square. And Markram knew straight away that was going to hit the timber on the way through. 3 reds and high fives all round. They need a few more. Yeah, this is the wicket that they're after. If they can get rid of the Gulbaz, you feel that he will have the anchor for Afghanistan. It's beautifully bowled again. Into a successful over for South Africa. Afghanistan 90 for 1.
So South Africa getting their long-awaited breakthrough. O'Brien alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Niall. And that was much needed, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Afghanistan have made all the running right from the outset when Hashimullah Shahidi won the toss. No hesitation. Bat first, even as well as his bowlers did in the first game when bowling first. They wanted the bat first. Runs on the board. I must say, it's lackluster from South Africa. I thought their planning and execution in game 1 with the bat was way off where they need to be. And today, just watching from the outer.
Catch!
Excellent sweep from Gurbaz. Just look a little bit sluggish in the field all day, South Africa. And Ramanullah Gurbaz. Ah, we love this young player. Entertainer of the highest caliber. Berger went short. Gurbaz went big. Always been an excellent manipulator against spin. We love you too, Gurbaz.
Yes, his half-century coming up in 57 deliveries with 6 fours and a 6. And he's looked like a man on a mission to me today after getting out for a duck on Wednesday. He's playing as a specialist batter today with Ikram Ali Kale coming into the side in place of Gulbuddin Naib. So Ikram will keep wicket this evening, we anticipate. The new batsman on strike, Ramat Shah. So long on comes up to mid on. Slip in position. And Ramat pushes it out to deep cover. He'll keep the strike. 94 for 1. Little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Somebody's dinner by the look of it.
You bring your own lunch, don't you? Little packed lunch, like you're going to prep school. Down the valleys in Wales, bringing your own lunch. Keep an eye on Ramat Shah and his back foot when facing spin bowling. Something I notice a lot when wicket keeping against Afghanistan down the years. He drags that back foot out all the time. Stumped him a couple of times in ODI cricket. Have a look at this. On that back foot. Bit of a drag. Got to be careful, Ramat. Got to be careful. 7 times stumped in ODI cricket. A couple of times when I stumped him, Brian, it was just a simple forward press defence, and it was the unawareness that he just dragged his foot that extra couple of inches outside the crease. Sometimes, and a lot of times, you see batters facing spin bowling, their back foot is a long way inside the crease to counter that drag. Miles down leg side. So it's something that Kyle Verreynne needs to be aware of. Especially for the ball maybe just sliding on past the outside edge. 7 times stumped, that's a lot for a player, his ability, qualities. And I tell you now, Brian, most of those 7s aren't charging down the pitch, having a massive hack down leg side or over long on. A lot of those will be a simple little push drive and it just goes on with the arm. The lack of awareness, and you're out before you're in. Something to keep an eye on.
Back on strike now, Ramat Shah. And the end of a very tidy over from Aidan Markram. 96 for 1. Fibre of production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board. These 3 one-day internationals. Wherever you are watching in the world. Rian Mulder into the attack from the pavilion end. I mentioned a little earlier that Bjorn Fortuyn's effort with the ball a couple of nights ago was one of the few bright spots for South Africa on Wednesday. He picked up a couple of wickets. Mulder's innings, half-century for him, was another one of those bright spots. He played extremely well in very trying circumstances. Oh, that's good running. That really is good running. Fortain flying in from deep point.
Great fielding, great commitment. The awareness from Gurbaz, really. He's running to the danger end, but that's wholehearted work from Bjorn Fortain. Direct hit always closer than you think. Being sent upstairs just to have a look. Always closer than you think, Brian, with the direct hit.
Bat is grounded when the wickets are broken. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Great bit of work from Fortain, though. It's not easy to dive around on that square like a block of concrete, and he's thrown himself full length and flicked the ball at the stumps and scored a direct hit. Long on in position, Ngidi, and it's just over his head. It's gone for 6. Brings up the 100. You'd have thought it brought up Gurbaz's 100 from that reaction.
Well, he loses the grip. You just see him, he wants new gloves. I reckon the sweat. The bat turns in his hand. You'll see this on the replay. Nowhere near the middle of the blade. Lungi Ngidi, nearly all the way through, thought this is coming down my throat. Looked like it was going to be pouched in the deep. Just kept sailing.
Gurbaz keeping the fielders interested here. Now the question was, Lungi Ngidi, was he right back on the rope there when the ball went over his head?
Well, I watched straight away when it happened. Toe of the bat, and I went straight down to the boundary, and I'm sure Lungi Ngidi was patrolling on the boundary cushion. Yes. A yard off, not going to catch that. Lungi Ngidi 6 foot plus. Good work from Mulder. Probably a yard off. Still, he wasn't going to get there.
What do you do as a fielder in that situation now when the ball goes up? Your temptation obviously is to rush in, but you just have to hold your ground and just see where it is for a second or two, don't you?
The initial is to just take a step or two in. Ideally, you want to hang, wait and wait some more. I don't think Lungi Ngidi could have done anything about this. It would have cleared him, even standing on the cushion. Good over for Afghanistan. 10 off it, 106 for 1.
Three sixes already in this Afghanistan innings. They're placed very nicely, just scoring at over 5 runs and over, a fraction over 5. And, well, the chat before play today, I think, was maybe around 270 as a ballpark. But at the moment, you'd say they're set nicely to go well in excess of that.
Oh, if you get 270, I think you're happy. Average score is 233 over the last 10-11 day-night ODIs at this venue. First innings. Anything over that with Afghanistan bowlers is an absolute luxury. Lovely touch. Gorgeous touch. Well, we've seen power from Gurbaz, but this is Rahmat Shah. Delicate as you like on the reverse paddle.
So clever, no slip in position. He knew all he had to do was get some bat on that. And the key here was that he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just got as low as he could, bat parallel to the ground, and just helped it on its way, really.
Yeah, and 87 kilometers an hour as well, so he gets it on the full. Excellent from Ramacha. Bowling attack. Just looking through the bowling attack here for South Africa. If Afghanistan go to Nelson for one. It's not a... Once you get in, it's an attack you really can dominate. Markram is part-time, he's useful, yes. Bavuma, brilliant. That's what you want to see. That's the desperation. Excellent from the captain.
Yes, they need those sorts of moments in the field, to South Africa. A bit of inspiration that's required. Bavuma, absolutely outstanding fielder in the ring.
You look at the attack. Wiaan Mulder, who's I would put Wiaan Mulder in as a batting all-rounder now, Brian, watching him for a number of years, both in domestic cricket in South Africa and for Leicestershire in the UK. Bats in that 5 or 6 and bowls in first-class cricket, give you maybe 12 to 14 overs a day, as opposed to a bowling all-rounder who you say, listen, give me 18 to 20 overs a day. I'd say Mulder's more of a batting all-rounder. You saw that a couple of nights ago with his 52. Ngidi and Berger up top, yes, they're useful with that new rock. Bjorn Fortuin is a workman-like finger spinner, but now Afghanistan have the opportunity to go really big and put South Africa under serious pressure in the chase. 22 bowled, 113 for 1.
Just the 1 wicket to go down so far for Afghanistan, and plenty of batting to come. Look at that. What are Mulder's values here in this sort of situation then? No?
Well, this surface should suit his style of bowling. He's a brisk medium pace. He's at the moment, that previous ball, actually excellent ball for Wiaan Mulder, just to skid the ball onto that stump. I think that catch him mid-wicket. Naba Peter is in the game. If he can get a little bit closer, maybe a little chip in the air as Ramacha maybe falls a little bit offside. Accuracy is the utmost important here for Mulder.
Interesting as well to see he's got those sleeves on beyond his short sleeves, and that's obviously to protect his elbows if he's diving in the field, but it also serves another purpose as well, because I've seen players at this time of the year playing in Sharjah, particularly bowlers, struggle to grip the ball because the heat obviously brings sweat. The sweat runs down the arm, runs onto the hands, and the ball becomes like a bar of soap. So that's an added protection there to stop that particular issue taking place. You can see Ngidi wearing some sweatbands as well.
Well, watching Ramanullah Gurbaz, Brian, as we have done for many years, he's quite particular, and we've seen it today with the screen and a bag behind the screen and a little bit of a white part of the screen. I'm surprised Gurbaz isn't objecting to Mulder's sleeves here. No? You're not convinced?
I can see where you're coming from, because obviously they're very similar colour to the ball. But interestingly now, Verreynne has decided to stand up to the stumps to Mulder to try and keep Gurbaz from running down the wicket. Doesn't need to run down the wicket though when he can work it off his pads like that for 4. Fine leg up in the circle.
Well, this is excellent batsmanship from Gurbaz, because with Verreynne standing up to the stumps. He knows he can't charge down. So instead of going down the pitch, he goes leg side. And he says to Mulder, there's my stumps, there's my 3 bits of timber. Attack them. And Mulder follows him. And then Gurbaz tucks the leg side. Beautiful batting. Outsmarting the bowler.
Oh.
I think it's something we don't give Gurbaz enough credit for, is game awareness once he gets in. Technically sound. Have a look where he's intercepting the ball. Blue dots are your boundaries. He's getting a good stride into the ball. He's got wonderful hands. He's not shy getting down the surface. What he does well, Brian, when he gets down the pitch especially, he picks his bat up properly. You see a lot of batters come down the pitch but not really pick their hands up with venom. Gurbaz is all in.
$119 for 1. Afghanistan 119 for 1. Brilliant batsmanship already. Nicely struck. Gorgeous stroke from Gurbaz. Is turning on the heat on the opposition. In the commentary box, Hakeem Ahmedzai making his debut, and Ahmed Farad Fidai. 3 Afghans here.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's a honor and a pleasure to be here alongside with the 2 Afghans. Actually, you call yourself Afghan, and that's nothing short of a big honor. It's a massive blow down the ground from Vimanullah Gurbaz, who's done really well so far.
Yeah, and for the records, Devinder Kumar Barakzai. Barakzai, for the benefit of the viewers, is the name of a tribe in Afghanistan, which Devinder Kumar has affiliated himself to. Oh, what a beautiful batting display this has been from Rahmanullah Gurbaz, batting on 75. Remember, batting first, he scored 500s. And how freely he's been batting, you will tell maybe another one is on the card. Another 24 runs and should be 100.
Well, there has been sense of determination and application from Gurbaz. It's very different from how he plays normally. Took his time. Running between the wicket has been excellent.
Yeah, he's played an excellent inning so far and has led a quite formidable batting show so far in the middle out there. He's led the Afghanistan batting lineup so far really well and has laid a beautiful and incredible foundation for the rest of the batters to come in and express themselves.
You know, the highlight of his batting, other than his beautiful shots all around, been the running between the wicket. It's quick, he puts pressure on the fielders inside the circle, and the rotation of strike doesn't allow for the bowlers to settle nicely.
Oh, that ball kept low. Seen consistent pace and bounce so far in this event. A rarity. This is skidding off the surface, not coming on, not quite rising to the expectation of the batter.
Show me Rashid Khan, show me Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar. And after seeing the ball keeping low and bit of a turn and purchase, they'll say, guys, good job, 125. Brian was earlier talking about 270 plus, and we talked about it in the Invision as well. And that score is not going to be easy on the wickets in Sharjah. Remember, Niall said it, 233 is the average score on this wicket. Yeah, there can be different wickets on different day, It's not going to be easy.
Looking to attack the stumps, scoring at a good pace as well. 89-90. Afghanistan cricket has seen great progress over the last couple of years, particularly last 1 year. Chopped into the offside. Single to mark the end of the over. 24 gone, 127 for 1 Afghanistan. Afghanistan 127 for 1. The artificial lights are on. Edge is found, it's going fine. Down to third boundary. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
We have seen some terrific fielding so far from the Proteas in the second ODI this afternoon. Beyond 14, putting on some excellent fielding, the cover point, and now Western Stubbs doing an excellent job out there in the deep.
No slip in position. It was a valiant effort running across. At the last moment was in contact with the boundary cushion, not quite. That is a superb effort. Distant steps. Brilliant in the outfield. Good attacking batter as well. Of late he's been performing admirably well for South Africa.
You know, you talk of South Africa, you talk of fielding. Amazing fielders. It is kept producing. I earlier said it. Jonty Rhodes, David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, Timba Bavuma, A.B. de Villiers.
Flicks it through the onside. Two fielders on the boundary, but he picks the gap for 4.
That is batting of the highest class. Rehmat Shah Zurmati once again steps up for Afghanistan, and there's a beautiful shot over the infield for 4 runs.
You know, it's elegance personified. Comes down the track, plays it beautifully and very nicely to the eyes. Just watch how cool and calculated he looks when he bats. Rehmat Shah has been doing it for so long for Afghanistan. Mulder, very uncharacteristically today, been very expensive. He's given away 22 runs into his 3rd over years.
Nicely bowled and nicely played as well. A lot has changed in the last 3 years, particularly the rise of Afghanistan cricket, winning in the World Cups. The dignitaries from Afghanistan Cricket Board. Administrative reforms as well. At the same time, more competitions for the players to play and prepare and come and participate in big events. Better planning, better results.
Well, we have come a long way since the last 2 or 3 years, Dave. We've achieved so many first evers. We have defeated some massive and big teams and big players all around the world during the last 2 or 3 years. We've defeated Pakistan for the first time in the pre-match T20 International Series 2, and right in this specific venue. We've beaten England, beaten New Zealand, beaten Australia for the first time in the last World Cup, and also we've qualified for the semi-finals of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024.
I really love it the way you said it, first evers. This one misses everything. Lucky boundary. Sometimes you think, why did it not hit the stump? But I like the fact that you said it. First ever win against South Africa. First ever win against Australia.
And most recently, South Africa was one of those teams against which Afghanistan didn't cross the winning line. But luckily for them, they've achieved this feat as well, and they've registered and secured their first ever win against South Africa in an international cricket.
And this has been a great start in the batting department. 137 for 1, almost at the halfway stage of the innings. Rashid is batting well, 20 of 24, has shown the intent and positivity in his stroke play. Gurbaz has been steady today, batting with a lot of maturity, 77 of 80. Long on the boundary, wicketkeeper is standing up to the stumps. Reaching for the ball and driving it gloriously. Should be back for 250 partnership as well. Fine partnership after losing the wicket of Riyaz Hassan. It was important to show the application. 25 overs gone, 139 for 1. Wonderful partnership between Rahmanullah Gurbaz, 77 at the moment, approaching his another 100. He's been scoring a lot of hundreds for Afghanistan. Gets a short ball and pulls it majestically. And it's gone the distance. It's gone for 6 to the delight of the spectators here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Incredible connection between the bat and ball out there from Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Beautiful execution of that shot from the top order batter. He's into his 80s now.
He's batting at the service of the spectators out here. He's just enjoying it and he's just delivering it.
Oh! Beautifully bowled, drawing the batter forward. Off the inside edge, just a single.
I tell you what, Dave and Fedai, if Rahmanullah Gurbaz gets into those triple figures, he'll become the highest and the first ever Afghan player with the most number of centuries in international cricket.
And it shouldn't surprise me, and it shouldn't surprise anyone listening to this, because for the sort of a player he is, and with the skill and confidence that he's been playing in, I tell you, I mean, he's an amazing find for Afghanistan. Plays all around the world. Always there for the national duty. And ever since he's come for Afghanistan, done wonders. I mean, with Ibrahim Zadran, 500 partnerships, and 2 times crossing 200, 254 against Bangladesh, 227 or 29, correct me if I'm wrong, against Pakistan. Amazing.
Wants to run, will get a run. It's been very, very hot here at Sharjah. And after getting all out for 59 against Pakistan at Hambantota, what a tremendous response it was from Gurbaz and Ibrahim together. And since then, it's been a different outfit altogether, Afghanistan cricket team.
Yeah, well, the contribution that these guys and these youngsters has had towards the development of cricket and the advancement of cricket in the team across the world has been fantastic, and nothing short of excellent. And Rahmanullah Gurbaz has been one of them who has contributed massively in this aspect.
Rashid 23, Gurbaz approaching his century, 84 of 83. Long off on the boundary. Cover on the boundary as well. Straight to extra cover. 26 gone. 147 for 1 Afghanistan. Rahmanullah Gurbaz is on 84 of 84 deliveries. This has been a fine innings from him already. His application in the absence of Ibrahim Jadran are not dependent on the orange sun dropping down. Tranquility everywhere to experience for cricket fans back in Afghanistan. Here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium as well. Hot and humid conditions here. Been real test of endurance and fitness of the players, particularly the fielding team.
Yeah, and for South Africa, they'll be certainly looking at breaking this partnership that is already looking very threatening. The question is, who is going to deliver and how soon they'll be able to get this breakthrough, because the thing is, Afghanistan, remember, have got an extra batter today. And seeing how Ikram Ali Khail was batting in Shpagiza Cricket League, it was the version 2.0. He was smashing it. He hit 4 sixes in that over in one of the matches against Qais Ahmed. And keeping with these shots, another boundary. So run flowing for Afghanistan, 150 up with this boundary.
Gurbaz continuing to produce boundaries. He's been able to play strokes all around the ground. This time around, bringing out their sweep stroke. Beautifully timed, very well executed. Excellent attacking option. And he played it with perfection. Much better delivery, just drawing the batter forward.
Incredible batting by Rahmanullah Gurbaz. He is approaching his 7th ODI century and the third 50 for Afghanistan. This has been the quickest so far among the first 3 of the 35 deliveries. Driven this one up nicely.
Excellent partnership. Team flourishing at the moment, and no wonder Jonathan Trott, the former English player who made his debut in Ashes 2005, is happy the way things unfolding at the moment. He rates Gurbaz very, very highly. Different batters employ different strokes, given the fact that Rahmanullah Gurbaz has been playing differently, playing out different options like using the sweep as well. But today, Rahman Shah has been different after getting out for 3 times out of 5 LBW. He's trying to use his feet. Nicely driven once again. Excellent footwork from Rahman Shah. 27 overs gone. 154 for 1. Fantastic Friday here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. 154 for 1. Afghanistan up to a wonderful start. Looking to put an imposing total on the board. It's been a satisfying day already for Afghanistan, for everyone. The officials from Afghanistan Cricket Board, dignitaries coming from different parts of United Arab Emirates and Afghanistan as well. Good crowd as well. Excellent atmosphere here. Focus currently is on strike rotation, taking single and twos.
Are you kidding me? My focus currently is on 100. He's only 11 runs shy of 100. Rahmanullah Gurbaz. I mean, he looks to be in a very good touch. Thing about his batting, and I repeatedly say it myself, is he scored off the scoreable deliveries. He went for his shots and that running between the wicket. Turning ones into twos, creating opportunities for run. He's been outstanding. And he's going to be a headache for South Africa, provided they don't get him out before his 100.
Fine leg inside the circle. Very, very fine. Deep square on the boundary. Mid-wicket on the boundary. Wants one. Could be tight. Direct hit needed. He's brisk. He's quick. Shown great fitness levels today.
And yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Look at him. Moment he just hits it, he charges on, and running between the wicket is really a headache for the opposition. Inside the circle, he just scores quick run and turns ones into twos. Here, it was some great fielding from the fielder, but of a bit of a misfield, he turned that into an opportunity to score 2 runs. Those quick runs really are the highlight of his wonderful innings for me.
The different ways of exerting pressure on the opposition. Running between the wicket or converting 1 into 2 is one of them. Brilliant at scoring in different parts of the ground. Gurbaz has a lot of experience of playing in a variety of conditions, assessing the conditions and identifying different areas to get runs. A lot of runs through the onside. His favourite region, 23 around square, 28% down the ground on the onside.
He has scored runs all around the ground this afternoon, and has been excellent so far. And credit goes to Remba Shah as well, the way he has supported him and the way he has rotated strike on regular occasions and provided him enough strike, and has also backed him up just to free his arms all the times and score runs freely. That is something that has laid an excellent foundation for the rest of the batters to come in and express themselves and put a big total on the board in the first inning.
That's a very valid point, the fact that you feed the batter strike. Sometimes a batter is in a good touch, you don't give him enough deliveries to face, and all of a sudden he starts running out of shape.
Change in tactics as well in this over. The concentration on bowling the slower deliveries, the off-cutters. Considering the nature of the surface, also slightly softer ball. Focus has been on taking the pace off, not giving any extra pace to the batter to work with. Gurbaz likes pace on the ball. He's into the 90s, 91 of 89. Fine leg on the boundary. Deep square on the boundary on the onside. 2 is the call. Takes a single. Will he come back for the second? No. 28 overs have been bowled. 159 for 1. Gurbaz is approaching his 100. 91 unbeaten.
Yeah, excellent batting from Afghanistan to come. Captain Hasmatullah, Ikram Omazai, the dangerous Omazai. Oh, that is very well bowled by Bjorn Fortuin. Carl Verena behind the stumps. You feel like he's got his man. I think they're going to send us upstairs.
Third umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I'm just waiting for the timer to run down. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's go to side on, please. Batter's foot is grounded behind the line when the wickets are broken. I have a decision for the big screen.
Yeah, there's confirmation, not out. Wicket keepers always getting excited behind the stumps.
Yeah, so exciting. Nearly 8th time Rashid Shah has been stumped in ODI, the most. Any player, 7 times so far. Well, the best in the world is MS Dhoni. Let's just keep an eye on Varaina's glove work. Let's just see if he takes the ball back. Yeah. Now, I'll tell you, I'm going to stick my neck on the line. If that was MS Dhoni, that would have been out. Because MS Dhoni, his gloves would have been as tight to that line and stump as you can get without pushing your hands in front of the stumps and causing a no ball. And he wouldn't have taken the ball back an inch. He actually would have met the ball head on and used the momentum to whip the bails off. I reckon MS Dhoni would have had his man there. Whistle Podu, they're everywhere. They're everywhere watching in Chennai. Whistle Podu, they say, oh yes, MSD's the man. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's what? Must be 4 or 5 inches, Vern?
Yes, that's a good point you make there. MS Dhoni has the knack of meeting that ball with the momentum going into the stumps. So not that delay of taking the ball back and then having to move forward. That is a very good set of skills behind the stumps from... I would say he's probably the best gloveman that I've seen at international level.
Yeah, we're being hypercritical, but that's actually a missed opportunity. In this day and age, with all the video analysis and the work that goes into stats and information that people will get off the field, you would have to say that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be mindful of the conditions that you find yourself playing in. This is excellent bit of bowling from Briel Vertain, just dragging the length back a bit. After all the excitement, that's the news he got. At the end of 29, Afghanistan 163 for 1. Yeah, excellent stuff. Afghanistan 163 for 1 after 29. It's a much better surface than what we thought initially it was going to be. Having said that, Ramano Lagulbraz, how is that for an innings? Yeah, what I have really enjoyed about Gurbaz is how actively busy he was at the crease today. Never really allowing bowlers to settle in. Always asking the bowler to change his length. This is a quality and a sign of a batsman of high quality. You can see how actively busy he is, not giving the bowler any static position to bowl at. So he's worked it out early on that with a new ball he was going to come at the bowlers and not allowing them to settle into any sort of line and length. But the temperament of the man, the balance between defense and attack, running hard between wickets, it was really set South Africa under pressure in this innings. You certainly feel that he's found a real good partner here in Rashid Shah. He's come in and also looked to be really busy, rotating strike. When the boundary option was on offer, he took full advantage of it.
You mentioned the pitch, Vern. You never judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it. So we'll see how this one plays out this evening. And South Africa chase, 300 or so.
Yeah, again, a trademark of his innings, that quick single. Identifying the fielded short mid-wicket, a little bit on his heels. Has been excellent.
Tell you what, he's quick. Gurbaz, slower ball from Lungi Ngidi, dead bat. He is absolutely rapid. I love that. It must be the 4th time today we've seen Ramanullah Gurbaz diving in, the desperation to get that 6th ODI 100. Got 5 to his name already with 650s. $600s, I beg your pardon. This will be 7 if he can get there.
Yeah, and he'll take a lot of confidence if you are to get to that 3-figure mark in this innings. Never won a game against South Africa. They needed something special. Yeah, he's missed out in the first game. Went for a naught against Ngidi. On this occasion, this innings, he's given himself an opportunity to get in, and this is what his teammates, his management will be crying out for him to do. He's a dangerous player once he gets in, but afford yourself that opportunity, especially against the new ball. Yeah, the crowd's going wild because they know he's 1 hit away. It's a slow ball into the surface from Ngidi. He will have to wait till the next over. 167 for 1. Yeah, it's a Firebird production on behalf of the Afghanistan Cricket Board. I tell you guys what, it has been all Afghanistan so far in this first 2 ODIs. Excellent again. Last 20 overs to go. What do you think they can get to, Niall O'Brien?
Well, mid-on inside the ring. I reckon Ramat Shah is looking downtown here. He should be eyeing up minimum 300. 7 and over will get him to 303. So that is with 9 wickets in hand, the powerful middle order that they have is well within their reach. Just to reinforce my point, 5 first innings ODI centuries to Gurbaz, averaging 50 plus in the first innings, as opposed to 17 in the second innings with 100. Here we go.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time. There's absolutely no rush to get to the 3-figure mark. It's also the in batter at the moment, so you want to make sure that I do feel that it's going to be tougher for the new batsman to come in and start out again. So as much as you have your eye on the 3-figure score, you also need to be thinking I can get 150, 160 to get to the 300 score that you're talking about. South Africa, they will feel if they can get him out, it's perhaps a window open.
Well, he's never been dismissed in the 90s, Ramanullah Gurbaz.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Niall. I've heard this conversation before.
I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to help my South African brothers out a bit here. 169 for 1. I'm just trying to give you whatever, a little bit of something, a little bit of hope, a slimmer to hold on to.
Yeah, we need every bit we can find at this moment in time, especially in this series. Come back to it in a second. Quick single again. I remember You remember Mark Nicholas putting the jinx on David Horner in the Perth Test match? David Horner was a 97. He had a similar conversation. Never out in the 90s. And Shane Warne said to him, don't jinx it. The very next ball, Dale Steyn Nichols caught Amla on 97. Yeah, excellent placement. I think he's going to come back for a second. Takes him to 98. Now too short.
172 for 1.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Afghanistan so far. 172 for 1 after 31. And normally in olden day they'd say you double your score after 31 overs or 30 overs. If we have to go on that analogy, you'd be looking at 340. But also, given the nature of the surface, perhaps the ball will start to get a little softer. Scoring might get a bit tougher as the game progresses towards the latter end here. South Africa just have to keep themselves into this contest. You can pick up another wicket or two. That's flicked into the leg side again. He's going to pick up a single.
It'll be very interesting, Vern, to see what Afghanistan do with their batting lineup. Ashmatullah Shahidi potentially, but I wouldn't be surprised if Azmatullah Omarzai comes up the order a little bit. At the moment, the captain, the left-hander, is due next. I wouldn't be surprised if number 6 there, Azmatullah Omarzai, gets promoted to number 4 to keep the momentum. Ashmatullah is a very, very good, useful player, but likes to take his time to get set.
Oh, I tell you what, Lungi Ngidi, he saw him come down the wicket. He tried to go to his change-up ball. In the process, just dragging it down the leg side for wide. Yeah, there's indication he was going to that slow ball. Yeah, he's got an excellent slow ball. Models his slow ball on Dwayne Bravo.
They would have played together at CSK, Bravo and Ngidi.
Oh, that's excellent. That is close. Lungi Ngidi likes it. Captain Temba Bavuma, and they are sending us upstairs. Wow, wow, wow. 98.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It is a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Front on coming up. Ball is close to the bat. Let's get ultra edge to confirm if there's bat involved or not. Copy. Building ultra edge. Ultra edge coming up. Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Let's go to ball tracking when ready, please. Ball tracking coming up. Original decisions not out. Pitching outside O stump. Impact umpire's call and wickets missing. Stay with your original not out decision. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Yeah, excellent decision. That's missing by some distance. The angle that Lungi Ngidi creating on the crease. Just a touch of nerves floating around now.
Excellent decision. Ahmad Shah Durrani. Officiating has been very good today. Talk about the pitch and maybe being a bit low and slow, but it doesn't make umpiring any easier as well, because there's balls skidding on and lots of half appeals. Gurbaz, 98, eyeing up another ODI ton. Ahmad Shah, the striker, the Rolls Royce of Afghanistan cricket, smooth operator.
Yeah, just in the process of that review, they managed to pick up a leg bye in the process. This means Ahmad Shah will be on strike. That's the first time he's reverted to that option, Lungin Giri, the short ball. And you can see he surprised Ahmad Shah because he didn't expect that at all. Let's have another look at it. LBW referral. That's missing by some distance.
I must say, live, I thought it was closer than that. Didn't think it was missing by that much. Burned a review.
That's the slower ball again. Oh, excellent fielding by Bjorn Fortuin. They're going to pick up a single in the process anyway.
Just need to settle down in the middle here. Ahmad Shah and Gurbaz. The last thing they need is a run out. Had 3 or 4. Call it half chances for run-outs, but missed opportunities today, South Africa. Normally, so efficient in the field.
Yeah, right then, Gurbaz 98. Lungin Giri, 2 balls left in this over. You can hear the crowd cheering him on. He wanted 2, but there's no 2 in that. He moves to 99.
Not keeping wicket today, Gurbaz. Solely as a batter. Really is making the most of this. What a lovely innings. 3 sixes, 9 fours. A lot of power from Gurbaz today, but his game awareness, especially against spin bowling, has been right on point.
And that's short again from Lungin Giri. Been pulled into the leg side. They're going to pick up 1. Oh, they're going to pick up 2. Excellent running, excellent communication between Ahmad Shah and Ramanullah Gurbaz. Well, it's been hot, it's been humid, and the players are going to have a welcome refreshment.
Afghanistan going along amazingly well, 179 for 1. This has been fantastic show of batsmanship from the two batters with great abilities. Lovely strokes down the ground, employing the reverse stroke as well. Rashid fine flick behind square on the onside, using the pace and angle of the deliveries and some attacking strokes down the ground. Both the batters, aggressive players, excellent footwork and pick the line and lengths quite well. And particularly that stroke, the sweep, they brought out time and again to great success. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra, with me is Sean Pollack.
Yeah, what a fantastic partnership it's been. 91, we touched earlier on in the day. The 88 between Hassan and Gurbaz was the highest partnership by any Afghanistan pair against South Africa, and it's been topped already. It was a record that only lasted a brief matter of time. Ragnesh is not happy. He was going to submit it to his statistician WhatsApp group, but it's changed already. It's 91 between these two, and they've been fantastic. South Africa bowlers, they've had to try and call all pockets and haven't really come up with a plan that's worked. Just Markham, 3 overs 1 for 12, has been the successful bowler, and they're going to have to come up with a plan after the drinks break now.
Gurbaz on the strike. Introduction of a spin, none for 39 in 9 overs, once again bowling well for Twin. They got slip in position, men on the boundary on the onside at long on. Short mid-wicket, men in the covers as well. Magnificent delivery, drawing the batter forward.
This is what he's done really well today, as Fontaine, is he's given it some air. He's bowled the odd delivery a bit slower than what he's used to. He operates around 9 to 3, 9 to 4, and he's tossed this one up. And because of that, it's just been able to grip behind the line.
Nervousness, seen plenty of batters, high quality batters getting out on 99. Works through the onside, finds the fielder. Sachin Tendulkar getting out many times in 90s. Into crowd waiting in anticipation of 100 from Gurbaz.
That nervy time, but talk about the crowd. It's a fantastic crowd that's come in. They're all on their feet, they're looking to celebrate, and this is a good decision by Ramat. Just go down the wicket and say, but don't worry, don't be too concerned, don't force the issue. You've played brilliantly. We'll sit in as the rest of the team and be patient. You just pick your moment and pick up that extra run.
Slip in position. Brings about once again defensive stroke. More chirp around the batter. Protects cover and short mid wicket, slip in position. Short third as well. Drives down the ground. Nervousness building up. 33 overs gone. A maiden. 179 for 1 Afghanistan. Rashid approaching his half century, 38 of 48. Gurbaz has been mixed. Excellent strike. Should be back for 2.
Yeah, we're in the 33rd over. There's still 7 overs where South Africa have to keep the 5 fielders in the inner ring, and that is the area that's not protected. That's why Ramat was trying to give himself a little bit of room and into-out it over mid-off. Hit it nasty, but just didn't get the contact he was after. I think Gurbaz will be happy. I mean, it's difficult sometimes to work a left-arm spinner when you're a right-hand batter, knock him around and pick up a single, but it often becomes very easy when you're facing an off-spinner. So you would think the moment is nigh.
That's the CEO of Afghanistan Cricket Board, Rashid Khan. Nervous wait for everyone. Gurbaz on 99. Again a dot delivery. Pressure is mounting on the batter as well. The amount of deliveries that is taken in last couple of overs. The crowd is getting involved. Gurbaz goes for a big shot, makes a decent connection. It's gone for 4. A marvelous 100 from Gurbaz. A majestic century. He's ruling the 22 yards at the age of 22. He is from the coast province, but celebrations at Sharjah, at Kandahar, at Kabul, everywhere around the globe as well. He is religiously followed from around the globe. His teammates are happy, giving a standing ovation. A majestic 100 from Rahmanullah Gurbaz, 7th highest by any Afghan in one-day internationals, and first century against South Africa.
Yeah, it has been a thoroughly entertaining knock as well. He's given it the old bat drop, and so should he. He had to be patient at the back end, but the innings has been wonderful and calculated. He's mixed up some really good aggression, some clever tactics and game plans. He's used his feet and tried to upset the bowler's lengths, and been quite severe on the spinners, the faster bowlers, and really has struck fantastic. Now that he's freed of achieving those 3-figure score, maybe we're going to see a little bit more aggression from him.
This has been excellent over a boundary. With 4 extra runs as well. Total of 9 runs from this over. 8 runs. Looking for gradual acceleration. Partnership 99 of 99 when he was in the nervous 90s. There was some nervousness building. Rahman Shah played his part by striking a conversation.
I don't know if that sweep shot to bring up the 100 is where he damaged his back, but he seems to have an issue. 187 for 1. There we can see the most hundreds for Afghanistan, 7. And look at the innings of 42 innings. That's the impressive part. And Ibrahim Zadrum down the bottom, he's normally his opening partner, is not here because of injury, but also 5 hundreds and just 33. And they've been a big part of their success at the top of the order for Afghanistan and the T20s and the one-day internationals. But he has got himself a little bit of a back issue. I don't know if it transpired through that sweep shot that he played. But let's enjoy the highlights of what has been a fantastic knock here in Sharjah.
Catch! Controlled aggression from Rahmanullah Gurbaz. He chose his moments to play big shots and executed it to perfection, to the delight of the spectators here. Overjoyed with this magnificent 100 on this fantastic Friday evening here in Sharjah. An innings to remember. He got his first 100 here in United Arab Emirates as well on his debut against Ireland.
Yeah, controlled aggressions is exactly what it's been. You can see the 3 maximums that he's managed to execute, and it's been a good effort of knocking the ball around, running some quick singles, using the sweep shot to great effect against the spinners, and then also anything that he recognized as width on offer from the faster bowlers, he was pretty severe on. So good job he's done for his team. partnership's got to 99 of 100 balls, so we're going to be thinking of probably celebrating that first 100 partnership ever against South Africa. And then what can they do in the next 16 overs? They've got some firepower, they've got ability. South Africa relatively inexperienced when it comes to the back end of the innings, don't have their normal stalwarts who might try and close out an innings. So there could be still some fireworks to come. Predictive wise, at 7 and over, they can get themselves up to 300. And you do venture to think that that's maybe where the target has gone.
Berger into the attack. Slower delivery. Will take a single. 100 partnership as well. This has been a significant partnership. Two important partnerships. With the new opener in Riyaz Hassan in this tournament was significant when it comes to setting the tone in the batting department. And now the 100-run partnership.
Yeah, really good between these two. I mean, you can ask for nothing better than a partnership of 88 for the first wicket, and now 100 partnership that's unbeaten. Really has laid a wonderful platform here for Afghanistan.
Ramasha, 41. Looking to bring the angle back into the batter. There is a misfield that will result in a single.
Aidan Markham would be disappointed with that. He's normally one of South Africa's best fielders, and you felt that if he picked it up cleanly, there was a chance that maybe could have been a close call with regards to a run out. You can see the disappointment from him. A lot to think for the senior players in the South African side. First of all, what can they possibly do to make sure that Afghanistan don't put on a really formidable total? And then, after the first batting performance in the series, how they're going to go about the chase.
Knocks him over, coming from round the wicket. Berger does the job for the captain.
Yeah, this is a really good delivery. The length is perfect from Berger. Often the case when the batter's been there for a while and manages to get over the milestone of 100, they decide, okay, now I can be a bit more footloose and fancy-free in trying to execute the shot over deepwood wicket. But the length was good. Just hits the top of the stumps. Tries to pull it across. And that's a big wicket for Berger. He was unlucky not to pick up one in the last outing. And this time he has the big wicket of Gurbaz. But the moment belongs to Gurbaz. He's been brilliant. He's got 105 off 110. He really has laid a wonderful platform, and he deserves all the applause he gets as he heads his way off the ground. 189 for 2.
A vital breakthrough is achieved for South Africa. Azmatullah Omarzai has been promoted to number 4. He enjoyed good record against South Africa. Receives a short lifting delivery. Great entertainment for the crowd here. An exciting bat. Omarzai has got a century in one-day format as well against Sri Lanka. 97 against South Africa in the ICC ODI World Cup. Is there because excellent delivery, trying to whack it through the onside ball, just skidding off the surface, hitting the stumps, playing across the line, bit of angle, result in a wicket. Walked off the ground with a standing ovation.
Yeah, Ragnesh has given me a stat here, which is quite surprising. This is South Africa's 14th ODI at Sharjah, and Gurbaz is the first to score 100 against them, which is pretty impressive because in general this has been looked at as a a decent batting surface, pretty flat. So to think the likes of your Anwars, Sohails, Tendulkars, Azruddins have never managed to get 100 against South Africa on this ground, and Gurbaz has. That's a real feather in his cap.
Edge is found, it's going fine, it's gone for 4. It's tricky, but a boundary to open his account for Azmatullah.
Yeah, captains tend to wonder, should they put a slip in place? They didn't. And the new batter gets a thick edge and away to the fence. 193 for 2. Yeah, not bad captaincy this one now from Temba Bavuma. Baba Peter will be reintroduced, a wicket that's just fallen, and for the young man who's relatively inexperienced, I think this is the perfect time for him to come back in to the attack and try and settle in and see if he can pick up South Africa a 3rd wicket.
Oh, it's balled.
Nicely struck through the offside. 2 excellent cricketers in the middle.
Mazai was on strike here, and I was just touching on the point. New batter at the crease. It's probably worth carrying a slip for an overall or so, particularly if there just been a couple of deliveries, because that one stood up steeply on the right-hander. Edge was found, and if there was a slip in place, and rather than a short mid-wicket, they could have had themselves a quick double.
He's an attacking bat, Azmat.
Oh.
Under edges, it's going fine. Long chase from Makram. Should be back for 2.
It's outside edges and inside edges for Omar at the moment. Just been there for the 4 deliveries, hasn't quite settled into his innings, but he's got 6 or 4, so strike rate wise, those edges are working well.
Rahman Shah, 43 of 53, another excellent innings already from him. Slip in position for Omarzai.
Oh, yes.
Nicely bowled. Take a single. Good strategy to feed a strike to Rahman Shah. Brilliant against the spin bowlers, particularly when it comes to using his feet. Making adjustment, not employ too many sweepy strokes in this game, making a conscious effort.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one where Baba Peter decides to push it through. He's been operating 87, 85. That one was 95 kilometers per hour, so that's his variation. Just what I need to see from him at this stage is one where he gives it a little bit of air and gets the ball to turn as a leg spinner. I think that's vital for his success.
Oh, ball. Tips.
Wants a single, will take a single.
This was another opportunity for the South Africans. Pavuma will be actually a little bit disappointed. When you have a look at the replay from side on, you'll see that he almost, if he gets it close to the stumps, it could be touch and go. But because he drags his throw, gives the batter enough time to make his ground.
Short extra cover in position. Slip as well. Tossed up delivery, drives. Drives it handsomely, should be back for 2 again. 36 overs bowled. 200 up for Afghanistan, 200 for 2.
Yeah, you can tell from that graphic that once you've got a big partnership on the go, it's really easy to strike, and that was why that third 50 took just 35 deliveries to accumulate. The rest of them have been on and around the half 50s, early 60s.
It's waiting on the back foot, opening the face, taking a single. Operating between across the social media. Gurbaz getting 100. Hakim, he's been responsible for covering all the big moments during the World Cup. Waking up late in the night, getting up early in the morning at 4 o'clock and posting the news, especially in the ICC T20 World Cup in Caribbean nations. Hectic. Managing the slip management, slip deprivation. Reaching for the ball and gets the ball into the gap on the offside for a single. Could they be thinking about acceleration, or a bit more partnership is required here?
I think just naturally both of these players tend to score at a decent rate once they get going. I think there's always a time when the new batter comes to the crease where you just allow him to settle, but Omazar, there's no doubt that he has that ability to score quickly. He's already got to 10 off 7. But plenty of batting firepower still to come. Maybe even see Rashid Khan with all his fireworks and entertainment.
Lobbed it through the onside. Hitting the deck and getting the ball to bounce alarmingly. Plenty of batters to follow with some firepower. We're talking about Rashid Khan recently getting a half century in Sharjah Cricket League in Afghanistan. He's stroking the ball really well after recovering from that back injury. But Ikram Ali killed. Nabi to come. Mohammad Nabi, the president.
We've hardly seen him, haven't we, in this series? He was just fielding that slip most of the other evening. Didn't really get a bowl. Didn't have to come out and strike any.
As we've been talking about so much history in Nabi, he's been there since the beginning of the Afghan story.
He has indeed. He's getting overexposure in the last few seconds. I just think South Africa are missing a trick here from a field setting perspective. We've seen Omazar, he loves to hang leg side and kind of carve it square of the wicket on the offside. We saw that edge he found. I would personally take Aidan Markham from short mid-wicket, and I'd put him either at a gully or maybe a second or third slip. I think there's more chance of the ball going in that area than anything else with regards to leg side. Watch how Omazar stays on middle and leg stump.
Driving magnificently. Long chase, one reach there. Good shot, picks up a boundary.
Yeah, this is as good as anything we've seen so far this evening. A wonderful shot, just opens the face and places it perfectly. He really has got off to a flyer since he's come to the crease. 14 of the 9 deliveries. Was definitely over pitched, but you can see he stays outside of the leg stump looking to open up that offside, and he executes that one beautifully.
Extra cover inside the circle, around 25 yards from the batter. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket straightish. Turns the ball away on the onside. Mid-on will pick up just a single. End of another over, 37 gone, 208 for 2, Afghanistan. Peter, none for 37 in 6 overs. 2 batters with the ability to play big shots in the middle at the moment. Omarzai, 15 of 10.
No!
Waiting on the back foot.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they try and accelerate from now on. It's been really consistent throughout the middle overs there, scoring well over 5 to 13 and over, but they'll want some big overs, some really big overs at the back end here with Afghanistan.
Oh,
And you get the feeling that if you have a good cricket awareness, you understand that Gaba Peter is relatively inexperienced and his overs might be the ones you can look to target. They've got two batters in here who play spin really well, and maybe they can take a few risks against this youngster and see if they can get him to also offer up a few bad balls because of the pressure he'll be put under.
Oh, yes, boy. That's
Quicker within the stumps. Ramashad just one hit away from his half century, 46 of 58. Patience played a significant part in that partnership with Gurbaz.
ball, ball.
Coming down the pitch, saw the batter coming down the pitch, just working the ball away on the onside for a single.
They adjusted nicely, that Gaba Peter there. He saw him come in early and then just pulled his length back to make sure that it wasn't over pitched and could be hit straight back over his head. There's a big gap from deep mid wicket right through to long off.
Mid-on up in the circle. Smacks it straight down the ground. Good in the field. On the boundary. Search continues for boundary in this over. At a time thinking about exploration. Smacked it down field to a flat quick delivery from Peter. On 47, can he get to his half century? Once again, the focus is on taking singles. Boundary is hard to come by. 38 overs gone. Afghanistan flourishing, 212 for 2.
So, 12 overs to go. Afghanistan sitting pretty. How many more can they get, I wonder? Fadai's alongside me. Good evening to you, Fadai. And you predicted before the start of play today, before a ball was bowled, you thought Afghanistan could get at least 270. I would reckon that's being very, very conservative at the moment. With 8 wickets in hand, surely they must be eyeing in excess of 300.
Yeah, I mean, I say 270 plus, so I'll take anything more.
Okay,
than
we'll go with the
270.
plus, yep.
Go on the records. I did say 270 plus, Brian. No, I'll tell you what. If they don't score 300, they should be very disappointed with that. They have to go more than 300 with the kind of a platform they have given themselves. Another 12 overs, including this one, and 8 wickets in the bank.
Look at that behind Nandre Berger. Packed stands here Friday evening. Night off for all the spectators. And the sight of all these fans here just makes me think something we were talking about on Wednesday, actually on commentary and indeed off commentary as well, about whether it was a missed opportunity not to have a day-night test match here rather than the game over in India, which was washed out against New Zealand.
Yeah, interestingly, I had an interview earlier today with the Afghanistan Cricket Board Chief Executive Officer, CEO, whose term has been extended for another 3 years. That should be going down the leg side. So we did talk about the New Zealand test, and we asked if it was a missed opportunity. And he said they put all the effort into it. New Zealand came, checked it. It was only the window that they had available. Yes, they could have done it in Sharjah, but would have been very hard. But for the future, Afghanistan is looking into establishing further infrastructure.
And that's 50 for Rashid Khan. Mr. Consistent for Afghanistan. It's his 20th, and that's to go with 500s. He really is a class act at number 3.
Oh, absolutely. I earlier said that elegance personified. I just enjoy every shot he plays. The dugout seems very happy for his runs. So talking about the infrastructure, I'll quickly finish it before the end of this over. There will be lights installed in Afghanistan at different grounds, which will give the opportunity for the players to play under the lights. And then there you could possibly practice with the pink ball. And then on another day, you might well be able to play test match in the day and night formats.
The interesting fact here is Rashid Khan, 50 in 63 balls, but that only includes 2 boundaries. Just goes to show how skillful he is at manipulating the ball around, turning the strike over. Of course, he had that big partnership of 101 with Gurbaz, making sure that he was always getting Gurbaz back on strike. That's the skill of Rashid Khan. And that's the skill of Nandre Berger. A really good slower ball there, which outfoxed Omazai. 39 overs gone, 216 for 2. .50 then for Rashid Khan out of Afghanistan's total of 216 for 2. 11 overs remaining.
Yeah, brilliant performance there. Top of the order, Gurbaz. He has a very good strike rate here at Sharjah, once again proving it why he is one of the best in business, scoring 105. Unfortunate for him, couldn't carry on, would have loved it. But Rashid Khan alongside him, really giving him a supporting hand. While Gurbaz has really enjoyed himself out here today. After getting to his 100 means a lot. He becomes the first Afghan to score 100 against South Africa and got the most hundreds, 7. Surpassing Shahzad, he equaled Shahzad's 600. Oh, what a brilliant performance this has been.
Yes, and that reaction after he got his 100 really sums up the pressure he was feeling, because he was on 99 for 7 balls. It kept him tight. There's Rashid Khan, the man without a bat sponsor at the moment. The way these Afghanistan batsmen are going, you'd reckon they've got every chance of picking something up in that regard. Here's Ramit's wagon wheel, and you can see runs all round the wicket. Look at all those ones, just keeping the strike ticking over.
A bat without the sponsor, but with an invisible signature. After scoring his 50, he put his invisible autograph on that. Well, he's been brilliant playing along with the other players. I remember against Sri Lanka, Ibrahim Zadran was on strike and he was struggling, tackling the reverse swing. So he went up to him and asked him to change his guard. And all of a sudden, he was able to tackle the reverse swing because he was asking him to just come a little forward and try and tackle the reverse swing. Again today with Rahmanullah Gurbaz, you rightly indicated 7 dots, the nervous 90s. Every time if you see, oh, he's missed it and he's got it. Rashid Khan One shot too many. Misses it all together.
Well bowled by Peter. A bit of head in the air there from Ramat Shah. So much patience, so much class, but a rush of blood on that occasion. Well flighted. And Verena does the rest behind the stumps. Disturbs the timbers. Wicket for Peter, wicket for South Africa. And Ramat Shah out for an even 50. 216 for 3. Mr. Experienced, former captain, Mohamed Nabi in at number 5. Best of 136 against Sri Lanka in Pallekele earlier this year. Almost a caught and bowled there, a little bit of a leading edge from Nabi, first ball. This is why he's here. Across the line, they're losing his shape a little bit in that shot. Ramat Shah, and an easy bit of work behind the stumps for Verena. Nabi off the mark. And this, of course, with Nabi and Omarzai in together, brings in partnership once again the pair who added 242 in that one-day international when Nabi got 100 in Pallekele. Omarzai made 149. That partnership, the second highest for the 6th wicket in one-day international history.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it here. It was for a losing cause, though. Afghanistan ended up losing that match, unfortunately. But that was a brilliant 6th wicket partnership.
Amazing to think they actually came together when the score was 55 for 5. End of the over then, 10 overs to go in this Afghanistan innings, 218 for 3. Final power play now. 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
You know, the area of concern for me is the last 30 deliveries, 25 runs and 1 wicket. That is a good comeback from South Africa. But at the same time, for Afghanistan, having given themselves a platform, they need to cash it out. They gotta have to score more than 300. The fact that they have the platform against Pakistan, a partnership of 227 when the first wicket was taken, and then after that it was in the 40th over and they only managed to score 300, and it's the reason why they lost to Pakistan. They couldn't defend that. Not to say that 270 won't be enough on this wicket, but you gotta cash out the opportunity that you have. The real firepower is needed from Afghanistan at this stage of the game.
Yes, Gurbaz and Ramat Shah both getting out after they reached landmarks. Oh yes, that is magnificent. Full face of the bat, down the ground, and that would be 6. And virtually any ground in the world, I think. A beautiful shot by Omarzai.
You talked about landmark, and then you say, what a beautiful shot that is, into the arc, full face off the bat. It's pure timing. That is it. High, long and handsome. Azmatullah Omarzai is really timed this nicely. That's a good start to the over.
Well, I'm just looking around the ground to see where the photographers are positioned. But wherever they are, Omarzai gave them every opportunity to make sure they got him when he'd completed that shot. He held the pose in time-honoured fashion. Oh, yes.
That's beautiful. 85 meters. Spot on. That would be a maximum any ground of the world.
It'll be interesting to see now how South Africa go about this. Mulder's quite skilled at taking the pace off the ball. Two balls, of course, so we have a situation where the ball's just getting a little bit softer now.
Well, Afghanistan, considering the platform they had, have shuffled the number. The skipper is yet to come. He normally comes in bat at number 4, but sending Omarzai up the order. And I think it's working out nicely, scoring 26 at this stage. And they will want for Omarzai to stay there. Ikram has really been good in the Shpagiza. He's changed his game.
Two is the call. Really good running by this pair. You mentioned the Shpagiza there, the T20 tournament back in Afghanistan. It really is the premier short form competition now, and has been for quite some time in Afghanistan. The end of the over, 228 for 3. Nine overs to go. Big spinner Peter de Bow from the Sharjah club end. Slip in. I mentioned the Shpagiza T20 tournament. Of course, let's not forget, there was one edition of the Afghan Premier League that took place here in Sharjah a few years ago.
And when I talked to the CEO, he promised there will be in the next year. So APL is coming up.
Short from Nabi, clobbered out to deep mid-wicket. Mulder's out there, just the single. That is good news. Tell us more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Back in Afghanistan, the coach taper and the Shpagiza Cricket League, or the T20 format of the cricket that we have in Afghanistan, but APL, Afghanistan Premier League, is going to come again. The second edition will be played here in the UAE soon next year.
That pad first, that's what Verena was wondering. Certainly hit the bat at some stage.
I'll not let the listeners wander about APL. The thing is that it will provide opportunity for the Afghan players to play with the other players of international caliber from the other countries. So that will really be a platform for the Afghans to showcase their skills. Wow, that skills we're talking about. This is beautiful, glorious looking shot. Another one from the bat of Azmatullah Omarzai, who's really been taking it on.
Another delightful shot there with the full face of the bat. This was an even better shot than the previous over from Mulder. Opened the face of the bat here and got it over extra cover. Kristen Stubbs, in one of the areas of the ground where there aren't any spectators at the moment. That again, swing of the bat. Giving himself a fraction of room, staying slightly leg side, and that one, as you can see, even further than the previous 6.
That was 85 meters. This is 98 meters. Beautiful, glorious looking shots, and that's how you want to start the last power play. First over 10 runs, the second over 7 runs, another 2 more deliveries to be bowled. You want to score as many runs you can in the last 10 overs.
Peter in his 9th over, 1 for 51. I think he's bowled better than that. Figures don't really do him justice. Strike, 237 for 3. Six bowlers used then by South Africa. You can see Leon Fortuin has bowled out and bowled very impressively. That maiden was just as Gurbaz was moving towards his 100. Berger, Peter and Markram sharing the wickets. Question for Temba Bavuma is who's going to bowl the last 8 overs. Well, one of them is going to be bowled by Mulder. I'm guessing, certainly from a seamer's perspective, we're going to see bowlers trying to take a little bit of pace off the ball, bowl some cutters, bowl the ball into the surface.
Yeah, spot on. We saw Ngidi bowling those cutters. You talked about Peter having given away 52 runs in 9 overs. I also think Nadri Berger's bowled brilliantly.
That's exactly what we're talking about there. Banging the ball in, slower ball bouncer. Nabi not convinced about the legitimacy of that delivery. He thinks it should have been called by the umpires because he felt ball reached a certain height, but square leg umpire not as convinced as Nabi.
Yeah, this has been a good start to the over. I remember first 2 overs into the last power play have given 10 and 9 runs, and he's already started with 2 dots. That dot ball pressure sometimes can really give you the breakthrough. All of a sudden, talking about the dot balls, Nabi has out of nowhere found a boundary.
That was more of an on-pace short ball from Mulder. And he almost seemed to be waiting for it. Timed it very effectively indeed. No chance at all for Ungi Ngidi to get around. Mulder's face, well, that tells the story.
Yeah, he's got 2 fielders down at the deep square leg, deep mid wicket. He was still able to play it fine for a boundary. Now Azmatullah Omarzai is on strike. Now he's been striking it and striking it nicely. His strike rate has been 145. And he's got that nick of batting so well against South Africa. We saw that in that match-winning partnership alongside Gulbadin Naib, 47 runs. And before that in the ODI World Cup, 97 unbeaten. And once again in this match, 35 runs with a strike rate of 145. How can he continue to bat another few overs?
I mentioned earlier in the over that expect Mulder to be taking the pace off the ball. And just pan left there, we can see third man up in the circle. So Mulder, you would imagine, is going to be operating predominantly with pace off and trying to bowl quite straight as well, given that he's got long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and long leg on the boundary. There you are. End of the over. 43 for 3. Decent last over, that one for South Africa, just 6 runs from it, from Mulder, and then included the boundary. Now Peter getting ready to bowl his last over.
That's good bowling. Skidding on Azmatullah Omarzai. Wanted to cut this. I think he kept a little low. It'll be interesting to see how the wicket's been behaving at this stage. Already 243 on the board. And with the average runs on this wicket's been 233 in the day-night matches.
Terrific crowd this evening, Friday evening here in Sharjah. Extra cover targeted again by Omarzai. He's achieved a maximum again. Goodness me, it's a remarkable hit.
What's great about that is he's created room for himself. And in the process, I think he sent the ball out of the park, and maybe the umpire will have to run and bring an extra new ball. Look at this. He shuffled across just a little backward, enough to time it nicely for another beautiful looking shot. Glorious hit. Another 92 meter 6. After the 2 dots, this is a good comeback by Azmatullah Omarzai. The partnership has been already looking very nice. 33 of 24 deliveries.
Lost ball gives the batters the opportunity just to take in some liquid refreshment, even the umpire. And towel off as well. But we've got a replacement ball now. And Peter, remember, on one-day international debut, still got 3 balls left to bowl. These delays are the sorts of things that infuriate the purists. Batters taking their time. This is now Afghanistan's highest one-day international total against South Africa. This is the 4th match they played in this format. Previous highest 244 in Ahmedabad in the World Cup last year. This is impressive stuff from Peter today, I think, even though his figures don't tell that story. This is only his 7th List A game. Most of his experience so far has come in T20 cricket. He's learnt a few lessons today, not least from bowling to Omar. Again, over extra cover. Good work from Stubbs. Keeping the batters down to 2.
That's glorious batting from Azmatullah Omarzai, inside out. Trying to eye that area.
And it's a no ball. Oh, goodness me. Well, it's the last thing that South Africa need in this sort of situation. Free hit.
And how about bowling that to Azmatullah Omarzai, who's been striking you, the only one who's been striking you more cleanly. Let's have a look. Something's got to be behind the line, and nothing is behind the line.
No excuse for that. Least of all if you're a spinner. Field can't change, of course.
What would it be? You want to quick fire that one to Azmatullah Omarzai? Yeah. And he's up for it. This is huge. Maximum. High, long and handsome. This is Azmatullah Omarzai's 50, his fastest. Wow, this has been brilliant.
6th one-day international 50, and that's to go with the 100 he made against Sri Lanka in Pallekele. This has been a blazing display. And just the injection of momentum that Afghanistan needed. Brutalising Peter on that free hit, taking full advantage of it. That 4th, 6th, going towards the Sharjah Football Stadium. They've got a game there tomorrow night. It is the end of Peter on one-day international debut. 1 for 68 for him. 6 overs remaining, and Afghanistan well placed. 259 for 3.
Yeah, well placed indeed. What a brilliant bit of striking at the back end. Yeah, they lost a wicket in the 40th over, and sometimes things can go pear-shaped, but it hasn't been the case. The best over there of the innings by far. I mean, of Peter there at the last one of his 10 overs, 1 for 68. He ends up now with 6 overs to go. They turn to the experience of Lungi Ngidi. Will we see lots of slower balls? That's normally his stock standard at the back end.
Yeah, I think what I've really enjoyed about this Afghanistan batting effort is the way they've paced themselves. All these batters gave themselves an opportunity. Yes, it was a free hit. Wow, he has been striking them wonderfully well this evening, Omarzai. That is the appreciation from the camp.
It's a fantastic innings. He was fortunate at the start. He got an outside edge that went away to the fence, an inside edge that went away for 2. And he had 6 of 3 deliveries, but since then he's been scintillating. Everything's come off the middle. He's managed to strike 4 maximums and 2 fours in that 50. And there's nothing better when you get yourself to 46 and someone oversteps and you've got a free hit to try and get yourself to the milestone.
Yeah, there's no better bonus, but again, the way that they've set up this innings, absolutely brilliant. Gubas at the top of the order. Shah to join in, forming that big partnership in the middle period. Now allowing the strikers 7 wickets in hand. They've got license to go.
There's that change-up I talk about. Lungi Ngidi has a wonderful ability to bowl that slow ball. Sometimes has overdone it in the years gone by, and people have almost set themselves expecting him to dish it up. But that's the first time we've seen it in the second spell. 130, then 136, and then that one down at 112. The problem for him is that the end he's bowling from to the right hand is it's a really small hit to the short boundary, so he really does have to nail the length. Can't allow them just to get up and underneath it.
Yeah, this is real excellent from Lungi Ngidi, bowling it into the surface. We were talking about Umazai at the start, really focused, gave himself an opportunity to get in on the surface. Wow, a couple of wonderful shots. Certainly has the power game to clear any boundary. We have seen 4 maximums in that innings of 52. Brilliant striking.
Definitely sets himself to try and whack the ball through the offside, but exquisite over the extra cover area. Change of field for South Africa, far leg into the ring. Bit of protection at deep mid wicket, and that's where it goes for a single. And this has been a really good over, the reintroduction of Lungi Ngidi. Can he get out of here with no more damage being done? Maybe just a single off the last delivery.
Yeah, as a South African outfit, you have to keep believing. Restrict Afghanistan to 85 to 90 perhaps. It's a good surface, one have to say. All seems like it's coming on quite nicely. There's a couple of tired bodies out there. You just have to keep believing.
It's a really good over. It's not adjudged as a wide, so brilliant from Ngidi. Just the 2 from it. 261 for 3. For Afghanistan fans, that's wonderful reading. Some brilliant partnerships at the top of the order. One of 88 and then 101. Gurbaz was scintillating for his 105. Really good controlled aggression from him. Rahmat was good for his 50, and that Umazai is really putting on the cherry on the top with some wonderful striking. 52 off 35. 5 overs to go. Tell you what, if he gets going, these next 5, wouldn't put it past him getting to a 3-figure score if he manages to find the middle of the bat a couple of times. But the issue for South Africa is there's not a lot of experience with regards to death bowling. Yes, Lungi has done the job, but Andre Berger hasn't really done a massive amount of it, and I don't think they'll turn to Mulder at this stage.
Yeah, and you'd expect a Lungi Ngidi to be at mid-off, really speak to the younger bowlers. Like you say, this is a surface that normally cries, or perhaps cry out for pace-off. To see what tactics Andre Berger is going to utilize at the back end here.
Starting around the wicket and goes into the surface. He's got the massive boundary to deal with and work with as the back end of the innings. So we'll probably see a lot of those deliveries on that angle, round the wicket, hitting the back of the length, and really getting to hold up with some cutters and saying, try and drag it across to the massive fence.
That's the boundary zones that Umazai targeted today. You can see just outside his eye line. He loves the ball, to hit the ball through the offside. From time to time, he also picks up that length into the leg side.
I think in their debrief after this, South Africa might be a bit concerned about the area that they've attacked Umazai in. He's strong with the width on the offside, as we see there. He didn't quite get off the middle of the bat. I think that was the cutter as well, was just stuck in the surface a touch. I think too many of the deliveries were offering up width. I think you almost need to go middle and leg stump to him. If you have a look at how he sets himself before the delivery's bowled, he doesn't get across onto the off stump at all. He wants to score a square of the wicket on the offside. Very effective at doing that.
Yeah, you make mention of the fact of having that experienced bowler out in the middle. Also, I don't think South Africa's got an actual bowling coach on this tour. Eric Simons, he was there in the World Cup. Pete Botha with the test side.
Gives himself room again, picks the gap. I think it's going to land and plug. And they will be able to cut it off. That wasn't great running from Omazai. He thought he had hit with enough contact to take it to the fence, but had to quickly get onto his bicycle. But those 2 runs do bring up the 50 partnership of just 37 deliveries.
Yeah, and the point I'm trying to make is the contributions to the 50-run partnership. 38 from Omazai and 11 from Mohamed Nabi. It's coming at a healthy rate as well, only of 37 balls. The point I'm trying to make is I feel South Africa could have been so much better tactically from the first game onwards. I think Afghanistan, they've assessed conditions quickly. They've made it or adjust to what conditions were asking of the bowlers quickly.
A real short-pitched, slow bouncer, but pretty effective. This score is the highest score against the South African side here in Sharjah. It's been 14 one-day internationals. They never had 100 scored against them. That happened today. Gubaz getting over that milestone. The previous house was 263 for 6 for Pakistan in 2000. So this is once again impressive. I would have played in that game. I can't remember it exactly. But Afghanistan now hold the record. Oh, that's brilliant pick-up by Varane. At this late stage of the innings, he must be tired, and he was quickly down to prevent any runs.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the type of cricket Afghanistan has played. His first 2 ODIs, yeah, wide on the angle from Berger, trying to bring it back into the right-hander. Give a lot of credit to Jonathan Trott and his staff. Players in mindset of belief. That's what it boils down to.
Nasty bowled again, but it's actually played really well. Can Dazorzi cut it off? Yes, he can. I'm sure they'll check that just to make sure, but it should be limited to 2. So another good over for the South Africans. Not too many runs scored of that one. And it's 269 for 3. Four overs to go. What firepower can Afghanistan come up with? I think the plan from their side, it looks like the South Africans are going to go to the slow deliveries. A lot of cutters, a lot of taking the pace off. So maybe they're going to start setting themselves for those kind of deliveries and look to be effective. Kind of hold, and then engage in the big shots. But they're desperately wanting to get over the 300 mark, and they have to go at 7 and over to get there. That's not a great start. Oh, and a mistake there from behind. We were complimenting Varane just not so long ago, but that's not his finest moment.
Yeah, and he can almost set up for that slow ball because you know what's coming. Lungin-Gidi, it's a ball that he often reverts to at the back end. Tired bodies, tired legs from wicketkeeper Kyle Verreynne.
That's replay was also interesting to see Omazai getting his foot right out the way, wanting to open up the offside. That's chipped up in the air. This should be an easy take for the South African captain. It is indeed. And that's good bowling from Lungin-Gidi. We talked about the lack of pace, probably been the difficult ball to hit. He's executed it well, and South Africa have picked up their 4th.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Lungin-Gidi. Understanding what needs to happen on this surface here this evening. It's a slow ball into the deck. That has led to the demise of Mohamed Nabi. Kicking out the South African captain, Temba Bavuma, with the easiest of catches. Nabi goes for 13, Afghanistan 2, 7-1 for 4.
The fourth wicket down, in comes the fans' favourite, Rashid Khan. A wonderful ovation as he made his way into the middle. He has the ability to strike it nicely as well. I don't know how his dodgy back is going to affect his striking, but he's done a lot of rehab, so he'll be hoping that he can strike it. Have a look at that, averaging just under 20, but that doesn't talk about the strike rate. And straight away he's carved one square. And it's only going to be a single. No, he's going to charge back for the second. That's wonderful running.
Yeah, it's really been a trademark of the Afghanistan innings. He's running hard between the wickets, but it seems like he's done himself some harm here, John Pollock. It looked like he pulled up as he just passed the wicketkeeper, Carl Verheyen, on the second. He doesn't look happy. That face tells the story. Quick hands. He's an exciting player when he gets going. Cuts down and trying to get back for the second, but just look at him here, Sean. Yeah, I think he might have just done a calf on his way through.
More like a hamstring he looks like he's holding on to. That's not ideal. He's the birthday boy, isn't he? It's not kind of birthday present you want to get, is a bit of a hamstring issue, but that's often what happens. He's well documented his back operation, and back operations are often associated with hamstrings and calf issues. But that is the wicket, the slow delivery, taking the pace off with him. We can see plenty of those from the South Africans at the back end. Yeah, these last four overs. Now be unable to adjust, and he has to be on his way. I was touching on the fact that this is a record. 263 was the previous best score on this ground against South Africa. It was in 2000, and that I was probably playing. I couldn't really remember. Ragnesh's comment to me, Polly, you were rubbish. 10 overs, 1 for 54. He says you were rubbish. You believe getting sledged by our statistician.
I was about to back him up, Polly. Back in the day, that used to be a lot of runs. 263. 220 was normally a good score in your day.
He's coming to vision, coming to vision, coming to vision. This is the man who's sledging me. He's unbelievable with our stats, but he's not happy with my performance here in Sharjah. Yeah, I think Afghanistan ideally would be desperate to get Rashid Khan fit and ready. I mean, his 10 overs with the ball on this kind of surface with a big score under your belt and the possibility of winning the series is much more important than any runs he's probably going to add at the back end here. So they'll be a bit disappointed that this has transpired. Rehydrate, but I don't know if rehydrate's going to help the hamstring.
Absolutely not. You need a cataflame with 2 paracetamols. Get half the job done, but in a little bit of discomfort. I was quite surprised when he strolled out as well, Polly. I think you'd want to have him with ball in hand a bit later on this evening. South Africa wouldn't mind seeing that.
Loves to be a part of the game. Anyway, there hasn't been much to cheer about for South Africa. There has been 4 wickets, and here it is. First one was Aiden Mark who made the breakthrough. Berger, and then Ava Peter managed to pick up one just sliding through there, and then that was the last wicket to fall. So they haven't managed to pick them up regularly to South Africa, unable to keep the momentum in their favour, and that's why that scorecard is such pretty reading for the Afghanistan team.
Yeah, Afghanistan winning the toss. That is some statement when you choose and elect to bat first. Another Gurbaz. He's so today, but it's back up and going.
Up in the air, this could be taken. Oh, it's going to land safely. Oh, it was a brilliant effort. I think it's Ava Peter coming from the third man area. Lands safely, and Rashid Khan clutches at that hamstring once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure he should be continuing to bat here if he's got that sort of discomfort. It's a slow ball from Lungin Giri. This is an excellent effort by Ava Peter. Just that slowness in pace meant that the ball didn't carry all the way down to third man, but an excellent running attempt.
The pace-off delivery again from Ngidi. Omazai, he's been a good striker tonight, 57 on the board. And that one's too short. I think that's going to be adjudged. Oh, no. Yes, wide. Doesn't get away with it.
Yeah, Lungingiri's got the teapot out. He's not happy with it being widened. Slow ball into the surface again. Just have a little look side on here. Slow ball into the surface. I think that's well above the shoulder height.
You think they care or don't care? They're living on the edge every single delivery. They're involved. Did mention 7 and over would get Afghanistan to 300. Another one. This has been a long over from Lungingiri.
I suppose you won't mind it, Polly. I can see what his plan is. He's trying to stick to that wide outside the off-stump line. Slow balls and also speed on. So he's trying to drag Umazai to the offside. But having Midov up in the ring, he can't pitch it up. That's why he's going hard length on that line.
He's got to be a little bit careful because Amazon's a very strong square of the wicket. So if he does recognise something with a bit of pace on, he'll carve it past backward point. That's nasty bowl. That's a good change up on Mangidi. Bowled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deliveries in the over, but only 3 or 4 of them have counted.
Yeah, I really like this ploy from Lungingiri. What he's doing here is he's trying to push the batter back with the shorter ball into the surface and then go to the Yorkers. He's not predictable in trying to land at Yorker the whole over, so you can't line him up. Where is he going to? Rashid Khan.
This could be another one. I think because of that filthy look he gave the umpire earlier on in the over, he's got away with that. I think that one's comfortably over the head as well.
They probably have some sympathy for the bowlers here. It's
I've got
been hot,
plenty.
been humid.
I've got plenty. But can't get away from the facts. Is to be judged in a standing position, so yeah, maybe it's okay. Rashid Khan was interested.
I reckon Rashid Khan's hamstring just shortened him a little bit as well.
Across to stand well outside the off stump now. He's going to try and look to flick this maybe leg side. Oh, nasty bowl, Lungi. That ball's dipped on Rashid Khan, who's definitely struggling with that hamstring. End of the over, 277 for 4. You do wonder if it wouldn't be a better plan for Afghanistan to get Rashid Khan off the field and work on that hamstring, try and get him ready to bowl as many overs as he possibly could. Anyway, he's staying out there. Omazar, 58 of 39 on strike. They've been good from South Africa at the back end. They really have pulled things back nicely.
Yeah, I think there was just a clarity in terms of plan, execution, understanding what was going to make you effective at the back end on this particular surface. As a batter, you want pace on, you want the ball into your zone. They've steered well away from that, South Africa. And they'll be clinical in this finish. They need to get this man out.
Might have been some signalling to get Rashid Khan off. We'll see after this delivery. It's beautifully played, trying to pick that extra cover area, but Tristan Stubbs is very wide at long off. He knows the area that Omazar wants to go into. He's talking about how effective South Africa have been. It could have gone pear-shaped after that large over of 17. It could have been a couple of big overs struck together there by Afghanistan, but a good over from, I think it was Ngidi, bowled for 3 and And South Africa managing to pull it back means that can they possibly keep the score below 300?
Yeah, this is brilliant work from Nandre Berger. It's also the awareness of trying to keep Rashid Khan on strike. The longer you keep him on strike, Afghanistan, they want Umazai on strike. He's the man in form. He's the man that strikes it well at the moment. This injury doesn't bode well at this stage of the game.
Oh, it's the QN, but he'll be able to just shuffle himself through for a single. Yeah, I think he's doing more damage than good for his team. He's unable to strike it. Sometimes with a hamstring, you can't kind of launch your weight into the right position. This is what they were saying. What about coming off? Are you fine? Rashid looked at them and said, no, I'm happy to stay for now.
Coach, it's my birthday.
And I'll cry if I want to. Oh, that's fortunate runs. That was nasty ball by Berger. You almost got the feeling he did Omazar for pace, but still the top edge away to the fence.
Yeah, you certainly feel hard done by if you're a bowler. Again, it's that slow ball into the surface from Nandre Berger. See how the arm speed is what's done him. He's through the shot early, but the top edge. Well, I tell you what, fortune certainly favours the brave here this evening.
Yeah, the first boundary in 23 deliveries, and at this stage of an innings, that's really good from the South Africans. In the air, this one's going to land safely again. And it's going to spin away to the fence. So two fortunate boundaries at the back end saves it for Afghanistan. 10 from the over, 287 for 4. Twelve deliveries to go in this Afghanistan innings. It's looking more and more likely that they're going to post something in excess of 300. And the key now will be to get Rashid Khan off strike and Omazar onto strike. Edged and straight through to Calvarena. Falls well short.
Just the field placing doesn't complement the tactic utilised here. He had sword 45 up in the ring. Slow ball into the surface again. Top leading heads, but just keeps spinning away from Ngaba Peter.
Crowd is gathered in here to come and support the Afghan team, and they are enjoying every moment, whether it's edges to the fence or out the middle of the bat. It's cheered in every possible way.
It's just a little conversation there between Rashid Khan and Umazai, and I think it would go down along the lines of try and get one, get me on strike.
Not one of the judges the wide. And Lungingiri's having a consultation with the umpire again and saying, but surely you take into account that he set himself before the delivery's bowled. He's probably a foot outside the off stump, so therefore what transpires is the wide line tends to move. But he's explaining that even with that movement and the readjustment of where the new wide line would be, as to say, it's still outside of where it needs to be. There we can see he moves well before, and I think I'm with the umpire on this one. That's comfortably wide. Lungi, you're not going to win that battle. Get himself outside off stump again has Rashid Khan. There's a big way-ho at it, and he could be run out here if Lungi throws. He would have been, I think. Just labours over the line.
Yeah, this is exactly what Umazai wanted. He wanted Rashid Khan to get the one. And he said slow ball, pace off, threw the shot too early, bottom edge onto the pad. All Lungi Ngidi needed to do was hit the stumps. Rashid Khan had given up halfway through already.
The feeling you should probably miss the stumps on purpose. I mean, he's not really doing any damage with the bat. 5 of 8. He can't run any quick singles, so it's not like Omazar can come back for 2s. If he does manage to post the ball into the right areas, it's probably better to have him out there, I would think. We'll give Lungi the benefit of the doubt. Oh dear. That's going to get a warning for Lungi Ngidi as well. You can understand how hot it is out there. He goes to his hand and says it slipped. I think it wasn't bowled at express pace, which is probably a good thing. But it's a free hit. And Emma Bavuma using his yellow cloth there to try and dry the ball as best as possible.
Yeah, Lungi Ngidi, you can see he's trying to take the pace off. He's been hot, he's been sweating. That one's just slipping out of their hands. Tell you what, a man that's been starved of the strike lately, Umazai, he would welcome this free hit.
What you've got to do in those situations, just try and flay your bat, try and get it as high as possible. It's going to be a no ball, so if you could maybe just get something on it, it's going to go away. Anyway, a free hit. Pace off, and he's middled it. He's going to take this straight out of the ground. Stubbs. No, he can't settle underneath it. A wonderful strike by Omazai.
Yeah, he's been in some form. His striking ability. This is exactly what he was crying out for. A free hit that you feel that came at the right time for him. It's a slow ball, but it's in the slot. And just look how that ball hit the middle of the willow. He knew once he struck it that he's had enough willow to carry the distance. Yeah, the fans, they absolutely love this effort with bat in hand from Afghanistan. Come down to support their team, and they have been highly entertained.
Oh, he's running repairs to Lungi Ngidi's boots. South Africa have been very slow. They've gone through 2 warnings for not starting their over in time. Allocated time between over to over, and they can hear a little bit of the bird being whistled around the ground with regards to how Lungi's slowing things down. And they were supposed to be finished by 7:30 local time. It's now 5 to 8, and there's still an over to go. Talking about that over, Vern, who's going to bowl it? It's either Markram or Mulder.
Definitely have to be Vian Mulder. I think you're going to risk bowling Markram, especially not against an Umazai who's in. I think you have a seamer that can perhaps do a change up, because you just feel that with Markram, that's the calculated risk, hitting with the spin.
That's beautifully struck. Could be taken. No, bounces short. Yeah, we'll be able to get through for a single.
297 for 4. That's where we are at this moment. Lungi Ngidi gone with the full option. Excellent effort by Vian Mulder.
You could see the disappointment there from Omazai, because it was perfectly kind of pitched to be able to just pop it over the offside. Mulder up it long off, no one back there, so as it got to that length, he would have fancied himself. It's nasty bowled by Ngidi. Really has been a struggle for Rashid Khan. 5 of the 9 deliveries and the damaged hamstring. To think that his first shot when he got to the crease was a double out to a deep point where he injured his hamstring.
Yeah, it's a big concern for Afghanistan, especially when he will be needed a bit later on with ball in hand. He's one of the key bowlers for them.
Slow ball does for Rashid Khan again, so a wonderful finish to the over from Lungi Ngidi. 297 for 4. It is going to be Vian Mulder to bowl the last over for South Africa. And Afghanistan will be happy. Omazai is on strike. 74 not out.
Yeah, not the way you want to start the last over, Vian Mulder. Let's look at that extras column there, Polly. 22 wides, 2 no balls. Those are the ones that you can control.
Mulder bowled his last over on the 43rd over of the innings, so it's not like he's been out of the attack for too long. Beautifully clipped. Will it be away? Dazorzi or cut it off and just be the single? As you mentioned, it's Rashid Khan who's just labouring through for singles, not really charging to get Omazai back on strike, and that's maybe what the smile's all about.
I think they almost thought that it was going to go to the boundary because it went flying down the deep square region. Excellent work by Tony Dazorzi. This is what South Africa wants. They want Rashid Khan on strike. See, angling down the leg side, just using the pace on offer. There he must have thought that it was going to be a boundary, but not to be. It means Rashid Khan is on strike with 5 balls to go in this final over.
He does seem to be able to walk comfortably, and I suppose even from a bowling perspective, if he just kind of walks to the crease, he might still be good. That's how good he can be.
No, Polly, you don't want to go there.
Okay. We'll see a little bit later. Once again, position himself well outside that off stump is Rashid Khan. It's bat on ball and another single, but it's an important one. It brings up the 300 for Afghanistan.
Yeah, and that 300 would be a massive psychological boost for the Afghan cricket team. South Africa has a lot of tired bodies out in the field. It's been hot, it's been humid. Just ask yourself how much energy resources are left when it comes to their time with bat in hand a bit later on this evening.
Yeah, this last 50 has been the quickest one of the innings for Afghanistan. That's nasty play straight down the ground. Will it be cut off? No, it won't. The placement is perfect from Omazai.
Yeah, this is some innings. After the initial onslaught of Gurbaz, they needed someone else to come and get himself in on the surface. He's done a wonderful job so far. 79 of just 48 deliveries.
Striking at 165, and he's done well there because Mulder actually followed him nicely. An effort on the boundary, but unable to cut it off. And this one's out the middle, and it's probably going to go the whole way. Yes, it will. Wonderful striking at the back end.
Yeah, they're on their feet. They're applauding their team, and they've got a very good reason to do so, because they are being entertained by the willow of Omazai. This is the danger when you go Yorker. When you miss your length, this is what batters are practicing towards the back end of an innings. You are going to disappear out the park.
South Africa have got their best 2 fielders, Bjorn Fontaine and Tristan Stubbs, situated nice and straight down the ground. But there's nothing much they can do about those. Didn't feel like he got it exactly as well as he could have, but more than enough to take it for his 6th maximum in the innings so far. 2 deliveries to go. Pace off. I don't think he's going to run at all. Yes, he is. He's just going to jog through for that single. So it'll be Rashid Khan to face the last delivery. And Omazai will end up with 86 or 50 deliveries. It's, as you said, it's been brilliant from him. Exactly what they required, someone to be able to stand up, striking at 172. 5 4s, 6 6s. He's done a fantastic job.
Yeah, they've been brilliant in the first ODI with ball. This time round, elected to bat first. Oh, I tell you what, this is a statement they've made here this evening.
Super delivery. And he's going to get away with it. Maybe they thought they could maybe even send it upstairs. Anyway, Rashid Khan will limp off, but it's been a good innings from Afghanistan. Having won the toss, deciding to bat first, they've managed to post 311 for 4 in their 50 overs.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The way they've paced their innings. All the batters get themselves in this evening and given themselves an opportunity. And once they were in on this surface, they really made it count. Gave the fans plenty to shout about. As the power play score 47 for none, that's what really set up this innings for Afghanistan. Happy birthday to Rashid Khan, 26 years of age. They were highly entertained this evening. Hopefully he'll be fine enough to come and bowl later on. He pulled up with a bit of a hamstring issue. The man in green, they have got their work cut out with better, but later on.
Yeah, a lot to think for the South Africans. Ramanullah Gurbaz was the key at the top of the order. 100.
Congratulations, 105 runs, 3 sixes, 10 fours, 700s, the most for an Afghan in an ODI. Walk us through your innings and tell us how the surface was.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. I think the wicket was not that easy to bat, but still, I think we managed really well. Yeah, I think it's a very good total for our bowling side. If you see, our bowling is one of the best bowling in the world. I think this can be the good total for us.
So what's it like beating South Africa for the first time, and into the second match, it looks like that you can seal the series. Do you think the score is enough? 311?
We all know that South Africa is one of the best side in the world and well experienced. This is a very great opportunity for us to experience with them. I mean, learn something and go ahead with this confidence ahead. Yeah, I think it's a good total, but still we need to bowl well and in the good area to win the match.
All the best. Congratulations. Well played today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, indeed, it was a fantastic effort. The 6th highest.
An opening pair this afternoon. Afghanistan would have cried out for this man to get himself in. He afforded himself a couple of deliveries to get in. And once he got into his work, he's explosive. This is what we used to from Ramanullah Gurbaz. He hits a big percentage of boundaries, but the balance that he found in his game today was exceptional. He really took the South African bowlers to the shorts. That was perhaps the only chance afforded. The 1 wicket early on for Aiden Markram. And then they just continued with their power hitting. Wonderful balance between power hitting, running hard between wickets. But this man, I don't think there's a ground big enough for him once he's in. He's manipulated the field and he's got the bowlers to bowl into his zone. That's the moment that took him to his century. Yeah, another wicket for Nandre Berger. Much needed wicket at the time. Beautiful balance. That is the half century of Omarzai. For an 8-time Rahmat Shah got stumped in ODI cricket. Wonderful balance, and just look how beautiful they keep their shape throughout the ball, not looking to overhit it, and that has really been the trademark of Omarzai. He knows he's got the power, he possessed the power game to clear the boundary. Exceptional stuff. Lungi Ngidi picking up a wicket towards the back end, caught by Temba Bavuma, and that is just to hold it in a little bit because this game was running away from South Africa, but Omarzai, there was no one keeping him quiet this evening. Yeah, we were treated to a batting exhibition from Afghanistan. This is how the bowlers has gone tonight as we welcome Neil O'Brien.
Yeah, difficult evening for lots of the South African bowlers. I thought Lungi Ngidi started well and finished well. 1 for 50. Berger, expensive. Bjorn Fortuin, very good. 10 overs for 39, but it was generally very difficult work on a good surface. I think a much better surface than game 1. We have shifted across one pitch to pitch number 2 and has played really, really well. So South African batters, they should be confident. There shouldn't be any demons. There might be a bit of mental scarring from 2 days ago. So how will they go about their innings up front? Well, one change obviously at the top of the order. Captain Temba Bavuma is back in after an illness a couple of days ago, so that's excellent for South Africa. Wonderful numbers, averaging 45 strike rate, very healthy, and he's used to it. We've got a bit of left hand in Tony De Zorzi, who is a fine striker himself. Excellent strike rate, got a good 100 not so long ago in the ODI arena, but this is going to be another difficult task. Chasing over 300 against a quality attack. Really looking forward to seeing how Fazil Haq Faruqi goes about his business, who bowled superbly 2 nights ago. 4 for 35 he picked up with that new rock. 3 in the power play, which did some real damage. It's going to be an intriguing encounter. There's a healthy crowd in. It's Friday night. Where would you rather be?
Yeah, certainly at Sharjah Cricket Club, right here in the heart of the UAE. Yeah, the crowd, they have been highly entertained early on. It's good to see that man Temba Bavuma taking ownership at the top of the order for South Africa. Fazalak, the rookie, he's going to operate with 2 slips. But we'll just wait for this countdown before we get going here at the Sharjah Cricket Club. Yeah, just a couple of seconds away. Here we go. 7, 6, 5. You do the counting. Here we go. Mohammad Nabi indicating that now we're ready. And we have seen 2 nights ago the new ball presenting a little bit of swing. I wonder if it will offer up a bit of swing this evening. Yeah, he's gone full looking for the swing, but Temba Bavuma with the very first delivery, he's off the mark with the boundary.
Well, it's such a gift. Such a gift. First ball for the captain, Temba Bavuma. Faruqi looking for swing. Big full P. Help yourself here, Temba. Oh, yes. Lovely. Placement so good. Good use of the hands and the wrists. Outfield's quite fast. Faster today than it was on Wednesday. Skipping across the surface here in Sharjah.
Yeah, I think this afternoon when we went out there, I've seen the lawnmowers working a little bit harder than what it did on Wednesday night. So perhaps the blades of the grass just a touch shorter. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting run chase here for South Africa. I wonder how that injury to Rashid Khan is at the moment. Yeah, it's good to see the captain Rashid Khan on the field. Pardon me, not the captain, but it's good to see the young man out in the park. And this is Fazalak Farooqi in the first ODI. First they were looking for a bit of swing, but then changed up the angle and got rid of Hendricks as well as Markram. And then finish off proceedings, bowling Vian Mulder. He's been absolutely brilliant 2 nights ago. Can he repeat? Because that is what his captain will be calling upon him to do.
Yeah, fine bowler. Had a wonderful T20 World Cup. He was the joint highest wicket taker with Arshdeep from India. So he's having a rich vein of form. Those 3 bulging blue deliveries took wickets was from around the wicket. You saw those 3 cleaning up 3 batters. So got a left-hander here, and Tony de Souza. He's got 2 slips in play. Square point and a backward point, so big gap at extra cover.
Yeah, just a touch wide again. You can see he's just looking, searching for a bit of swing here on offer, but control. That is what you're crying out for from Fazalak Farooqi.
Yeah, Ikram Ali Keel is keeping wicket tonight for Afghanistan. Brought into the side in place of Gulbuddin Naib. A very good wicketkeeper, specialist keeper. So no wicketkeeping duties for Ramanullah Gurbaz this evening. That's lovely. 100, of the keep wicket.
Yeah, that's also his 600. Ramanullah Gurbaz batting first. So perhaps a ploy. Last game, of course, he's kept wicket, being in the field first. Then he came out charging Lungi Ngidi. Bitterly disappointed. But tonight, wow, I tell you what, he's put up some exhibition with that bat in hand.
Done the homework here, Afghanistan, the analysts and coaches. The feel for Tony de Souza is very square on the offside. Got a backward point, and then their cover field of Verne is really square on the right hand of your screen there. So there's a massive gap between extra cover because they know Tony de Souza likes to go square the wicket like a lot of left-handers.
Wait! Yeah, that is brilliant homework. Also, they have a batting consultant in their camp who will have worked with Tony de Souza, so he knows his game inside out. Yeah, you can see how strong he is when it's just outside his eye line on the off stump. The player that leans back, he trusts his hands on the surfaces like this. He will look to access that boundary behind square on the offside. So excellent field place. You can see point, backward point, just on the edge of the circle, knowing that he's so strong in that region. Yeah, that's excellent. It looks like he's went for the inducker there. End of the first, South Africa 7 for none. Yeah, to open the bowling from the opposite side, no surprises. Allah Mohammad Ghazanfar. He has really been the bowler in that first ODI to break the backbone of the South African top order. 3 for 20 his figures was. There we go, his best there as well. That's good gloves behind the wicket. You can see that one angling in with the swing.
Well, there's 3 wickets from the first. A little bit of mystery. Outside edge on keeper's pad and then cleans up. Too low, too slow, and then Verena, no clue. Interested to see how they go about it here, South Africa. The thought process, the plans, see how accurate he was in that first ODI. Everything is in that good length area. Generally attacking the stumps. Just a little bit either way, a little bit of mystery. Keep an eye out for the carom ball to the off spinner, a la Ravi Ashwin.
Yeah, and I just think because of those lines that he's bowling, is attacking as a batsman. Because you don't know which way it's going, you're forced to be playing at him. You make mention of the fact a little earlier that from time to time, you drag the batter wider. And just look how that one zips off the surface.
It's not a good option, Vern. We said it in the first game when Tony de Souza was looking square. It's just not a safe option. It's going to skid back in and maybe hit you on the knee. Trap you in front.
Oh, confusion. Luckily, he got sent back just in time by Tony de Souza. And I'm fully with you. I think we spoke about the modes of dismissals that you want to try and avoid. And when those modes of dismissals are often LBW bowled, the cut shot is a dangerous shot, especially up front. You want to give yourself a bit of time to get in, but I don't think it's a good option against Ghazanfar anyway.
You got to try and get forward as much as possible. He's a tall man, Mohammad Ghazanfar, so not easy sometimes to force yourself forward against a spinner that's tall, but I think you have to press forward. A little bit like the late great Bob Woolmer used to teach the batters. Press forward and then rock back. Too many of the South African batters in the first ODI were caught in the crease or were looking to hang back with the ball skidding on, fraught with danger.
Yeah, it's certainly a ploy, especially from the Indians as well. A little forward press, and then when you rock back, you almost want to try and take your front knee out the equation as quickly as possible to allow your hands to cover the line of the ball. Very important, you still need to pick it first. Niall O'Brien, this man, he's caused headaches. I don't think South Africa top order picked it.
Yeah, I understand maybe not picking which delivery, but you can pick length and you can pick line. So even if you're not picking maybe the carom ball or the off spinner, you can still pick line, especially for the right-handers. And we spoke about that in the pitch report. So picking the line of the ball early give you a chance to maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
End of another excellent over for Afghanistan. 10 for none now, South Africa. Yeah, South Africa with a mammoth task at hand. You're needing 300 in the brain trust. Hot, humid day for the players in the field this afternoon. And straight away, Faruqi coming around the wicket and creating issues straight away. Themba Bavuma was comfortable with him operating from over the wicket. This is the manner which he operated in his first innings, creating all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, but look at Bavuma's footwork, much better a better committed stride than we saw from the likes the South African top order in the first game. The likes of Reza Hendricks, tentative, pushing, feeling for the ball, unsure of where it's off stump. That was much better from Temba Bavuma.
Well, this is excellent. He's gone one back in at Bavuma, and this time round he looked like he's just taking this across the right-hander. So he's planting that seed, that doubt, that element of doubt is in the back of Bavuma's mind now.
Isn't it amazing how people see the game? Because you're looking at that from the bowler's perspective, saying, how good is that? And I'm looking at the batter saying, what a lovely leave. Because look at Bavuma's commitment across the stumps. And I love the batsmanship, and you're just loving the bowler.
And I think this is what makes cricket so fascinating to watch. When you have a bowler with ball in hand that has full control of what he's trying to utilize. Back in again, excellent cricket from Temba Bavuma. And there's so much learning that can take place when you watch the team batting first or bowling first. You learn from what lengths work on this particular surface, and you can also try and get a gauge what you need to do when it comes to your turn with bat in hand. I feel at this very moment in time, as a batsman, you perhaps want to force him to bowl a touch shorter. So perhaps bat a little bit out of your crease. So you take those modes of LBW and bowled out of play completely, because that is what he will be zoning in on. He's done this wonderfully well in the first game as well. The change up, he's got a quick arm action. So as a batter from time to time, you just need to delay your shot a little bit, and then he sucks you in with a quicker ball.
Tony Dezorzi, from me right now, he's just thinking very square the wicket. This is a shorter length ball actually, and it was a shot out of frustration more than anything else. He was looking to make something happen. A little bit of a shuffle and got across the off stump, beat him for a bit of pace.
Down the leg side on this occasion, did he get bat on it? The appeal certainly suggests that Maruki liked it from the get-go, but I think, yeah, by giving it his runs.
Well, they have to wait. He'll have to wait 15 seconds before he'll give his decision, because he won't want to give the captain any indicator or clues in terms of referral. You'll see that now with umpires. Yeah, you see, he's just giving leg byes there, just looking out the window. I thought all along it was leg byes, yeah. Sliding down leg side, but it's something that's come in, obviously, with the review system and umpires. Because I think it was happening in England and Australia series. The players are asking, is that leg byes? And the umpire would say yes. So they said, oh, I'm not going to review it, or I might review it. So now the umpire just keeps it up his sleeve.
A big talking point in the South African camp was to eliminate the result, but now after 3, you can see it's just saying try and eliminate the LBW bowl dismissal. Get yourself your weight a little bit into the line of the ball.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about how South Africa going to go against the seamers. It's more about how they go against spin. That's going to be the key. How do they counter Zanfa, Rashid Khan, Nabi if he needs to bowl? It wasn't needed a couple of nights ago, Nabi. What are their plans against the spinners?
Yeah, I like that kind of plan from Tony Dezorzi. Stretch the arms and the first maximum of Gazanfar.
Such a good option. Forget square the wicket on the offside, Tony Dezorzi. Strong, look at the muscles. Have a look at the footwork that gets him in a position, and then it's a good clean swing of the blade. That's a wonderful hit. 28% of Gazanfar's balls, deliveries in the first ODIs would have hit the stumps. That to me says you've got 72% of balls that you can sweep and hit.
like the option from Tony De Zorzi again. That is a favourite shot of his, that little cut shot or backfoot punch. A couple of South African fans in the house. Yeah, if they are, that's a no ball. Here we go. This is exactly what Afghanistan don't want, but perhaps what South Africa need. Where is Tony De Zorzi going with this? I'd like to see a repeat of that maximum. Zanfa might just fire this into the surface. It's a little semi-across. Excellent shot, but also excellent fielding by Rashid Khan at mid-on. And no sign of the hamstring injury in that piece of fielding from Rashid Khan.
Tell you what, he's hobbling though. Look, yeah, he's grimacing. In some pain, Rashid Khan. Exceptional stop. Especially with a bit of dew in the outfield, the ball just kissing off the surface.
Well, a statistician has given us some bad news if you're a South African fan. No team has chased down 300 at Sharjah. Very successful run chases. Came in the form of the West Indies versus Pakistan in '93, 285 for 4, with Brian Lara making 153. A decade and a bit later, I'll come back to it in a second. Australia chasing down 285 against Pakistan. Aaron Finch making 153 not out. What he's basically trying to tell me is someone in the South African lineup needs to get 153 tonight.
That's a good start. It's just worth keeping an eye on Alam Mohamed Ghazanfar on his front foot, because he bowled a no ball in the last ODI as well. Pushing that line.
Yeah, and it's never a good ball with that sort of thing in the back of your mind. At the end of 4, South Africa 21 for none. Well, there's still one more ball left in the over. Pardon me, that was because of the no ball. Yeah, it's never good when you have that sort of thing lingering in the back of your mind at no ball. You want to try and make sure, especially when you're a spin bowler, you want to take control of that front foot at all times. Yeah, excellent ball to finish off the 4th over. South Africa now 21 for none. Well, it's not quite the end of the 4th over because they're checking that front foot again. Well, now it will be, because it has adjudicated to be a fair delivery. Yeah, much better start for South Africa. 21 for none of 4. I get a feeling that they might look to be a little bit more aggressive towards the back end of this power play. But it's all about pacing your innings on this surface. All seems to be coming on a lot better. No demons in the surface. We haven't seen a great deal of turn either, so perhaps crying out for one of these batters to get in and play an innings of substance. Form a lot of partnerships along the way, because that is how you're going to get yourself to that 312 mark.
Yeah, you can just listen to Mohammed Nabi in the stump mic. Come on, boys, not easy. And I tell you what, it's not going to get any easier as the night goes on. Intriguing battle here between bat and ball.
Yeah, that's an angle again that's been causing some issues for the South African batters. See Temba Bavuma playing a little bit away from the body.
I think as a right-hander here, you've got to think mid-off. So just think mid-off right now. Right now, that ball there, as that ball is coming down, it looks like a cover drive delivery. But actually, as a batter, you've got to try and think, where's the ball going to end up, as opposed to where is it when it's halfway down. So I think Temba Bavuma and all the right-handers actually should be thinking side screen. Think straight down the ground as much as possible. If you get one really wide, you can throw your hands at it.
Yeah, I think it has been a little bit of a deficiency in the South African technique, because when you play in South Africa, you can trust the bounce. On these lower, skiddier surfaces, you can see they're trying to hit the ball too square from time to time, and that's when they get themselves into trouble. South Africa, a similar sort of length, you can trust the bounce, ball coming onto the bat.
Yes, but we're talking about experienced cricketers here. And Temba Bavuma's been around a long time. Reza Hendrick's been around a long time. They know before they get on the plane from Johannesburg what they're going to get. I don't like the idea of certain players being brought up in certain environments and taking time to adjust. I don't accept it. I don't agree with it. As a professional sportsman, that's why I thought in the first ODI, South Africa walked out of the bat with, in my eyes, from the commentary, it looks like they had no plans and not much preparation went into how they're going to conquer the spin bowlers especially. And that's, in this day and age, that's not really acceptable, because you know what you're going to get. Before you get on that plane from Joburg or Cape Town or Durban, wherever you're coming from, you know Afghanistan are going to come with spin. 3 or 4 spinners, and one of them's going to bowl with the new ball. So it shouldn't be a surprise, and you should have plans in place. Just to finish, those plans might not always work, and those plans might need readjustment, but you can't just, as a player, it just takes a bit of time to adjust, or we weren't quite expecting the spinner to bowl the new ball. This is a huge game, because they can't go 2-0 down in this 3-match series.
Yeah, it's certainly a must-win game for South Africa. I like your sentiments. Yeah, you know the conditions you're going to face, you know the opposition. That's why you have video analysis available to you these days. So your preparation can start way before you even get to a particular country or continent. Just trying to away swing again. Oh, I tell you what, had he hit, he would have been in all kinds of trouble, Tony de Zorzi.
Oh, Karate, the Karate Kid. Look at him go. Oh, miles, absolutely miles out. I wonder did Temba Bavuma know it was the Karate Kid, Karate, who's left-handed.
And he'd be looking at that again and say to himself, geez, I had a whole lot more time to set myself. But yeah, not to be. Perhaps a bit of fortune that South Africa needs. Yeah, excellent shot from Tony de Zorzi. End of the 5th, South Africa 23 for none.
South Africa in the chase, 23 without loss after 5 overs. More stability at the top for South Africa in the chase. A good start is key. Utilization of the power play overs. How has the approach been, Sean Pollock?
The fact that they haven't lost any wickets means it's pretty good. I think the Afghanistans have been as good as we saw from them in the first game with regards to control. That's normal. Things don't always go according to plan. I think also maybe sometimes as a team, once you bowl the side out for 106, you can rock up thinking, well, we're going to do the same today. And South Africans are proud. They would have had those 36 hours to discuss new game plans and watch some footage and maybe come up with a new idea. And you get the feeling that they've kind of done that, South Africa. They've introduced Themba Bavuma. I mean, he missed out on the first game and he's got a wealth of experience at the international level, so seems to have settled in nicely. 11 off his 17.
Slightly changed conditions as well.
I think there was some more purchase in the last game, more difficult to bat on. That's nice. Zanfa has kind of settled in now. I get the feeling he wasn't finding his length as regularly, but that was a brilliant delivery. And the purchase, superb.
Kerem delivery, off spinner and googly. But three important variations to trouble the batters. If you not read it from the hands, difficult to negotiate off the surface. Much better in this over. Gajanfar, they got slip in position. 2, slip in position, going with the reverse. Adventurous. Bavuma.
Gajanfar thought he had heard a little noise as it went past that reverse sweep. And that's the modern day cricketer. They will not be dictated to. If they feel that the bowler's getting on top of them, it's these kind of shots that come out. Looking for the reverse sweep.
Skidding off the surface. Nabi and Ramasha in the slips. With a straight bat, much better approach. Must have done a lot of soul searching about finding method to negate with this spin threat of Afghanistan. The way they were demolished in the first game, Gajanfar in particular.
I just don't know how many of them have ever faced him. So it's one thing to watch footage, but once you've been out there, even if it's for an over or 10 deliveries, you get a bit of an understanding. So they would have at least have that to work on, the South Africans. Long way to go. Afghanistan with 35 without loss at this stage.
One slip in position for Georgie. Long off on the boundary, men on the sweep on the onside at deep square. Need to cut it from the stumps. Dot ball to finish the over. 26 without loss, South Africa. Afghanistan captain Hashmat winning the toss and batting first. 311 for 4, imposing total, courtesy a century, a belligerent 100 from Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Continuing to operate from round the wicket, Faruqi.
We can see that the stance Themba Bavuma's taken up there. He's starting on off stump, and that's what some of the batters the other night didn't do. They kind of hung on leg side of it, and that's beautifully played on the angle, nicely pitched up, and he knows that he can trust the up and over and executes beautifully.
He's a classical stroke maker. Received the ball in his area from round the wicket, maintains his balance and hits it over the top of it off.
By positioning himself or starting on the off stump, he knows that anything outside the eye line, he's going to miss the stumps, and then he can almost be a bit of a free hit. Whereas if he's standing on leg stump for a wide angle delivery, doing wonders for our in-vision camera, but Effective. He gets right across and can use it to whip it through the leg side. So this is brilliant from Bavuma. We talked about how there would be new plans and new ideas. And the man who didn't plan the game obviously watched and thought, okay, those guys that got out, maybe they should have gone and batted an off stump, and he's doing it with aplomb.
Well, we've been talking about creating angles. You can use angles to your advantage as well, like that off the back foot, off the toes, behind square on the onside for 4. Excellent footwork, using the pace and angle to good effect. 2 excellent boundaries from the blade of Bavuma. Back-to-back boundaries. Let's one go outside the off stump. Awareness about the off stump. Technical adjustment. How difficult it is for a batter to make all of a sudden from what transpired in the first game. Just 1 day's break.
Yeah, you can be stubborn as a batter. You can definitely say, hey, this is the way I do things, and I'm not really prepared to change. But the modern cricketers, I know Hashim Amla, for example, we used to watch him. He was very, very good at just jumping across and getting into different positions according to which bowler he was facing. I remember one test match at the Wanderers where he'd kind of close himself off to one and open it up to the other. Let's have a look at the other guys. See, that's was Reza Hendricks. Markham, he tended to stay leg side of it. And then there's Mulder. He stays very leg side of it. So Hendricks did get onto off stump, but he ended up dragging the ball onto the stumps because he was kind of a little bit pushing out at it. But the other two tended to hang leg side, and that probably contributed to their downfall. So Timbers decided to go onto off stump.
Wants a run and sent back. There has been a lot of talk about making adjustment. Remember listening some anecdotes and stories from India's tour to South Africa at Cape Town Test match when Tendulkar got 100. He was, practicing different trigger movement, playing off the back foot and making adjustment against the fast bowlers. That was overnight change. Can that be attributed to the talent or mental discipline?
It's challenging. If you've got that mental mindset to be able to do it, it's fantastic.
Cuts into the gut. Not quite. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Karote, that man again. 7 overs. Much better start, solid start for South Africa in the chase. 34 without loss here at Sharjah. Attempting a reverse stroke. Loud shout from Gajanfar.
Now sometimes the shot is kind of more effective on a bouncy surface because you can get underneath it and help it on its way over past the man behind square. Oh, they are going to have a look at it. I thought Dazorzi was comfortably outside the line.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Front on coming up, Pakteen. Ball is close to the bat. Let's get ultra edge to confirm if there's bat involved. Roll it through. There's a gap at this point when the ball is next to the bat. No bat involved. Let's go to ball checking when ready, please. Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impacts outside off stump. Stay with your original not out decision. Stand by.
Afghanistan have done a lot of good things tonight. That's not one of them.
Again, trying to play the cut shot to the delivery that is coming back into the left-hander.
His other option, which he executes really well at times on surfaces that are bouncing a little bit, it would be the slog sweep over deep mid-wicket. And I just do get the feeling that the ball's not kind of bouncing on this pitch again, kind of staying low. So both those sweep shots are quite risque, to be honest.
Mid-wicket inside the circle. Hits it down the ground. It's a single.
Yeah, Dazorzi, if you have a look at the replay, it almost didn't run through because he actually thought he had picked out that man on the boundary. He thought he'd make the contact. If you just focus on him, he goes to slog sweep it and he thinks, oh, I've holed out. Have I holed out? Have I held? No, it's bouncing short. Okay, let me run through.
Bavuma, the skipper for South Africa, 20 of 26. The Georgie, 10 of 20. Being with the soft hand, working through the onside. The game plan, thinking about just getting through the new ball, early threat from Gazinfar.
Yeah, I think they've negotiated well. I suppose the next challenge will be Rashid Khan. We don't know how fit he is and how his hamstring injury is going to impact his bowling performance tonight. But the key when you're facing all these quality spinners is if you haven't lost wickets and you're not a new man at the crease, you've been there for a period of time, they're easier to deal with. And that's what South Africa have managed to do so far.
Oh! Magnificent delivery from Gazinfar. All of a sudden, kicks off.
That's a little smile from Temba Bavuma, but that variation is brilliant. You can see it. Cannonball pitches, grips nicely, beats the outside edge. Picked up some wickets the other night, but no success for himself so far today. 2 slips in waiting.
Magnificent delivery. 2 back-to-back excellent deliveries to finish the over. 8 overs gone, 35 without loss. Eight overs have been bowled in the chase, 35 without loss, South Africa. Bavuma, 20 of 29. George, 10 of 20. Consuming a lot of deliveries, up front chasing 312 to win. Change in bowling. Mr. President, Nabi into the attack.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to watch. They are racing through. Nabi's trying to get that first delivery bowled because they've got a time limit as to when the delivery has to be bowled by, and there was a late change of who's going to bowl this over. With the left-hander on strike, they decided for Nabi. Slog sweep, he wasn't quite ready, and boy oh boy, has Dazorzi cashed in. He's okay, you can rush through, but if you don't get in the right spot, I'm going to take you down.
A delightful stroke from Georgie. In the channel, picks it up and plays his favorite stroke, signature stroke, over mid-wicket.
You almost get the feeling that the South Africans will be saying, oh, thank goodness, some orthodox spinner to face for a while. It's like we recognise this. We've got guys who bowl like this in our side, in our nets. They're orthodox, they bowl some off-spin. Yes, he's got good control and he's a wonderful performer, Nabi. But it'll seem a hell of a lot easier for the South Africans at the moment.
Much better. He's got plenty of variations up his sleeves as well. Can make adjustment to his game according to the conditions and types of batters he's bowling at. Spends a lot of time here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium during the off-season as well.
Yeah, it's almost his second home in this area.
Knocks it over the top. Another boundary from this over of Nabi.
Nowhere near the middle of the bat, that one from Dazorzi, but still effective enough to get it away to the fence. And he definitely has got the feeling. Matchups, they always talk about matchups these days, and he feels that this is the matchup for him. 2 slog sweeps, he's got 10 from it, and all of a sudden he's moved to 20.
better, quicker angle into the left-hander. Ten runs already from the over. Still persisting that slip. He's been brilliant over the years, Mohammad Nabi. And he provided the wicket in his first over. Using his hands to push the ball through the offside on. And there is a misfield that will form the batsman to come back for the second. 12 runs from Nabi over. 9 gone, 47 without loss, South Africa. South Africa 47 without loss in 9 overs. Bavuma 20, DeGeorge 22 of 26. Allah Mohammad to continue. Nicely worked through the onside. A lot of challenges for international cricketers, making adjustment, playing to different types of bowlers. Sometimes you don't have the experience of facing that bowler, and you need immediate changes to your game plan to negotiate the threat. What are the cues batters can take from, for example, Gazanfar's bowling? Lovely stroke. Straight down the ground for 6.
Yeah, you talk about the cues, and I think that's one of them. I think against Gazanfar, what you've got to look for, there's two kind of deliveries he bowls to. One is a slower one, and when it comes out with a bit of a float out of the hand, it's going to be the one that spins away. And that's what Temba Bazuma's worked out, because he's not trying to slog it to the leg side. You would think if it's an orthodox off-spinner, you'd be dragging it across to mid-wicket. But after being beaten twice in that last over, he's now worked out if it comes out with a bit of air, it's spinning away. If it comes out flat, it's invariably going to try and swing in and hit my stumps. And that's the cues you've got to work out, even if you aren't picking it exactly. And remember, if someone like a Murali, he had to work out, you know, he used to come with a scrambled seam, so he often couldn't work out whether it was the off spinner or the top spinner or the doosra. And what you could work out was the trajectory. It'd come out, the doosra would come out with a bit more flat. You could work out that it was going to go straight on or maybe with a bit of spin. So I think after being there for a while, Temba has maybe worked this out. And we'll see how he plays it.
Cricketer will also trust in technique to deal with the variations if you're reading it, allowing your subconscious mind to take over.
Yeah, he'd just be saying to himself, listen, keep your head as still as possible. Watch that hand as closely as you possibly can. And if you see it come out with a bit of air, it's the one that turns away. It's like a leg spinning delivery. If it comes out flat, it's going to just drift into me and play it accordingly.
Allah Mohammad will slip in position. Nice. Once single, mid-wicket in position. Sent back, and rightly so. A boundary already from this over.
Yeah, what you would say is the most likely dismissal between these two at this stage is run out. There's been a lot of miscommunication and a bit of hesitancy in the calling, but it hasn't cost them as yet. There's been 2 run-out opportunities where direct hits would have got the breakthrough for Afghanistan.
What's an offer of the last delivery from Allah Mohammad? Punch down the ground, single, solid start for South Africa in the chase, 54 without loss.
So South Africa ahead of where Afghanistan were at the identical stage, the end of the first power play. 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle now. So a little bit of extra protection for Mohamed Nabi from the Sharjah club end. Ahmed Fadai with me, and well, this has been a terrific beginning from South Africa. It's going to be a record run chase if they get there, but they've set about things in the right way.
Well, the word record with South Africa, they have a habit of making records. How about that 400-plus run they chased down against Australia back in 2006? And they are on course. 54 runs inside the power play, having not given away any wicket. When we look at Sharjah, 285 back in 1993. That's some record.
Yes!
And the reason you see why they have 54 is because they have hit boundaries. 3 sixes in the power play, 2 to Izorzi and 1 to Bavuma. Really constructed this partnership so beautifully.
Left and right hand combination of Izorzi and Bavuma means the bowlers constantly having to change their lines. Also the different statures of the two players. Izorzi, something of a man mountain really, and Bavuma far more diminutive. Bowlers having to alter their lengths a little bit as well. He is getting some turn though, Nabi. Last couple of deliveries have gone off the straight. 11 overs gone, 57 without loss. So South Africa going along very nicely, and what that's done is to the seam of Azmatullah Omazai on the pavilion end. Seen enough of Gazanfor. Bowled 5 overs for 23.
Sometimes as a player you have a day with the bat, and if you are an all-rounder, all of a sudden you start having a day with the ball as well. Is that Azmatullah Omarzai's night? He was phenomenal with the bat, batted brilliantly, scored quick fire, 80-plus runs. Skipper Azmatullah Shahidi would be looking at him to give him the breakthrough, because they gotta have to break this partnership if Afghanistan will want a way into this match. And power play has been absolutely phenomenal for South Africa, scoring 54 runs.
Yes, an excellent power play for South Africa. New opening partnership in this series for the Proteas, with Bavuma back in the side. Some really classical shots. Izorzi happy to sweep, slog sweep on a couple of occasions, timed absolutely beautifully. Bavuma going down the ground as well. Oh, just about the first time in the series we've seen quite a few laughs and smiles there in the South African dugout. No wonder. That was the sort of shot that Izorzi got into trouble with a couple of days ago, trying to pull Faisal Haq Faruqi. The ball wasn't quite short enough to do that. The ball doesn't get up that much on this surface. Again, this evening, It's not timing that one at all, but luckily getting him into the open spaces at mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's spot on. Has been a very good start if you put it into the different phases of this game. They've certainly won the power play in ahead of Afghanistan. Now this is a very important phase from over number 11 to 40. How you construct the innings and how you go about chasing down 312.
Yes, it's a good point you make there, actually, Ahmed. Just wondering, South Africa will have broken down the chase in their minds, considered where they needed to be at certain phases of the game. Afghanistan got 93 in the last 10 overs and 50 off the final 5. I wonder what South Africa will consider as chaseable in those last 10 overs. It's all about wickets in hand, of course, as well. That's the other key.
It's because with the wickets in hand, you get that confidence that you can go about scoring quick runs. That is exactly what we saw with Afghanistan. Reason behind scoring 90+ runs in the last 10 overs is because you have wickets. You can just smash it, you get out, you have another batter waiting, coming in and starting just from where you've left it. For South Africa, now it'll be a very important phase from here, because particularly Rashid Khan will be brought into the attack, and how they go about tackling the threat of Rashid Khan not to give him wicket, milk him for runs, 40-45 runs into his 10 overs. They'll be pretty happy with that. End of the over, number 12, 62 without loss.
Just waiting to see if the last ball of that previous over was a no ball. Waiting for the checks to be completed, and the decision is that it isn't a no ball. So happy days from an Afghanistan perspective. Current run rate 5.17. Required rate 6.58. Reminder, highest total chased, highest successful chase on this ground. And this is the 251st one-day international here. It's 285, so this would be a record this evening if South Africa could achieve it.
It'll be interesting to see what they do, because sometimes with Mohammad Nabi out there, kind of gets to play with the mind of the batter, brings the fielder inside the circle. You see the fielder at the mid-off, and invite the batter to go for a shot. You brought a very good point as to how they have divided this total of 312 for themselves as a chase, South Africans, how they go about it and how many overs, how many runs you want. You go into small chunks, and at the end you have chased down a big total.
Catch it!
Top edge to that slog sweep. Oh, and a terrible drop catch. Really disappointing that. It's Riaz Hassan out there at deep mid-wicket. I don't know whether he managed to lose that ball in the lights. Never easy with the white ball coming out of the black sky as well, but he really should have caught this.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to take the catches if you want to win match. Riaz Hassan running all the hard yards. Probably will have run about 50, 40 yards, but finally not able to hold on to it. Just lost the side of it, as you said, I guess.
There I was trying to construct some excuses for him, but in the end He never looked comfortable under that catch. He misjudged it. He was reaching for it in the end. And how costly will that be in the final analysis, I wonder?
Yeah, South Africa will take it. You want a few chances as well coming into your way, chasing down 312. Setting a target chase here in Sharjah.
Indication of how De Zorzi thought he was going to be dismissed with that catch on the boundary a little earlier was that the batters only ran one. Really should have come back for a second as well, but I think De Zorzi had given it up. Seemed to be settling under it and then realised the ball was a little bit further away from him than he thought. De Zorzi, lucky man.
He was smiling for a minute and then a poker face. Okay, everyone can get a chance. 13 overs done, 67 without loss.
An appeal for a catch behind. Omazai didn't really go up. The shout really came from square of the wicket and behind the wicket. In the end, no decision to review.
And they've already lost one review earlier. Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar getting that one wrong. I heard something. It'll be interesting to see if there was anything.
Third man very fine, but not fine enough. Faisal Haq Faruqi couldn't get around to his left. That's gone for 4.
Well, where is it going? Last 2 overs, poor fielding from Afghanistan early on. Riyaz Hassan dropping a catch. This time around, Faisal Haq Faruqi. Be interesting to see where it was, but I thought he should have stopped that. Yeah, a genuine edge running down to the third man. And yeah, ball just going past Faisal Haq Faruqi.
Yes, a scruffy few minutes in the field for Afghanistan here.
Right, De Zorzi, how much can he make of the chance? He earlier on was granted, but I'm also very interested to see the first ball he bowled to Timba Bavuma. I heard something. Omarzai looked interested, not at all. Yeah, you kind of think that back of the bat might have just kissed the bat. The ball might have just kissed the bat, but we'll have to see it. He hasn't heard anything.
Paul is catch it. One bounce out to Gazanfur, a deep backward square leg.
Well, luck is certainly on the side of South Africans here. Falling just short of the fielder. He didn't middle it nicely, but good for him. Let's have a look at that delivery. The first ball, Azmatullah Omarzai bowled to the skipper. Here we are. All right. Good they didn't take the review. If I were there, I would have lost a review for them.
Ahmed Fadai next to me with his Afghanistan eye patch on. And Afghanistan hearing aid. Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. Oh, and in the end, Nabi takes the catch. It was almost a collision between Nabi and Ikram Ali Kale. Nabi was the one who got under the ball. He overran it, it seemed to me, and almost ended up catching it behind himself. All's well that ends well for Afghanistan, though, and the first wicket goes down.
Yeah, short pitch, Azmatullah Omarzai. This time around, Mohammad Nabi said it is mine and overran it, as you rightly said, but holding on to it, he's got big safe hands. Azmatullah Omarzai, it's his night. He earlier with the bat and now with the ball has given the first breakthrough. South Africa lose their first. Timba Bavuma departs after making cautious 38. It is 73 for 1.
No, South Africa have lost their first wicket in their pursuit of Afghanistan's 311 for 4. The new batter is Reza Hendricks. He opened the innings on Wednesday, made 9 from 12 balls. Coming in first wicket down on this occasion, though. He replaces his captain, Temba Bavuma, out to the last ball of the previous over, so Hendricks won't face. Nice looking shot from De Zorzi, which will bring Hendricks on strike for the first time. And let's see why Hendricks is at the crease.
Yeah, almost another chance could have been shelled had Ikram Ali Khail been left to take it, because he wouldn't have made it. He was asking for it, leave it for me, but Nabi had already run hard to hold on to it. Timba Bavuma knows, doing all the hard work. They didn't want to give any wicket to Afghanistan, because you never know, one wicket and all of a sudden the floodgates are open.
Yes, no one disregards the president, Mohammad Nabi, because Ikram Ali Kale was herring after that ball from behind the stumps. He called for it, he even gestured to Nabi that he wanted it. Nabi, mine, he said, and he took it.
So the breakthrough Afghanistan were after finally been able to get that. Remember, another 238 runs. Taking that one single brings it to 237 runs now needed.
There's the catch. Nabi almost overrunning it in the end. And all's well that ends well, certainly from an Afghanistan perspective. Well bowled. Would have been into that one, Nabi. You could do the grunt as he let go of the ball. Really tried to give it a rip. Just turned it enough to go past the outside edge. And again, a little bit of turn for the former captain. The end of the over, just 2 runs from that over from Nabi, 75 for 1.
So they found the breakthrough of Afghanistan. Omarzai is having a fantastic evening, batted brilliantly, and now he's got the initial breakthrough for Afghanistan. You know, Temba Bavuma for 38 of 47 deliveries. So South Africa matching in the opening partnership of Afghanistan of 88 with their contribution of 73. Reza Hendricks now to the crease. It can prove to be a little bit challenging, can't it, Vern? If you're normally an opening batter and you're kind of used to walking out with your partner and facing up to the new ball and facing the faster bowlers and having just to beat the infield, to all of a sudden change your role to coming in at number 3, and people say, oh, come on, can that be for real? But it is something that when you start your innings can be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think certainly from a mental aspect, you'd normally start out the innings. Normally when you pierce the field, like you say, you pick up a boundary. Right now there's boundary riders out, so the way you construct your innings perhaps a little bit different.
It's a nasty ball, just a little bit of shape away across the left-handed Dazorzi.
Also, Reza Hendricks of late having a difficult time at the top of the order, especially against that new ball. And this is how he was dismissed in the first innings, just playing away from his body, dragging that ball onto the stumps. But the angle which Faruqi utilised on that occasion, pulling the ball back in at the stumps, it's led to his demise. Yeah, real positive. That's a shot that we have. And he's going to get bonus runs here. He's going to pick up a boundary, Reza Hendricks.
Nanfa is the guilty party. Yeah, sometimes you're not really used to sliding and do it as often as you maybe should. And this one, I don't know if it's the dew or whatever's on the case, but he just slid straight past it. It's a real bonus boundary to start off for Hendricks. Talked about having to beat the boundary riders. Well, that was pretty easy.
That's how he fell in the first ODI. Faruqi around the wicket. Just that angle that got the better of him, playing away from his body. Thick inside edge and onto the stump, so not having to face that new ball tonight. But I've really been impressed with the innings that Temba Bavuma played this evening. Brought about control, good temperament. Saw South African at first ODI perhaps being a little bit nervous, a little bit jittery. Just calmed the ship this evening.
Big road ahead for the South Africans, but they're 81 for 1. At this stage, Afghanistan was 79 without loss, so pretty much in the same kind of game park.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that South Africa will have to be mindful of. Is just the intensity of running between the wickets. I think we've seen from Afghanistan perspective how they almost intentionally try to keep that intensity up, putting the pressure on the fielders, looking to rotate strike, not getting into boundary mode. I think that's going to be key in gaining that momentum, building partnerships. Which you certainly feel with this ball skidding on, it looked like there's a bit of dew around, so not the best of conditions for the spinners to handle the ball. Need one of these batters to get themselves in and play an innings of substance from here onwards. Perhaps the Zorzi, he's been there for the bulk of the time. And make sure that you make it count from here onwards.
Worked away nicely. That'll be a single to end the over. So after 16, 82 for 1, and it's time for the players to have a welcome refreshment. So the match nicely poised, the second of the 3 one-day internationals happening here at the Sharjah Stadium. And for any of you that have joined us late and wanted to see how South Africa started, well, they started with a little freebie, nice full toss. Zorzi changed his game plan against the spinners tonight, decided to be a little bit more adventurous and got the slog sweep out on occasion. And to good effect, particularly against Nabi. Kevin Bavuma, he eventually started to pick Azimfar. Another example of a slog sweep. This one was miscued and could Afghanistan end up worrying about the fact that they dropped him. Nabi didn't. There was some communication issues, but eventually taken safely. And then a bonus boundary for Reza Hendricks. Just the 6 boundaries and 3 sixes for South Africa so far in their 82. That catch of Zorzi, they could rue that mistake because Zorzi has settled in nicely for his 31 now, or 42.
Yeah, I think the big thing for South Africa, especially in these middle overs, you'll have to identify what are you comfortable chasing in that last 10. We know that is the DNA of South African cricket, to take it deep and set a platform to chase whatever they need in the last 10. But you certainly feel conditions are a little bit difficult and different out here. So you want to be mindful of not letting that run rate creep away from you.
Yeah, some good turn this one from Nabi. Reza Hendricks was thinking, well, his eyes lit up and he thought maybe I can pierce it through the offside, but not to be. Inside edge involved there, but I think the big moment's going to be Rashid Khan. I mean, he's been on the field. We haven't seen him hobbling around. He's done a few good stops in the field, but when he comes on to bowl, I think that'll be the key. Is he fine? Is he going to be able to get through his full 10 and will he be as effective as normal?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one because Nabi has been troubling Reza Hendricks on that line that he's been operating at. It's always good when you have a bit of trouble just to get that single and get yourself off to the other side.
Oh, that's brilliantly bowled. He did pick up his foot briefly, but I think he'd had it down pretty shortly after that, so I don't think they'll have a look upstairs. Just the 1 run from that over, 83 for 1. Yeah, proud Firebird production for the Afghanistan cricket board. And this is the moment we've been waiting for. Rashid Khan will now be introduced for Afghanistan. And we'll have to see, firstly, if he's hampered a little bit by that hamstring. I don't think so. I think he's quite all right. The birthday boy lands his first one perfectly.
Yeah, you told me earlier, all you need to do is amble in and he'll be fine. That is brilliantly bowled. I'd like to see just a little bit of positivity from Reza Hendricks. Very often when he starts out, he looked to be a little bit conservative, but those are impressive numbers in this format, Sean Pollock. An average around the 20 mark. And we know how vital he is for Afghanistan. Often provides vital breakthroughs. He's a big match player.
I also feel that the energy is there behind the stumps. Nabi had slipped, wicketkeeper. They're all involved, and maybe we will just send this one upstairs to have a brief look. Hendricks doesn't seem to be too concerned, but let's have a squiz. was quick work from Imran Alakil, but no real lifting of the foot by Hendricks. There's also one in the last over, the last delivery. Dazorzi briefly picked his toe up. But this has been a good start from Rashid Khan. 3-dot balls.
Yeah, that's much better from Reza Hendricks. Seems like he had some great difficulty picking Rashid Khan in his first couple of deliveries, but yeah, he plays at his best when he's looking to be positive, when he's looking to dominate the bowling attack. When he goes into his cell and be a little bit conservative, that's when he gets himself into trouble. So perhaps just a switch of mindset for Reza Hendricks. That's what required, especially in this middle period.
That's off the pad, and thoughts about a single, but oh no, in fact it didn't make contact at all. So the judge does a wide. Oh, there's an edge there, definitely a noise, and Dazorzi has to be on his way.
Yeah, he's a big match player for a reason. Rashid Khan, it was important for him to come in and get this breakthrough. He's got the big wicket of the in, Tony Dazorzi. This occasion, just the ball drifting across the left end. You can see how he's trying to open up the face to hit it through the offside. A faint head through the wicketkeeper Ikram, and first blow for Rashid Khan tonight. He gets rid of Dazorzi for 31, South Africa 85 for 2.
So 2 wickets down, he's got number 4 on his back, Aiden Markham, and in at number 4 he comes. As captain in the first match, standing in for Temba Bavuma. Didn't get too many in that occasion, but important that he gets going tonight. A wealth of experience behind him. And he'll have to be on point here, straight up against Rashid Khan, who's now got his tail and his hamstring up. Brilliant over by Rashid Khan, 85 for 2. This stage, Afghanistan 90 for 1, South Africa 85 for 2. And will this be the period where Nabi and Rashid Khan dictate terms for Afghanistan like they've done so many times over the years? And slides down, and the judge does a leg side wide.
Yeah, it's a big moment in the game for South Africa in particular. They need another partnership. They need Aiden Markham to start well, but they also need this man to gain some sort of momentum. Mohammad Nabi causing all kinds of problems. He's bowling an attacking line here, Reza Hendricks. You just get the feeling perhaps it's a chance for him to start exploring other avenues of getting off strike.
He's got away with that one. That was a little bit of width. He should have been able to hammer it away. And just see Dazorzi pushing. I got the feeling he was expecting it ball to be spinning back into him. A little edge there as it goes past. Out in front of himself a touch. And the reason why I say that is because if you had to look at the delivery before, it was the leg spinner from Rashid Khan. And this is what Dazor's had to deal with. And he went, okay, yes, it's the in-spin. And he was just expecting the same kind of delivery, and that one just went across. So good variation. You must say Reza Hendricks is struggling. He got the bonus boundary. Oh, misfield that went away. Now he's got himself to 9 of 21 and really just battling to rotate the strike against these spinners.
Yeah, it almost seems like he's trying to force the ball through the offside. So perhaps this hawk inside the line of the ball, use the pace, get it down to fine leg.
Picks out the fielder again. I think they've got it set beautifully as Nabi. We saw him try and execute the sweep shot not so long ago as well. And you've got to get the feeling that just getting down onto a knee and the little paddle nice and fine could be the option. I mean, you can work out. Nabi doesn't really have a variation, so if you get nice and low, you can just help it on its way. Maybe get back for the second. He's battling to rotate. No! And once again, to end the over, he can't get it away. So it's 9 of 24 for Hendricks, 86 for 2. Rashid Khan into second over. Adamar comes away. Oh, it's a good pickup. It could be out. Oh, he's gone. If that was a direct hit, he was definitely gone. Brilliant bit of fielding. Had to adjust. Picked it up in the right hand. And obviously throws with his left hand. So he had to get it across. But I definitely feel that if he had got that to hit the stumps, that Aidan Markham was going to be short.
Yeah, he hit it so firmly towards backward point. Unfortunately, a bit of a wayward throw. But you can almost just sense the pressure mounting on this pair at the moment. It's been a couple of good overs from Rashid Khan, as well as Mohammad Nabi. Very often, you just feel something will have to give. Yeah, had he hit, he'd have been way short.
Asking the questions. Markham would be more used to coming in this stage and having to deal with the spin, and it's going to take him a while to settle, and South Africa need him to settle desperately. Hendricks 10 of 24. He hasn't really managed to work out how to rotate strike and get balls away. Now they're going to send it upstairs. I think Akil was interested in the little edge behind, but he did whip the bails off, but I don't think that's a real issue. Consultation. About 6 pin players that have gathered around there. Oh, and they're going to send it up and have a look.
Yeah, I don't think they've sent it upstairs, Polly. There was a big consultation from almost the whole squad, but I think the captain has gone against the idea of sending up. Oh,
we have an
he's sending
umpire
it
review
upstairs.
for stumping. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Let's go to side on, please.
So they didn't send it up for Afghanistan, but the umpire sent it up for stumping.
Foot is grounded behind the line at this point. Wickets are broken. I have a decision for the big screen. Thank you.
He's given them nothing, Rashid Khan. If we were concerned about his injury, that concern has now been thrown out the window. He has hit his straps and he is looking in good touch. Nicely punched off the back foot, but just the 3 runs off that over. 89 for 2.
So 20 overs gone in this South Africa innings. They're stagnating a little bit though. Just 14 runs in the last 5 overs. Ahmed Nabi into his 7th over. So effective so far, strangling this South Africa innings. Niall O'Brien alongside me. They really are struggling to get these spinners away, aren't they, Niall?
Well, the control that Mohamed Nabi possesses is beautiful. And Rashid Khan, always a threat. Certainly a bit of grip though, which is quite surprising under the lights, Brian, with a bit of dew out there. South Africa would have hoped the ball might skid on a bit more as opposed to gripping as it is at the moment.
Well, yeah.
Have a look at the field here for Rashid Hendricks. There's a man positioned at square leg just behind square, taking that little tuck shot off his hip just to the right of your screen. So I'd be looking to get down and paddle sweep really fine past the keeper.
He's managed to do it. That's come off the under edge. Coming back for a second. Oh, goodness me. If there was a direct hit there, Rashid Hendricks was in big trouble, I rather fancy.
Yeah, I don't think South Africa needs to panic just yet. Yes, the rate has slowed significantly in the 4 or 5 overs, but wickets in hand. Rashid Hendricks and Aidan Markham are top quality players. Direct hit would have been tight. They just need to build a bit of a partnership here, Brian. 2 experienced cricketers. Bit of cramp here. Not surprising. 39 degrees earlier on this afternoon. Takes its toll.
Umpires saying, get him off the field so we can carry on with cricket. Release points for the Afghanistan spinners. Nabi releasing his highest position of the 3 there. You can see Rashid a lot lower, skiddier. Look how close Rashid and Ghazenfur get into the stumps there. He's delivering over the top of the stumps. And back to what we were saying previously and what we've said throughout this broadcast about bowling wicket to wicket. You can do that as a seamer, certainly, but you can also do it as a spinner too. Ramat Shah is off the field now with that cramp. Not timed at all there really by Rashid Hendricks. Gurbaz now in the outfield. Couple for Hendricks, the end of the over, 94 for 2. The match situation, Afghanistan winning the toss and deciding to bat today. Rashid Khan, when he was batting, looked as though got some sort of calf injury or hamstring issue. But here he is with the ball, doing what Rashid Khan does.
I'd say, from experience, Brian, and having got out to Rashid Khan a lot in my career, when he sees you going back, as Aidan Markham just did there, he is licking his lips. That's what he wants. As soon as Rashid Khan sees a player trying to play him off the back foot, he knows it just takes one to skid on and you're mine.
Some quite nice variations in speed in this over as well. The first delivery of the over was 85 kilometres an hour. The next one was 8 kilometres an hour quicker.
Just so close to just getting past that bat. Smashing a pad in front of all three. Right, what happens now? Because Reza Hendricks has gone back and then he's not sure about this one, so he's hesitant. What about a slog sweep? When in doubt, get the big slog sweep out. Panic shot. 14 from 30. Innings going nowhere.
Not an easy bowler to slog sweep though, Rashid Khan. End of the over, 96 for 2. And we've got a change now at the Sharjah club end. Angela Karote, the left arm spinner. That 4 for 30 was against Ireland on this ground in March. Turned a couple of balls very sharply on Wednesday. Not a very tall bowler, quite a low trajectory. Sliced off the outside edge by Reza Hendricks. He'll come back for 2. Beautifully bowled. Hendricks put out of his misery, and Karote strikes with his 3rd delivery.
Oh, what a bowling change. Left arm tweaker. Opens Reza Hendricks up like a can of worms. Let's have a look at the alignment from the right-hander. Front foot stays very leg side. It's a good ball. It has turned. Certainly a little bit of technical issues going on for Reza Hendricks. 17 from 34, 98 for 3.
Tristan Stubbs. in at number 5. He batted at number 4 on Wednesday. Out for a duck. This is just his third one-day international. Stubbs renowned for playing power innings, and they need some power from him now to South Africa. This is why he's here.
This is a beauty. Let's have a look at this. If there's no spin, it goes straight on. Look at that turn, that's big. Well, I was just about to say, I watched Tristan Stubbs in Delhi this year in the IPL, and his reverse sweeping was exceptional against spin and against pace bowling. Brings up the 100 with this beauty. Just the second ball. This guy is a class act. If he can put all the pieces together, South Africa have an absolute superstar.
End of the over, 103 for 3. That split of the South Africa 50s just gives you an indication about how their innings has stalled after a very promising start through Tony de Zorzi and Temba Bavuma. Would Stubbs be the man to reignite it? Rashid Khan, as ever, attacking the stumps.
Has done for 8-9 years now. Leg side, good keeping. Lovely glove work down leg side. Ikram Ali Keel. Skidded off the surface, gathered pace. Lovely hands and head and feet.
Nabi takes the catch now. Was there any bat involved? Stubbs shakes his head. The umpire keeps his arms down by his side. The Afghanistan players are convinced. What are they going to do? Are they going to review? They've got one review left, remember.
Well, the question is, was it a glove? Maybe the wristband of the glove. Tristan Stubbs is wearing a wristband, but it's not attached to the glove, so that's not going to be part of his armoury. Wasn't far away. I just think maybe just on the forearm.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision on field is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It is a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Front on coming up, Pakteen. The ball is very close to the gloves. Let's get Ultra Edge to confirm if gloves are involved. Check, thank you. Building Ultra Edge. Just waiting for Ultra Edge, Pakteen. Still waiting for Ultra Edge, Pakteen. Stand by. Aldridge coming up. Roll it through. Ball is not yet at the bat. Check that back for me. I want to see where that ball is. Yeah. Take that back. I can see murmurs. Take it back a little bit. Roll back, roll back. Yep. Take it one frame forward. Next frame. Next frame. Ball is not yet at the bat or gloves. Keep going. Roll it through. Just roll that back for me. Right. Next frame. I can see murmurs. Yep. Next frame. There's a spike when the ball is on the glove. Take it back. Want to see if that is off glove. Roll it back. Right, there is a spike. Next frame. Yeah, there's a spike when the ball is next to the glove. Next frame, next frame. I want to see if I see it's more of the same. Yeah. So take it back one more time for me. I just want to see. Next frame. Ball. Next frame. Ball is next to the gloves. There is no gap. And there is a spike when the ball is on the glove. You will have to overturn your not out decision to out. Your on-screen signal now.
Ahmed Shah Pakteen almost looks apologetic there in giving that decision. Tristan Stubbs storming off, absolutely furious. But he's out for 5, and South Africa 103 for 4. Varena in at number 6. There he is. And he's come in because Tristan Stubbs has been given out after a review. Judged to have just got a feather of a glove on an attempted sweep shot, which was caught by Mohamed Nabi running back from slip. I think it's safe to say he wasn't too happy with the decision.
Should get a couple. Wicketkeeper Kyle Verreynne. I've got a bit of sympathy for Tristan Stubbs, I must say, because throughout that whole process, when we look through it, this is the end of Stubbs adjudged to have hit the glove. All through that process, before that. Now they at the back of the hand, right in front, he's gone! Now he's sent it upstairs straight away. Kyle Verreynne says, absolutely no way, I've got a big edge on that, I'm reviewing it.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It is a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Front on coming up, Pakteen. Ball take that back for me? I want to see where that ball is in relation to bat. Red, next frame. Ball clearly comes off the pad first. Just to be safe, let's go to ultra edge, please. That's clearly pad first. Let's go to ball checking when ready. Just waiting for ball tracking, Pakteen. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off stump. Impacts in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Stay with your out decision. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Umpire Pakteen gets his finger up again. 2 wickets in 3 balls. Bahrain are out for 2 and South Africa in tatters. 105 for 5. Ian Mulder, who got a half century in match 1 of this series on Wednesday, and South Africa need a little bit more than a half century from him now. Two slips in position now. Come back for 2. But Rashid Khan now has 3 for 11 in 4 overs, and South Africa 107 for 5. South Africa have lost 5 wickets for 32, having at one stage been 73 without loss. Only been an innings of 2 halves, this one.
This is the last wicket call, Verena. Safe to say he's not picking Rashid Khan. He's looking to cut that off the front foot. Sends it upstairs straight away, thinking he's got an inside edge. It was clearly pad first. It was a good decision. Umpire Pakteen, who took his time, assessed what was unfolding in front of him and said yes. The birthday boy is getting a second in the over. Oh, I'll tell you what now, Brian, there's a few snakes in the pitch now. Not quite a spitty cobra, I'll tell you, but some kind of reptile.
Safe to say that Afghanistan spinners are baring their teeth at the moment.
That's why you're up there. That's why you're up there on my top co-commentators. Little nuggets of brilliance like that.
Well ball, Well ball, Anjana!
Terrific testing over from Karote, just a single from it. South Africa in a very deep hole now, 108 for 5. It's a Firebird production for Afghanistan Cricket Board. Afghanistan hits him on the pad, drifting down the leg side. And Afghanistan is heading towards history here. 108 for 5. South Africa struggling big time after getting up to a solid start. It's been really stutter. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Ahmed Farad Fidai. Aging, and it's going fine. Long chase. Gurbaz in the outfield.
Well, it's not an easy situation where South Africa is. The wicket is slowing down, chasing down, and the 202 won't be easy, but it's not impossible. Aiden Markram out there in the middle. He's a very good batsman. He can really construct the innings nicely. Alongside with him is Mulder, who scored a brilliant 52 in the first match. He looked very confident in his approach against the Afghanistan spinners, so quite a difficult situation. The required run rate is creeping high and high now at 8.2. Important thing is if they can construct a partnership from here, another 10-15 overs, don't give away any wickets. Tough it is because there's already been a lot happening out there with Rashid, Nangyal Kharote really troubling them big time. Look at Rashid's figure of 3 for 14. On his birthday, he's really got a party going on.
1 for 5. South, finger is up. Rashid takes another one. Mulder in trouble now.
Thinking about taking a review, not this time around. Not able to read the leg spinner. Rashid usually pulls a lot of googlies. Probably he was waiting for it. We'll have a review check.
The umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It is a fair delivery. Let's start with front on, please. Front on coming up, Akhteen. Ball passes close to the bat. Let's get Ultra Edge to confirm bat or no bat. Ultra Edge coming up. There's a clear gap between bat and ball, no bat involved. Let's go to ball checking when ready, please. Just waiting for ball tracking, Akhteen. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Stay with your out decision. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
The decision will stand. And the thing is, because Rashid Khan's leg spin does not spin as much that his googlies spin. And that little drift, little turn is enough to send back the half-centurion from the first match. Vian Mulder departs after making only 2. South Africa in all sorts of trouble, 111 for 6.
Remarkable bowling performance already from Rashid Khan. Beyond for 10 comes to bat. 111 for 6, torturing along South Africa. From a position of strength in the chase to 6 wickets in quick succession. Only 18 runs in his 7th appearance in one-day cricket. He's feeling for the ball. So this is 11th time Rashid Khan has taken 4 wickets or more in an ODI. A fifer on debut, fifer would be much better. No problems there. Was struck in line, was going on to hit the off stump. Somehow he's surviving. Wicket from the over. 26 gone. Nelson for 6. South Africa.
Shabba, boys, Shabba, one wicket! Come on, boys, come on, boys! Come on, boys!
Now attacking field set up. Slip has been brought in for Nangyal Kharote. Quick run taken. Fumble in the field will allow it be completed comfortably. What a day Rashid Khan has been having. JP Dumini, on the other hand, is not enjoying himself so much. The batting coach of South Africa will have to do a lot of recalibration with the approach against the spinners of Afghanistan.
$112 for 6. Knocks him over. Kharote takes his second. Afghanistan on the roll. The sensing victory.
Well, a left arm to a left armer. 14 when he bowls with a very similar action to Nangyal Kharote. This time around, a quick one fired by Nangyal Kharote. No footwork, nothing whatsoever at all. Look at that, going on to the back foot, and the ball keeping low, as has been the feature of the wicket in Sharjah. You won't get the proper bounce that you used to back home. Nangyal Kharote takes another, and South Africa really in deep trouble. Hot water beyond 14, departs without making any runs. 112 for 7.
South Africa is rocked back, rattled, bruised here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Peter comes to the crease. Kharote has taken 2 wickets. 4 wickets for Rashid Khan. Strangulation. So much knowledge about the conditions, so much knowledge about the variations that they should be bowling, so much confident about executing their game plans. And since the beginning of the tournament, it's been remarkable performance from Afghan bowlers.
Well, these two have really turned the tables on the South Africans. 23 runs for 6 wickets between them. 2 to Nangyal Kharote and 4 for the birthday boy. This is the last wicket. A quicker one, and the sound of the stump is what the bowlers love it when the batters misjudge it. Complete confusion between the batters, but they decide not to take the run. Probably Markram will want to keep the strike for the next over. Yeah, you see the ball is keeping low, skid And the crowd is loving it. The crowd has come here in big numbers today. It's Friday, it's a holiday here, and they are absolutely enjoying it. History in the making. Afghanistan, if they take another 3 wickets, will beat South Africa into a series that they for the first time are meeting each other.
A lot of pictures on social media already. Afghans celebrating across Afghanistan. Wants a single. Will get the single, but wicket coming from this over as well of Karote. 113 for 7.
Well, Ida Markram is still there. I'll just bring you back to the point that you earlier made. People celebrating back in Afghanistan. No early celebrations. If you don't remember, the ODI 2023 World Cup, Australia versus Afghanistan, from a position of strength where Afghanistan could have won that and been into the semi-finals, lost it to the heroics of Maxwell scoring a double hundred. Now, from the position where the wicket and how things look, it looks to be very difficult for South Africa, but again, you can't completely rule it out. The rule is it ain't over till it's over.
Different story altogether. Glenn Maxwell getting a double hundred. He is struggling at the moment. We've seen some outstanding performances at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium over the years with the bat Sachin Tendulkar getting 100. When it comes to bowling performance, Philander taking 4 for 12 versus Ireland in 2007. Yes. On his birthday, Stuart Broad versus Australia in 2010, and tonight Rashid Khan, 4 wickets already. Searching for the 5th wicket, 5-wicket haul would be awesome. We have seen 100 from Gurbaz. There will be some competition contention for the Man of the Match award as well.
Yeah, great to see Rashid Khan in his full flow. Bowling nicely. Oh, for the sound of the wicket that I heard, thought that maybe he's just hit the timber. That was quick glove work by Ikram Ali Khail.
So Googly not far away from the stumps. We've seen Rashid Khan over the years giving many moments to countrymen to celebrate. Tonight, opportunity to seal a victory against South Africa. Nicely bowled. He knows what the crowd likes here at Sharjah.
Well, these are skills. Rashid Khan. Be interesting. Oh, okay. All right. He didn't hold on to it. Certainly enjoys it. End of another brilliant over from Rashid Khan. Only 2 runs coming off it. 115 for 7.
Swept. Beautiful timing. 4 runs from the blade of Markram.
Well, that's good start. To start the over with the boundary. Aiden Markram, the last hope for South Africa into this match. Oh my God, I think Sean Pollock is just standing behind me and he heard me saying this. I am very sorry.
squeezed through the offside for a single. Will be interesting how well Peter will negate the threat coming in from Karote. He bowls quickly as well. In the previous over, we saw delivery 109 kilometers. Hashmat would be the happy man. The way he led Afghanistan in the ICC ODI World Cup, beating 3 defending champions, getting some crucial runs against Pakistan.
Well ball, well ball.
Equally well, Rashid was in the ICC T20 World Cup in Caribbean nations.
Well, he started his journey as a skipper back in 2022 against Netherlands. Won that 3-0. And he hasn't looked back since then. Qualifying Afghanistan all the way to the 2023 One-Day World Cup, beating the world champions there. And now here, securing the first series win almost against South Africa. Already history's been made. And another test nation, that is the great South Africa, been beaten by Afghanistan in the first match of these 3 ODI matches.
First of all, direct qualification for the ICC ODI World Cup, then astonishing performance in the World Cup,
and then Champions Trophy.
Quite quick and nicely played. 29 overs bowled, 121 for 7, South Africa. South Africa in the chase, some noticeable performances at the top. Then possession of wickets. Rashid Khan searching for his 5th wicket haul.
Yeah, he's kept the slip there, Nabi. At time it's kind of a bluff as well. Seeing a slip, you would think that the leg break is coming, and all of a sudden a googly and the stamps are rattled. Can he get his fifer on his birthday? He's asking the question, but I think he's had a decent connection of the bat with the ball. So you were earlier indicating the fact that on birthdays, the best figures are 4 wickets, 4 for to 3 players. Philander in the commentary box with us, Rashid tonight and Stuart Broad. Now, can Rashid, for another 3 overs after this left, be able to get a fifer?
Forcing the batter to play defensively, just looking to just block the deliveries. This has been torrid time for South African batters in this tournament. In the first game as well, Allah Mohammad was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Rashid Khan making sure that he gives his 100% despite some issues with his hamstring.
You know, you talk about Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar, I have to tell you, these are the 4 wickets that he's taken. The first to depart was Dizorzai, and then Tristan Stubbs, Vienne and Mulder, all falling to the mystery of Rashid Khan, who's bowled brilliantly. He's bowled wicket to wicket, and 64% of his delivery's been into the good lengths. We're talking about Rashid Khan. His presence has really helped Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar also be able to get his first wicket in the one-day international, playing into his 3rd match. In the first match that we saw between South Africa and Afghanistan, Rashid kept telling him, Rashid kept talking him how he need to bowl to the batters. Now those are really pearls of wisdom, and what a luxury to have Rashid Khan alongside you to teach you all the tricks, because he's also reading the mind of the batter and walking to the bowler and telling him to bowl certain deliveries.
That's the beauty of Afghanistan cricket. Earlier, Nabi nurturing Rashid Khan along. Great delivery to end the over. 30 overs bowled here at Sharjah. South Africa, 121 for 7.
Well, in Afghanistan, last time we were on air, South Africa had half a chance, but it's been a brilliant performance to have them 7 down for 122. Massive amount of runs required by the South Africans, and even if Aiden Markham had to play a remarkable innings, I think it'd be very unlikely. Now South Africa lose back-to-back games here against Afghanistan, and the series would go to Afghanistan, which would be a massive moment for them in regards to their cricket history. They really have come on leaps and bounds, gone from strength to strength. Their confidence has grown. They have really got an air of belief around that camp at the moment.
Yeah, I think you also have to give a lot of credit in the way that they've constructed playing in these conditions. Clinical with bat in hand. They've just continued where they left off in the last game with ball in hand. Real dominant performance. So they've got the mystery spinners. They've been consistent, making life real tough for the South African top order. I certainly feel that a couple of concerns to be addressed in that top order of South Africa, technically as well as tactically. Playing spin away from home. Troubled in the past, and it's just been highlighted once again in this series.
That one nicely nudged up the ground by Ngaba Peter. Fortunately for South Africa, the singles and a couple of runs each over is not going to have any sort of purpose. 189 required of 115 already, 119 dot deliveries in this innings, whereas in the whole Afghanistan innings are only 140. That one judges a wide down the leg side. That's nicely placed, and they could head back for a second, but in fact Markham decides he'll harbour the strike. End of the over, 125 for 7. Birthday boy Rashid Khan to continue, 7 overs, 4 for 16. I think at one stage South Africa would have been quite happy to see that he was struggling with a hamstring, couldn't run between the wickets and couldn't really strike the ball, and they would have thought, well, that might just eliminate 10 difficult overs. It isn't the case. He came out onto the field and he's bowled brilliantly. That one's dragged away into the vacant mid-wicket area, but not anywhere near the contact that Markham was after.
Yeah, Polly, just on your point of Rashid Khan with his hamstring injury, I think they sold the South Africans a dummy. Perhaps a bit of relief in that batting camp of South Africa, and all of a sudden when they took the field, oh, I tell you what, he's a man for the big moment.
Yeah, we've got to tell the viewers, any of those rugby fans out there, we've got to tell them a story. We were discussing and saying maybe Rashid Khan was playing mind games with the South Africans, and we've got a neutral in Nala Brown who's from Ireland, and obviously with the history of what happened at the last World Cup, and they had their song Zombie sung by the Cranberries, which South Africans took over. They changed the wording and it ended up with being Rassie, who's the Springbok coach, is in your head. And this Irishman, who's got far too much time on his hands, has decided to turn it into Rashid is in your head for the South African cricketers. And he clearly is, with 4 for 17 off basically 8 overs. Things on the string, and he's asked a lot of questions and come up with a lot of solutions and winning moments for Afghanistan here tonight.
Yeah, I know he's a world beater, but I'm also heavily disappointed in the manner which South Africa has played him. They've been very conservative, defensive. And if you're going to allow a bowler of his caliber to bowl at you, he will often be having the upper hand. At the end of 32, South Africa 127 for 7, and I think players will also be taking a quick drinks break. Well, not to be. We'll have one more over.
An innings that started off so well for South Africa. Bavuma and Dazorzi, they put on a partnership of 73 at the top of the order. And then since then, Hendricks 17, Markham 18. Right in the middle order, nothing to talk of. And want to see how it all unfolded. This was the moment where South Africa lost their first. Almost some miscommunication. Dazorzi, a little faint edge to Rashid Khan. That was a fantastic delivery, straightening. It was a bit contentious. There was a bit of a murmur as the ball went past the glove, and Tristan Stubbs had to be on his way, much to his dismay. Kyle Verreynne not picking Rashid Khan, and neither did Bjorn Mulder, to be brutally honest. And then the last wicket, a quicker delivery, sliding through, crashing into the stumps from Korote. He will continue. I suppose it's going to be up to how the South Africans want to play. Do they just want to try and bat for a period of time, or they want to go after the bowling and see if they can get somewhere near? Aidan Markham is the one who could maybe dictate terms and put this bowling lineup under pressure, but whether it could be anywhere near 185 runs required of 108 deliveries, I very much doubt it. Afghanistan in full control. Could this be the eighth? Yes, it is. Straight away after the drinks break. That does the job. They have their eighth. Karate strikes again.
We've seen this so often. Straight after break. Now, but Peter works so hard to get himself in. play a helping hand to Aiden Markram. But Karate, he has another one to his tally this evening. He comes wide of the crease. See, it's angling in at the stumps, and this time round it's angling, going on with the arm. Now Peter playing the complete wrong line, and the umpire obliges. It's 8 down for South Africa, 127 for 8.
Andre Berger to the crease, next man, left-handed. They want a single, this could be close if he gets hit. Oh, if he just gathered it clearly. Garotti, I think, would have had their 9th wicket down. Was the bounce throw, and I think it was pretty good. It kind of came through at a nice, decent height, but he was unable to hold on to it.
Yeah, he had plenty of time. It's a good throw. All he needed to do was get at the ball. Andre Berger. Yeah, those eyes, disappointment that he didn't collect it cleanly. But Aiden Markram, he was rushing through to be on strike. Is he going to change his game?
Going to play a few more shots, that's for sure, and he'll definitely wanting to get back for a second and should be able to do so comfortably. This is going to be a massive moment for Afghanistan. They've had quite a few bilateral victories, but 5 of them have come against Zimbabwe. 4 of them against Ireland, 1 against the Netherlands and 1 against Bangladesh. And if you have a look at rankings in the world game, this would be by far their biggest series victory in terms of where the teams stand in the world rankings. South Africa a lot higher up than some of those teams that we mentioned, and this would be huge for Afghanistan. And they thoroughly deserve it. The way they have played in these 2 games so far, they've dictated terms, they've been deserved winners of both encounters, and it's been simply brilliant from them. There is the over Peter dismissal. No doubt about that one.
Yeah, and they'll take so much confidence out of this particular bilateral series. Yeah, they had an excellent T20 World Cup over in the US as well as the Caribbean islands. I can almost guarantee you, Polly, that they will take a lot more from this particular series that they found themselves in today.
Berger deals with the last delivery. 4 runs from that and a wicket. 131 for 8. Yeah, talking about the bowling figures, it was the top 2, Rukia and Gazamfar, who were the chief destroyers in the first match. And now all of a sudden this time round, Karoti and Rashid Khan, they've been brilliant, shared 7 wickets between them, and Omazai, he was good for his 1 wicket, an important wicket that he picked up in his 3 overs. Plenty of contributions all through that bowling lineup throughout the series. That is brilliant. Rashid Khan has got his fifer. The birthday boy has come to the fore. Brilliant.
Yeah, take a bar, Rashid Khan. And that is how you celebrate your birthday. He has put up an absolute show here for his country, for his fans this evening. Yeah, not too many answers in that camp, unfortunately.
Yeah, the best bowling figures by a birthday boy was Vernon Philander with 4 for 12. He's been eclipsed. It's 5 for 18 from Rashid Khan.
Yeah, it's the Google. Once again, Aiden Markram trying to play him off the back foot. But on this occasion, too good from Rashid Khan. Markram goes for 21. South Africa 1-3-1 for 9.
On the cusp of a history here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, Rashid Khan taking 5 for 18.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant. He's putting up a spectacle here this evening. That one's just drifting on with the arm to get rid of Aiden Markram. And we'd also say that that was the last real hope for South Africa. But yeah, it has been a clinical performance from Afghanistan. First ODI with ball, this evening with bat. And then when they had their chance with ball in hand, they showed their class. Again, we were talking about this being a good surface. Niall O'Brien said, wait until both sides have batted on it. And it got shown that it wasn't that good a surface when you put some quality bowlers on there. Brilliant, brilliant from that man in picture, Rashid Khan.
Whoa! Solid in defense. 34 overs bowled. 132 for 9, South Africa. Afghanistan just 1 wicket away from history here at Sharjah. They got slip in position. Karachi to continue, 3 for 24. Rashid Khan awaits in the slip.
Yeah, one would say that perhaps it's a chance, but it went sharply to the right of Rashid Khan. Roti's causing all kinds of problems. It's wide on the angle, just straightening up a little bit. Hands on heads. He has also been brilliant with ball in hand, backing up Azanfar.
Yeah! Knocks him over. South Africa is stunned. Rock back. Afghanistan creating a history. Karachi doing the job for the team. It's been an outstanding victory for Afghanistan as they win the series against South Africa. A glorious, glorious, glorious day in the history of Afghanistan cricket as South Africa has been beaten.
Yeah, it's also the biggest victory margin for South African ODIs, and it comes at a fitting time where they beat South Africa in the bilateral series right here in Sharjah. They have been the better of the two sides in terms of execution with bat, with ball. And yeah, take a bow to this Afghanistan team. You certainly feel that they are certainly a team on the rise.
Congratulations to Afghanistan. Congratulations to Afghanistan Cricket Board. Congratulations to 40 million people across Afghanistan or around the globe. Congratulations to Rashid Khan for a fantastic display of spin bowling on his birthday. Afghanistan is ruling Sharjah here in fantastic fashion. A comprehensive victory. 2 back-to-back comprehensive victories for Afghanistan. The amazing run continues for Afghanistan. Last 1 year has been a glorious chapter in the history of Afghanistan cricket. What Afghanistan cricket has achieved in last 1 year is nothing short of miracle. Rahman Shah made it happen. Azmatullah contributed. Gurbaz got 100 in the absence of Ibrahim. Mujib was not available because of injury. Karote stepped up. Hero. Gurbaz today with a fantastic century, winning the toss, batting first. And happy times return for Afghans.
Yeah, also a lot of credit to the management of Afghanistan cricket, Jonathan Trott and co, for believing in this set of players, for allowing them and giving them the platform to go and perform in the manner that they've just done. They've had an excellent T20 World Cup, and you can see they are taking that confidence into this series. And to beat South Africa here in Sharjah 2-0, there is still a third ODI left on Sunday, but this means a lot to this particular team in blue this evening. They have been spectacular. Yeah, they've really put on a show, an exhibition with bat, with ball, and they are certainly deserved winners this evening.
Great crowd here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. They've been entertained thoroughly. Opportunity to enjoy, dance, sing in the aisles of Sharjah. This has been a remarkable performance from Afghanistan in this series already. Tremendous effort with the ball, with the bat, in conditions where they always thrive.
Yeah, and that's the moment that saw Afghanistan victorious in this bilateral series over South Africa. And that is what it means.
That's the winning moment. Lungi Ngidi bowled by Nangeala Karote, a 4th wicket for him and a 2nd successive crushing win for Afghanistan in the space of 3 days. On Wednesday, they won by 6 wickets. This evening, they've secured a tremendous victory by 177 runs. Absolutely crushing, really, I have to say. I've got Sean Pollock and Niall O'Brien alongside me. Niall, first of all, a remarkable performance, particularly given that South Africa had made such a good start in their pursuit of 312 for victory.
Yeah, and I guess for Jonathan Trott, the big plus point as well is the first game you win in the chase. So, and then the second time you get exactly what you want to do. You want to get runs on the board, you want to bat well, and I tell you what, they batted superbly well. And then I think from South Africa's point of view, at the back of their mind, they always know, Polly and Brian, they always know that once you get into the middle of the power play was excellent. You know, their thought process, their application, and their planning was spot on, and the execution actually was really good. Against Afghanistan, as soon as that rate gets above 6, 7, 8 and over, and you've got likes of Rashid Khan, who's got overs up his sleeve, Karote is good, Nabi, it's always going to be difficult. I didn't see the capitulation and losing by 177 runs. That's going to hurt South Africa for being in such a good position. But this Afghanistan side, Brian, we've watched them for a long time now, up close and personal. They are a proper outfit. I said it yesterday, they got good pace bowling, exceptional batters, something they didn't really have before. They always had hitters, the likes of Mohammad Shahzad. They've got proper batters now that can bat on any surface and get accustomed and get output. And obviously with the spinners, they're exceptional.
And one of those batters was Ramanullah Gurbas, a 7th one-day international 100 for him. Absolutely brilliant. And you have to say, he was so dominant right at the top, and that set the tone really for the whole match, Sean, didn't it?
Yeah, he was simply brilliant. I mean, you know, if you didn't follow international cricket and you didn't know where Afghanistan are kind of supposed to fit in, and you just came to this match and watched him, you'd have been fascinated and impressed by, you know, the controlled aggression that he brought to the party. It wasn't, you know, reckless hitting at any stage. He really went about his way in a very mature fashion. He played some wonderful shots. His shots over the extra cover were fantastic, and he really struck it brilliantly. So, you know, he laid the foundation. There was the highest partnership he had with Hussain at the top of the order, and that was followed by the next partnership that went past that as well. So they really did lay a good foundation and allow them to be quite free-flowing at the back end. And South Africa didn't have any answers for them, particularly at the top. They couldn't come with ways to try and pick them up, wickets-wise. You know, couldn't control them from a run rate perspective. And they really did dictate terms, and that's exactly what you want after winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
Yes, the first partnership was 88 and the second partnership was 101. And what that did, as Sean mentioned, was set the platform for Omatullah Ahmadzai. He came in, and what an innings he played. 86 not out from just 50 balls. Niall O'Brien, this was brutal hitting, wasn't it? And just like Sean mentioned there, also some wonderful shots over extra cover.
Yeah, I wouldn't say brutal hitting. It's just a controlled aggression, the lovely free flow that Azmatullah Omarzai possesses. He's got unbelievable power. When you stand beside him, he's tall, but he's quite slight in stature, but he's got a wonderful technique. He hits from a solid base, genuine all-rounder, getting recognised all around the world. And I thought good captaincy as well, whether it was the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi, or the coach, Jonathan Trott, just to promote him one. It's only one spot, maybe 2 spots, but just get him up the order, capitalise on the momentum that Gurbaz had given. He's a fantastic talent. You know, he's picked up by Gujarat Titans in the IPL. You know, his pick of the IPL probably last year. Base price, exceptional all-rounder, and fits into that middle order beautifully. Doesn't need to bowl his 10 overs. He's a quality seamer as well. Doesn't need to bowl a great deal when he bats like that. He's just a very accomplished young man. As we say that about a lot of the Afghan players, young men, but actually making a big mark.
some wonderful shot players for Afghanistan, but we also saw some tremendous glue to hold the innings together from Ramat Shah. He made 50 coming in at number 3, and well, amidst all the blitzing batting, Ramat is, as I say, the glue that holds this innings together more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that 50 of 66, you wouldn't say set the world alight, but it was such an important role. You know, Gurbaz was going great at the other end, so all he had to be was kind of be there, stay there. You talked about 101 partnership. That was all that was required. It wasn't going to be an easy surface for South Africa to bat on when the spinners got going. So it wasn't trying to say, oh, we have to go hard here and maybe set 350. They had that magic figure in their minds after the good start that they had. I think they were always targeting 300. They got there comfortably in the end, and that was a really good score on a surface that didn't play badly, but was always going to be more conducive to helping Afghanistan spinners than anything that South Africa had to offer.
In terms of South Africa, obviously they made a couple of changes today. One of them involved Peter coming in to bowl his leg spin, so they had the extra spin option. But was there anything else they could have done to really restrict Afghanistan? And because let's be honest, Afghanistan really, they ran away with it and they never really looked like being reined back, did they?
100%. They outplayed South Africa in all 3 departments in these 2 matches, you know, batting, bowling and fielding. I think they've been absolutely superb, so I think that's the key. Focus on how well Afghanistan have played. It is concerning for South Africa, you know, as a country, as a team, you always want to think that you've got some spare players or secondary players that can easily fill the gap and step in and perform at a quality level. I think we've seen here, you know, in the last few series, we had a T20 series before the T20 World Cup, where a lot of the kind of second string players were introduced. The other guys were coming back from the RPL. Got beaten 3-0 in that one. They've gone to the West Indies with most of their players and other leagues around the world. Got hammered there as well. And now they come here and they haven't been able to match the standard that's really required. So that is very concerning. I think the manner of the dismissals and the manner in the way they've gone about it from a game plan perspective would also be a bit of a concern. You know, it's one thing getting knocked over by a brilliant delivery, but when your plans and the way you try and execute is a bit out of touch, then those are the kind of things that would concern you. But they've gone away licking their wounds. There's nothing else they can do. They've been totally outplayed and outgunned by Afghanistan.
Outgunned not only with the bat but also with the ball as well, and part of that was birthday boy Rashid Khan, his 26th birthday today, and boy did he enjoy celebrating with the ball. His final figures: 9 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 19, and we're just having a look at the wickets that he took here, and how often have we seen this? He runs up and he bowls wicket to wicket, you miss, I hit. He bowls that googly so effectively as well. And Niall O'Brien, you've been on the end of Rashid Khan plenty of times over the years. You've seen this so many times in the past. You're seeing it again this evening. Another masterclass from the master himself.
Yeah, when you look at that pitch map, you might say, well, he's pitching most of the deliveries in the same place, so surely you can get down the surface or maybe get a good stride in. But it's so difficult because Rashid Khan is bowling so quickly through the air and he's got that quick arm action. It's very difficult to pick up length. So 3 of those wickets there on a good length ball, but actually as a batter, sometimes, as you mentioned, I've been there, I've done that, I've been out LBW and bowled lots. You kind of want to press forward and you think, oh, I got to get forward, but then you see the ball and it is slightly back of length or just in a good length. So your tendency is, especially in subcontinent, maybe go back and give myself a little bit more time to see it off the pitch. But by the time you've done that and you've picked your bat up, it's skidded on and hit you on the pad like Kyle Verreynne. He's a very difficult bowler. That's why he is one of the best in the world. And when he's got runs on the board, that is the key. There's very few players I've seen take Rashid Khan down. One player I will say, Paul Sterling from Ireland, has probably got the better of Rashid Khan throughout their battles, and he sweeps. So when Paul Sterling bats an off stump, he plays everything for a googly. So he plays every ball as if it's a googly, and if it's a big leg spinner goes past the outside edge, he says, well bowled, Rashid Khan. As soon as Rashid Khan gets out here, Paul Sterling's slog sweeps. So just small sample. It's an option that you can do. Kyle Verreynne should definitely be thinking right now, tonight, tomorrow, I've got to think every ball that Rashid Khan bowls to me is a googly, because twice now he's been done by the ball coming back in. Once in the first game, today against Rashid Khan. Not easy. Easier said than done, and I'm a much better player against Rashid Khan from the commentary box.
Sean?
Yeah, one thing I would add is that whoever the physio is for the Afghanistan team, and I think Rashid Khan will get man of the match. But whatever money he gets paid for that man match, I think he needs to go to the physio, because that recovery from that hamstring injury, South Africa would have thought unbelievable. 10 overs of Rashid Khan we're not going to have to deal with. He came onto the field, he didn't look like he was too sore with regards to fielding, and then come on and bowl the way he did. And a real feather in his cap for being able to stand back up after that hamstring injury. But definitely the physio will be deserving of maybe some percentage of that paycheck.
Well, it was a pretty good effort for him to get out onto the ground. He did so, he got his 5 wickets, and Afghanistan got their victory. It's time now for the presentation, so we'll now go across to Ahmed Fadai, who's our master of ceremonies this evening.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of Etisalat Cup powered by Super Cola 2024, an ODI series of 3 matches. Today we witnessed the second match of this ODI series that sealed the fate of this series in the favor of Afghanistan. Afghanistan, for the first time ever, defeating South Africa in a lateral series. There has been some brilliant performances, but before that, let's thank our generous sponsor, Marhaba Auctions, Kardan University, for their valuable contributions. At the same time, I have distinguished guests starting from my left with me here. Hidayatullah, the counselor in Abu Dhabi Embassy of Afghanistan. Mr. Ziaur Rahman Safi, Etisalat Afghanistan Sales Director. Mr. Zohaib Amanzai, owner family, Marhaba Auctions. Haji Zalif Khan Zadran, national trader of Afghanistan, and Mr. Haji Sayyid Siddiq, Afghan mentor and statesman. Now, we had some brilliant performances in this match today. We've already seen some histories being made. Early on, Rahmanullah Gurbaz making a brilliant 105 and smashing 3 sixes and 10 fours to become the first Afghan to score 100 against South Africa. Also the first Afghan to score 7 centuries for the Afghanistan. We also have an unbeaten, yet to be out player by South Africa. First he made 97 unbeaten in the World Cup when Afghanistan and South Africa met one another. Then in the second match, he also remained unbeaten, scoring 25. And today, a brilliant 86 runs and smashing 6 glorious sixes. We also saw Rashid Khan on his birthday, becoming the only player to have gotten a fifer on his birthday, making it 5 for 19, a brilliant performance that changed the course of the game. And Nangyal Kharote, what can we say about him? 4 wickets to him, in a coincidence that back in March, it was Muhammad Nabi's fifer in Nangyal Kharote's 4 wicket. Today, it's Rashid Khan's fifer in Nangyal Kharote's 4 wickets haul with that. Now, let's start with the distribution of the checkboards and the awards. First, I'll call on Azmatullah Omarzai for smashing 6 sixes in his 86 of 50 deliveries to receive from Haji Sayyid Siddiq the check of 50,000 Afghanis for the most sixes and an entertaining innings. Congratulations. Next, for the stylish player of the match to collect a check of 50,000 Afghanis from Haji Zalif Khan Zadran, it is none other than Nangyal Kharote for his brilliant 4 for 25. A brilliant four and a wonderful performance in partnership with Rashid Khan. They took 9 wickets between them. Brilliant performance. Next, for the game changer of the match, to collect a check of Afghani 50,000. He scored a brilliant 100 and entertained us with some glorious shots. 10 fours and 3 sixes for a well-made 105. Rahmanullah Gurbaz to collect his checkboard from Mr. Zohaib Amanzoi. Rahmanullah Gurbaz to collect the check for the game changer of the match. And then we come to the player of the match for his brilliant performance on his birthday for a fifer. No other player has done it on his birthday. Rashid Khan to collect a check of 50,000 Afghanis from Mr. Ziaur Rahman Safi. With his hamstring on, a brilliant job done by the physio. You have to appreciate it. Came in bold and took fifer. And also collect your trophy, please. from Mr. Hidayatullah, the consul at the Abu Dhabi Embassy. Can we have a few words with you, Rashid Khan? What a brilliant performance this has been on a hamstring, and you still came out and took a fifer. Congratulations, and that too on your birthday.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yeah, first of all, thanks to the Almighty Allah. Fifer after a long time, and yeah, I got a hamstring. I had it a month before as well, but quite unlucky. But I try my best to stay on the ground till the end and try my best to do for the team as much as I can. It's a big opportunity for us as a team, you know, to win the series against a big team, and I think that's what I had in the mind. My contribution will be the key, and so I have to go and stay till the end.
Well, your contribution is not only when you bowl, your contribution is also when you mentor the other young players. How did you enjoy bowling in partnership with Nangyal Kharote, who was equally brilliant?
Well, you know, I really enjoy with a youngster like Azanfar, Nangyal, you know, whenever we bowling together, we're having that kind of conversation, and gives you lots of ideas to share with them, even in the nets and in the game. And I think the beauty of this is they follow whatever they receive, and they listen and they learn. And I think that's the beauty of spending the time with them, and they deliver, you know, the way they have delivered Nangyal today, Azanfar the other game. So it's great to see youngsters coming up and showcasing their talent in a big stage against South Africa. So it's always great to see them.
Well, it's great to see that you show such a commitment that the youngers can actually get inspired from you. With your hamstring, how did you manage bowling all these overs and then managing to get a fifer?
Well, as I said earlier, like, you know, we had a big opportunity to win a series against South Africa, and I think, you know, the love for this game is just pushing you to play. It doesn't matter how it is, and I thought I'm able to play, you know, I'm able to bowl there, I'm able to stay in the team, in the field till the end, and why not, you know, I should go for it. So good job done by the physio as well, you know, to get me that ready and deliver for the team.
Well, absolutely brilliant job, admirable work. At the end, some words in Pashto to your countrymen. Yo se katasu khulwatan waluta di ghat bariya mubarak wail wale.
لومړي سر کې هټولو د بریا د سیریز بریا مبارکي وایم، او واقعا همیشه تاسو موږ په خپل دوګانو کې یاد ساتلی، موږ ټول لوبډلې ټول لوبغاړو همدا هدف کوشش چې لوبې وګټو، وطن ته خوشحالي راوړو. نو تاسو نه دا هیله ده آینده لوبو کې هم موږ دوګانو مه هېروئ او خوشحاله او کامیاب اوسئ.
Well, thank you very much. It's great having you. With the prayers from the countrymen, Rashid Khan leaves with the player of the match award. Now we come to the losing captain. It has not been an easy series. We call the captain of the South African side, Timpa Bavuma. Hard luck, Bavuma. What do you make of your today's match? Because at one point, with 73 runs on the board, and you were still batting, putting together a brilliant partnership of scoring around 5 and some. Did you think that you will have chased a record chase here in Sharjah that has not previously been done?
Yeah, look, I think for the openers, the job is obviously always to lay the foundation. I think Tony and myself were going quite nicely. Obviously, when the wickets started falling, you know, it really got difficult for us. We came unstuck with the spin. I think overall, it's obviously not a good enough performance. Not a lot of positives that we can take from it. I guess we can be optimistic and look at the learnings of it. But I think overall, just wasn't a good showing from us.
Well, 7 players finishing with single digits. That should be a worrying concern. So what would be your plan moving into the third and the final ODI against Afghanistan? Now, the fact that the fate of the series has already been sealed.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like I said, you got to take the learnings, you know, be as positive as you can. I think Sunday will be another opportunity for guys to put a better showing. It's not a lot of time between Sunday, but I think, yeah, we obviously need to step it up, not just with the batting, but I think with the bowling. We weren't able to take 10 wickets. So, I mean, that's a conversation that we need to have as a group. But, yeah, overall, we just need to be better.
Yeah, with Rahmanullah Gurba's batting and Azmatullah Omarzai doing the damage towards the later part of the inning, where do you think it just went away from the hand of South Africa, allowing Afghanistan to score a massive 311 runs?
Yeah, I think Omarzai, obviously, there in the middle. He put us under pressure, getting 80, 90, not a lot of balls. He's the one that was the reason to get them to that score. Obviously, the foundation was set up front for Gurbaz. You know, he got in, and you know, like a quality batter, he went on to get a big score from the team. We had two guys in our batting lineup, myself and Tony, who got in, but we didn't make it count. So I think obviously clinically they were a lot better than us, and we can learn from that.
Finally going to get Omarzai out, yet to get him out in the 3 innings that he's played against South Africa. But hard luck, and wish you all the best for the next match.
Thank you, thank you.
And now may I call upon the winning captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi, who has won a comprehensive win against South Africa in the second ODI with a margin of 177 runs. What a win this has been, and what is the feeling like back home for such a huge win against South Africa?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, congratulations to our all nation on this fantastic series win, and I think as a team we are happy here in dressing room, and all people back home will be happy for this win, because it was first time that we were playing South Africa team, and we beat them in first 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. That means that you have already sealed the fate of this series. Afghanistan have defeated South Africa in a bilateral series. In today's performance, Rahmanullah Gurbaz's 100, Rashid Khan's fifer, Nangyal Kharotai. What performance has really been the ones that you have enjoyed watching?
I think all of them, the way Gurbaz started their innings, and then after him, Rahmat and Gurbaz partnership, and after that we send Azmat to take that momentum, carry on. So in the batting, all of them were very good, and when it comes to the bowling, I think South Africa opener's start was very good, but I knew that when the spinners will come and they will deliver it for me, and that happened when Rashid came and Nangyal and Nabi.
Well, a brilliant performance, and talking about everyone stepping up. Rahmat Shah unfortunately had a hamstring. How fit does he look for the next match? Because he glues the innings together. His 50 alongside Rahmanullah Gurbaz allowed for the platform to cash it on, and then that master stroke of sending Azmatullah Omarzai. So how does his health look?
I talked with him. He is good, inshallah. Maybe he will play the next game, but I think before that he was also not feeling good when hamstring happened to him, but when that happened, and now hopefully that he will okay and play other game.
Well, I hope so. Do you want to say anything in Pashto to your countrymen?
ټولو هیوادوالو ته مبارکي وایم د سترې بریا چې ساوث افریقا لوبډله په لومړی ځل موږ ماته کړه او سیریز هم ترې نه وګاټه. انشاءالله د همداسې به لګیا اوسېږو او کوشش به کوو چې دې نه نور ښه پرفارمنسونه ورکړو او لوبډله لا پیاوړې کړو. انشاءالله مخته نور چیلنجزونه هم را روان دي، نو موږ به خپل خواري او محنت درته کوو، او تاسو څنګه چې همیشه موږ ته دعاګانې کړي دي، همداسې دعا درنه او همیشه خپل لوبغاړي سپورټ کوي. ډیره مننه.
ډیره زیاته مننه. Well, with the request prayers, you continue to pray, we will continue to deliver, is what Hashmatullah Shahidi has said. That is it from the post-match presentation.
So for Afghanistan, smiles all round for them, but lots of introspection for South Africa. And one player we didn't touch upon before the presentation ceremony was the left-arm spinner Nangyala Kharotai. And he picked up 4 wickets and was an excellent foil for Rashid Khan. Niall O'Brien still alongside me. Niall, he bowled beautifully too, didn't he?
He did indeed, and that first wicket really did set the tone, because he's not a big turner of the ball, but straight away, early on, you get one to grip, you get one to turn and bounce, and then every single ball after that, the batter's mind is a little bit confused about what might be coming. So when you get one early and it rags and it bounces and you take the wicket, after that, the batter's thinking, is this one going to turn or is it going to skid on? Generally, skids on. He's a little bit underarm, a little bit round arm. I tell you what, though, Brian, Polly, it does help when you've got Rashid Khan the other end, because as a batter, you're thinking, I've got to get after this fella because the other bloke's going to get me out. So it's a nice fall. It's a nice learning curve for Kurote as well, to have someone like Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi to learn from. So he's a newcomer. We saw him in March make his debut. He's a nice cricketer.
I think with that celebration from his captain, he might have to go for a concussion test. Give me a smack on the back of his head.
Maybe your friend the physio can get some more work done.
Yeah, he can get some work done.
Yes, he did great work, the physiotherapist for Afghanistan this evening, in getting Rashid Khan back onto the ground, and Rashid repaid him with 5 for 19. But Sean, lots of smiles there for Afghanistan, lots of match winners for them over the last couple of days. But, well, for South Africa, it's quite the opposite story. Where do they go from here?
Yeah, I mean, as a South African side, we went through times where we really struggled playing against spin, and we had to come up with solutions. The key thing is to be able to rotate strike. You know, you can't be stuck down one end. We saw different batters come in. Reza Hendricks came in. I think he got 10 or 25 deliveries, whatever it may be. You've got to have the ability to work out what's coming down and find a way. Jacques Kallis, when in the playing days, and A.B. de Villiers and Hashim Amram, what they were brilliant at doing is a good delivery from a Rashid Khan, for example, just able to knock it square, scamper through for a single, get a left-hander on strike, he might give you something to put away. So it's those basics that they'll talk about, all the management in that dressing room. They'll discuss with the players. They'll talk about what's your game plan, how can you be effective. But I think they've kind of underestimated the surfaces and what they would have to face. You know the strength of Afghanistan is going to be in those middle overs. When you've got Rashid Khan, when you've got Karobi, and when you've got Nabi all coming on in bowling, it's going to be difficult to be able to put them under pressure. And I think they've just had that reinforced. And for these guys who might not have had that experience much, particularly the guys in the middle order, they've walked away thinking, gosh, okay, I have to come up with a new game plan. And it needs to be so clear when you walk to that crease. You can't be blurred in any way. You've got to be absolutely clear about what you're trying to do. And where are areas to put them under pressure? That's the other thing you can't forget about. You can't just think, well, I'm just going to look for the singles. You've got to still be saying, if I get something that's overpitched or too short, I'm going to put it away. I'm going to put him under pressure to reapply some pressure and onto them.
Could they have been a bit braver with bat? Because we didn't see anyone come down the pitch. And I mentioned earlier, it's hard to get down the pitch if you're unsure of which way the ball is turning. But could they have been a bit braver early in a bowler spell, especially the spin bowlers, maybe just take the attack to the opposition?
Yeah, that's part of the individual game plan, is it? Do you like using your feet? I'm trying to think who we saw come to the crease for Afghanistan. In the first delivery, he went down and just knocked it down the ground using his feet.
Ramad Shah.
Yeah, that was him after the first delivery. That was him, after the first wicket at 4. And that's got to be part of your makeup. It's got to be part of your DNA that you're comfortable doing it. And South Africans, not kind of practicing on our kind of conditions where you can just stand and hit through the line and get off the mark. To use your feet to be able to sweep, all those kind of things that you need to put into play. But credit's got to go to Afghanistan. I thought they were brilliant. You know, they used their strengths and their match winners, as you talked about. And South Africa never really had an opportunity. I think also the plan of when you play against Afghanistan, you've maybe got to be prone to maybe taking a risk or two more in the power play. Even if you send someone who normally bats number 7 or 8 and say, hey, if we lose an early wicket, you're going to go in and play some shots, because it's only going to get more difficult. And you've got to find a way to get ahead of the game so that you can kind of take your time when the new guy comes to the crease.
Well, yes, it's been a difficult couple of matches for South Africa so far, and they've got another one to come on Sunday. We'll do it all again then. They're 2-0 down, or if you look
Yes, and who was the other change for them? Who? Yeah. Akil. Ikram Akil, yeah, and he was going to take the gloves. Akil was in, and he was going to take the gloves, yeah. Gulbuddin was out. Okay, and so let's have a look at the first innings. Afghanistan decided to bat. Nala Brown and Vernon Philander. And then you'll come at half-time. Okay. It's a salad cup. Okay. So, locator, yeah. And then you roll the toss, and then you roll the pitch, and then the teams. No, single teams. Single and then, yeah, a single followed by the other one, yeah. Yeah. And then you come envision again an out throw, and then we go half time, throw, and then end of the match. Yeah. Cool, yeah. But do the locator first, because then I can read off this Etasala Cup Afghanistan versus thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. I can't see the screen, unfortunately. No. Why is the screen not working? Screen? No. Okay. It's not plugged in, I don't think. Okay, I've got it now. Yep. Happy days. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Atisala Cup between Afghanistan and South Africa, powered by Super Cola. It's the second one-day international coming to you live from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Afghanistan won up in the series. They had the opportunity to wrap up the series here in the second game of the three-match series. How would it go? Well, first of all, obviously, we go to the toss, and it was Afghanistan who won the toss this time around, and they decided that it would be the best decision to have a bat first. They batted second and chased down the 106 South Africa set in the last game. As far as the pitch goes, well, it was slightly different. We saw a little bit of grass cover and maybe a little bit of seamer assistance, but this one was a lot more barer. It was more white in color. It was probably going to be a little bit slower and lower, but probably better to bat on. And we had to wait and see how it would play. But it was interesting. It was actually had a short boundary, and the captains had to have their wits about them with regards to the game plans and who would bowl from what side. As far as the team news, well, there was two changes for the South African unit. Obviously, Temba Bavuma had recovered from his illness, so he came back in place of Jason Smith. And no surprise that after watching the conditions of the first game, Peter Ngaba Peter actually was introduced into the South African side as an extra spinning option. Otherwise, the rest of the team remained the same. For Afghanistan, Gulbuddin was left out, and it was decided that Ikram would be introduced, and he was going to obviously bat in the middle order, but more important, he was going to take the gloves, which would take the pressure off Gurbaz, who could just focus on his batting. So they had won the toss, they decided to have a bat. Let's go and have a look at what went on. Let's go up to the commentators for the first session, Nala Brown and Vernon Philander. What? Did I? I could have sworn I said highlights. Okay. No, we can. What? Why was I walking around? Oh, okay, let's do it again. Okay, cool. Yes, that's cool. No, that was cool. That was cool. Okay. To my left. Okay. Come on, you got to go with the flow, man. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the highlights of the second one-day international in the Atatala Cup between Afghanistan and South Africa, powered by Super Cola, coming live from the Sharjah. Why did I say live? 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 Well, I suppose we're discussing the highlights, so. That's kind of cool, yeah. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the highlights of the second one-day international between Afghanistan and South Africa. It's the Etisalat Cup, powered by Super Cola, and we're coming to you from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Afghanistan one up in the series, had the opportunity to wrap up the series. It's a three-match series, one up. They could go two up after this game, and the all-important toss took place earlier on in the day. And obviously this time around, it was Afghanistan who won the toss, and they elected to have a bat first. Why did they do that? Well, if you had to look at the surface, there's no doubt that it was more conducive to batting. It looked bare of grass, it looked a lot flatter, it looked white in colour, and I think it was going to play more like the Sharjah surfaces that we've seen over all the years, and I thought it was going to be pretty good for batting, and it did prove to be so. As far as the team news goes, well, there was a couple of changes. South Africa, obviously Temba Bavuma was back. You saw him in the picture at the toss. He was over his illness, so he took his place at the top of the order. He actually came in at number 2 rather than Reza Hendricks there in picture. And then the other change was Ngaba Peter was introduced. He's the exciting leg spinner, the young leg spinner from South Africa. And because of the way the surface played in the first game, they probably expected him to have more of an impact. Gulbadin was left out for Afghanistan. Karim was introduced, and he was going to take the gloves as well. So that meant that Gurbaz could just focus on his batting at the top of the order. And also just to mention, Rashid Khan was the birthday boy, 26th birthday, and he'd be hoping for a successful outing himself. So let's go and have a look at the action from the first innings. Your commentators for the first session, Niall O'Brien and Vernon Philander. Happy? Okay. Now we go to the batting and bowling card. Yeah. Yeah. And then the target. Yeah. 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 What was the target? 3 what? 3-1-2. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Batting, bowling, in vision, and then I'll say the target. So the target of 312. Let's see how the South Africans get on. A brilliant performance by Afghanistan. The top of the order, they laid a wonderful foundation. Gurbaz was sensational for his 105 off 110. A good partnership of 88 between him and Hussain. Ramat and Gurbaz also put in a partnership of 101, his 50 coming off 66 for Ramat. Omazai was spectacular, 86 or 50, exactly what the innings required at the back end, and that meant that after 50 overs, Afghanistan had compiled 311 for 4, and that was something substantial to defend. Bowling-wise, well, the South Africans, no one really got going. Markham was the one who made the initial breakthrough, but they all kind of suffered. Fortuyn bowled with good control, unable to get any wickets, and I probably feel that they would be disappointed without being able to make any inroads, particularly in the power play. So 311 it was. South Africa had to chase down 312. Let's have a look at how they got on. There's nothing I can do about that. Okay. Okay, cool. Yes, no problem. Don't have what? Okay, no problem. I'll just take my time to get to it. Okay. Cool. So having won the toss, a brilliant performance by Afghanistan. Gurbaz at the top, 105 off 110. A brilliant first wicket partnership with him and Hussain, putting on 88 for the first wicket. And then Ramat and Gurbaz, 101 partnership. Ramat getting 50 off 66. But all the impetus at the back end of the innings came from Obazar. He was brilliant and struck some wonderful maximums, 86 or 50 deliveries. All that in the effort to compile 311 for the loss of 4 wickets. South Africa with the ball, they kind of struggled. The best of the bowlers was probably Fortuin. Didn't manage to pick up a wicket, but was very tardy from an economy rate perspective. Markham picked up the initial wicket. But at the end of the day, they didn't really have any effectiveness in the first 10 overs and were put under immense pressure as they went on throughout the innings. So 311 is what Afghanistan had posted. It was going to be a challenging score. We know how strong their spinners are in the middle overs. 312 was what South Africa had to chase down. How could they get on in their 50 overs? Okay. Now it's just the South African batting. Yeah, batting, bowling, and then yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's cool. Afghanistan just too good. South Africa got off to a decent start with a partnership at the top of the order between Bavuma and Dazorzi, but after that there wasn't much to speak of. It was all about the birthday boy, Rashid Khan, picking up 5 wickets, and then Koroti at the back end also picking up 4. They totally dominated the South African batting lineup, and you can see the performances there. Faraki and Ghaznfar didn't manage to pick wickets up at the top of the order like they did in that first game, but it didn't have to concern them at all. Omazar had the initial wicket of his 3 overs, 1 for 17, and as I said, Rashid Khan, Koroti, they really came through 5 for 19 and 4 for 26, making sure that they won the game comfortably by 177 runs. Great day for the birthday boy Rashid Khan. He got man of the match. And the most important thing is they lead the series by 2-0. It's a 3-match series, so it is history. It is the first time that Afghanistan have managed to do a series win over South Africa. Yesterday, or the game before, was the first time they managed to win a game. Now they've gone 2-0 up. We look forward to the third encounter. It should be some interesting viewing. South Africa will be looking to bounce back, just playing for a little bit of pride. And can Afghanistan have a clean sweep? That'll be coming to you on Sunday. We're on air 3:40 local time, here live from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Happy? All good?
Time for match 2 of the Etisalat Cup.
Catch!
Catch! Catch!
Catch it! Catch it! Yeah! Catch! Catch it! Yeah!